All right, so the broadcast has started. So everybody here in the Hangout, say hello to the world with me. So, woo, internet!
Hello.
Hello.
Awesome. All right, and Brad, our friend in Australia, has to leave. So, Brad, thanks for stopping by, man. We'll catch up with you another time. So, all
See you.
right,
See
see
you
you,
after.
dude. Cool. All right, so this is, of course, another Paradigm Shift community hangout, and right now I'm just going to post a couple things to get our Instagram audience in sync and let them know that we are live. But of course, tonight we are doing a hangout because the regular broadcast was postponed due to unforeseen universal circumstances where our guest was had some things come up last minute. But the original topic of the episode was going to be about alien consciousness and channeling. Now, of course, we can talk about anything and everything in this hangout, but just out of curiosity, were you guys excited to talk about alien consciousness and channeling tonight?
I was wondering what people would talk about as far as the alien stuff, because I've got some stuff that I've shared before. People may have heard it already, but there might
About
be new
like,
people listening about alien
yeah,
stuff, alien contact.
and like how you
Like
may or may
mine
not be
was
a
long
walk-in
going.
or something.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
for like 20 years. So I don't know.
Uh,
I was kind of gonna wait
interesting.
and hear what other people had to say about that before, launching into my story. If you guys
uh,
wanted to hear it.
Yeah,
One of the other people, Christian, had brought up a good thing. He brought up something, and I wish I would have
where's
saved it
Michael Pratt?
because it was basically an online thing about UFOs and how the colonies, they already have basically some colonies on Mars by this guy that spent 17 years in the military. And I wanted to hear what people's thoughts were on, the 100 people that they're trying to get to Mars between now and 2023 or something, and how they're prepping them up and all this stuff. And it seems like there's more that the government has not let on to than actually is. So
Hmm.
What do you
That
think
feeling.
there's
was
like a
something we were
secret
talking
agenda?
about last night, actually. Me and my roommate were talking about that briefly. How we heard about this, expedition to colonize Mars
Right.
last. I heard it in August, and because me and my best friend were talking about it, and then I learned in September that the deadline for your application to go to Mars, like forever, for the rest of your life,
Right.
ended at the end of August. And I was like, no, because I
You
wanted
would
to
have
be able
went.
to apply. I totally would have. Mars colonies needs artists, man. Like, you
Hmm.
need somebody who can see things differently than other people. So I think I would have been a really valuable asset to that.
Interesting. Yeah, I wonder
I
what
hope
like
that artists are
they're
going.
looking for.
It's just one of those things that gets, the government does try and hide a lot of things when it comes to we get information. I'm not going to necessarily say hide, but they have processes in place before they release it to the public. And I feel like if they're going to colonize Mars, they had to have information or people that were already there, things that they already have set up. I mean, I don't think that they would just send people into a hostile environment and not have any sort of thing set up. So it's just interesting. So that goes into the whole UFO, alien, uh, alien consciousness, and do we pick up things from other beings? Are we the only ones here? Are we at the center of the universe, as in the human existence, or is there anything else out there like us? I know I've had some experiences where I've seen UFOs before when I was younger. So, I mean, I have my sort of interpretation, but I'd like to hear other people's as well.
Who here's seen UFOs or like had some sort of alien interaction in some way or another?
I have.
Yep, I
Um,
have.
and yesterday, a lady came into the store and told me about seeing a UFO about the size of the building across the street from the store with the Rexall in it.
Oh shit, no way.
She said she came in and she was like, she just immediately started talking about how great the store was, and then she asked me what paradigm shift was, and I told her. I said, you can talk about everything and anything. You can talk about meditation and metaphysics and aliens and magic and spirituality and whatever you want to talk about. She goes, "Oh, aliens!" And she just popped it right out. She said, "I saw a UFO fly above me, the size of that building over there, and it made no sound at all. It was just this huge thing, just like right above her head." And she said she couldn't speak for like a day after it because she was just so blown away.
Where was this in London?
Yeah.
Dude, London has like all sorts of UFOs, I tell you.
We're like a vortex of awesomeness. There's lots of stuff going on here. I hear people tell me stuff on the bus because I'm wearing paradigm shift buttons and they start talking to me. It's pretty awesome.
Does that actually happen for you? Like, people talk to you on the bus because they see
Yep.
your button? Yes.
Yep. Yeah, that's how I met Lori, actually. Because she already knew about paradigm shift, but she's like,
Oh,
"Do you
of
go?"
course, yeah.
Like, yeah. So she's like asking me all these questions, immediately trying to find out like what sign I was, and failed like 5 times. And there's just like, it's so neat because people will just start talking to me about different things. A lot of it is aliens or like Buddha stuff. Today, a man was talking to me about Ram Dass, I think is what he said. And I don't even remember all of the stuff that we were talking about, but it was just, it's the buttons, because I wasn't wearing my hoodie today because it was too warm. I was wearing like just my t-shirt, but the paradigm shift buttons really do spark conversations. Just so you know, it works.
It works.
I want to. She said she was going to. She was going to be at the next paradigm shift meeting, so I really hope she does. I know what her name is now. Nope, the alien lady. Yeah. So she said she wanted to talk to people about it, in like people who aren't going to look at her like she's asking her what kind of drug she's on.
Right.
So.
Yeah. Oh, I would
Yeah.
love to hear her story.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like I'd be really curious to hear like where she was and like, yeah, just the details of it.
I wanted to get details from her, but she was like, "I gotta go, my bus is coming." So she gave me a hug and then she left. So
Okay.
we didn't really get any information, but she was very excited to come out and talk to us about that. So I'm excited to see her come back. And if she doesn't come back, she'll probably come back into the store because she's telling lots of people about it too, trying to get more community involvement. Yay! And every time I talk to people, I give them paradigm shift stuff. So. Get everybody all connected.
Yeah.
I'm wondering about the silence of this thing, because if there's something that big, like the only thing I could think of
That's true.
is the line from Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy when the Vogons show up and talking about their spaceships. It's like they hung in the air much the same way that bricks don't.
Is that what they say?
Yeah, that's what it says in the book. Like their ships hung in the air much the same way that bricks don't. Like there's just big, ugly, yellow ships that are in the sky, and they don't make a sound. Like you can't hear them, but they're there, and they're huge, unnecessarily huge, I think. But to have something like that occur and not be able to hear it, like that would really mess you up. You're just like, I should be able to hear this thing. Why am I not hearing that? You don't hear any extra wind or like, any whooshing noises or beeps, anything like that. You just see this thing, and you start to question whether you actually saw it or not.
Mm-hmm.
I want to know where it was.
Yeah, I want to know where it was coming from and where it was going. That's the part that always trips me out. It's like, is this thing, like off planet, on planet? Yay!
You can see me?
Made it. We can
Yay!
see you.
Yep.
Yay!
Welcome. Cool. Okay.
So we're talking about aliens and UFOs, Ra. You got anything?
You want to hear my UFO story?
Yeah.
Sure.
Or am I interrupting a conversation that's already happened?
Nope.
No, you came in right at the perfect time.
I try and be perfect, next time. Well, my UFO story is at the last place I lived at I had a roommate and a housemate. Like I shared an upstairs apartment, and there was someone who lived downstairs, and my housemate who was downstairs called me and my roommate outside, and she was like, "Come here quick!" Like, so we go running out because we have no idea what's happening. It's like dark, and so I have my flashlight on my phone out, and we go out, and she's like petting this cat in the backyard. And she's like, "Look, it just walked up to me when my dog was peeing." And so it was like, okay. And she's like, "But it must be tame, even though it doesn't have a collar on." And we're like, "That's great." So my roommate told us his UFO story because he was like, "Wow, it was like on a night like tonight." And so then my housemate and I were both like, "Hey, I want to see a UFO." And so we were like looking at the sky, just looking for anything we could. And we're looking, and we're like, "Oh, that star over there. Well, I don't know. That looks like it's moving." And then there was a particular star, like kind of through the trees, but just off, and you could see it above the line of houses and everything. And I was like, "Well, that's kind of an interesting looking flicker on that star." And she was like, "Yeah, okay, I see that. Yeah, that's kind of weird." And then she's like, "Wait, there's another one, like exactly parallel on a line right beside it. Like if you look." And I was like, "Oh, you're totally right." And then I was like, "Oh my God, it's like a triangle. Like if you look in the same distance up, there's another light." And she's like, "Huh." So we're just kind of watching these three weird-looking lights like flickering in a perfect equilateral triangle, and then suddenly all three of them start to move up, like all in perfect, like it was one thing, and the whole thing starts to move up in the sky. "See this? Are you seeing this, Jen? Are you seeing this?" And she's like, "I'm seeing this. Oh my God, I'm seeing this too." And then Brock's going, "Oh my God, where? What's happening? I don't see anything." Three different directions. And they were all gone, and I was like, "Oh my God, Jen, we wanted to see a UFO. We just did." And she was like, "Crazy." She hadn't been standing there seeing everything I saw. I probably blocked it out and never remembered. So,
Wow, that's so cool.
But did you get pictures?
No, we were just...
Didn't happen. Pixar didn't happen. That's the rule.
That is so cool.
That is cool, though. Yeah. And that was what, like 2 years ago or a year ago?
It would have been the summer before last.
Okay. So almost 2 years.
Yep. Almost.
Cool. Let's see. We got 5 people watching right now. Hello to our 5 viewers on the internet.
Hello.
If the people watching this, if you guys want to get involved with the conversation, go to paradigmshiftcentral.com and join the live chat there. And then you guys can like still chat, and I'll keep an eye on that. But yeah, man, the guest who we were gonna have on tonight. I mean, I can send you guys a link for his YouTube and stuff, but he just had some like really good presentation of knowledge. It was basically just like him talking to the camera, and his YouTube channel only has like 100 subscribers, but he's got like 50 videos, and he just like goes into all these details about like all the different types of extraterrestrial races and the different characteristics of them. And I still have to go over more of his videos and everything, but it was really interesting, and I'm not entirely sure where he got all of his stuff from. But yeah, he was talking about channeling and even like practical tips about channeling, which I'll see if I can find. I'll see if I can find that. But I mean, yeah, like what's your guys' familiarity with channeling?
Clearly better than your familiarity with English language.
With language? I English so good.
Well, yes, obviously switching from states of consciousness and how one would go about that. So I don't know, a lot of people probably familiar just doing pranayama, doing breathing exercises, or the induction and countdown through hypnosis. So a lot of times I'll do like self-hypnosis. That helps a lot to get into a place where I could channel. So then it's really simple from there, just doing like graduated hypnosis, or another thing, going through the chakra colors and then just, putting myself down into alpha state. And then it's really simple to switch consciousness that way to be able to channel.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and like the channeling stuff, the reason why I wanted to do it with this episode was kind of like a follow-up to the last episode. Hello, Elijah. But yeah, it was kind of like a follow-up to the last episode where I was bringing focus to the idea of differentiating between like our projected thoughts and received thoughts, because that's kind of like what channeling is. You know, it's tuning our frequency, our antenna, to be able to pick up received thoughts. And yeah, like what Holistic was saying, like there's an actual technique in terms of sort of getting yourself in those deeper states of meditation to sort of shift your brainwaves.
I have a question about that then, because I pick up on things, and my question is, how do you differentiate between what's you and what's not? Because I tend to just be kind of open, and a lot of stuff will come to me, and I don't know if that was really me or if that was like from the guy who's like smelling his own T-shirt on the bus, like.
Well, you have to remember, ultimately, when it comes down to it, there really is no difference, right? There's only the illusion that there's another entity over there, when in fact it's just you in another perception. But yeah.
See, that's true, actually. That's thank you for bringing that up. I keep forgetting about that. I get so stuck in what I'm doing, and I forget that it's actually everyone.
It's so relevant. It's so relevant.
Okay. Well, I think it's more like, okay, I'm gonna think about how I'm gonna word this, so you guys just, talk amongst yourselves.
I don't know. I kind of feel like the best way to be able to distinguish which, well, because ultimately we are all connected to the same spiritual source, I feel like the only true way to differentiate is to truly know your own intentions, and only by knowing your own intentions can you differentiate, because everyone has different intentions. Everyone wants a different experience.
What about being around people who have the same intentions but slightly different, so you can't figure out which one is yours and which isn't?
I can tell, if I can add in real quick. I've been going through sort of a similar situation recently, trying to figure that out. And I remember that I stepped aside for a second and to know mess. Because it almost seems like but then there's times different for a reason from a different source, and so I've been trying to figure.
Well, that didn't work very well.
It was just like slowly getting slower, and then he just left.
He has been having problems getting on here, so yeah.
One of the things that Brett, the guy we are going to have on as a guest in the future, he has like a list of tips for channeling. And I mean, ultimately, like the goal with channeling is that you want to sort of be able to get like a clean signal. So you want to have like a clean vessel, or whatever you want to refer to it as. But some of the tips, I'll just read off some of the tips that he has here. So he has: introduce high vibrational foods into your diet. Remove lower vibrational foods from your diet. Read sacred texts. Practice a form of meditation that your mind enjoys. Read different books about spiritual, astral, and psychic life. Practice and notice synchronicities. So I mean, that's just 6. Out of those ones, I mean, do you guys consciously do that? Do you guys introduce high vibrational foods into your diet and remove low vibrational foods? And I mean, we could talk a little bit about what that even means. Obviously.
Those things that you just listed, those are things I have done, but I didn't do them just consciously.
Yeah. Yeah, just because it's like healthy, the healthier you get, the more capable you are of being like a better channeler, and not even to just like channel aliens or whatever, but even just to like channel your higher self, if you want to think about it that way, and to be like more in the flow, more like capable of manifesting. It's sort of how I think of it. So.
That's why. Well, it wasn't specifically like a goal that I set to get to that point, but those are things that I just, like I said, intuitively did in my life, and I've noticed that my intuition has kind of, blown apart. It's just huge now. Like, people
I would
will
have to
walk
agree.
up to me and they're just like, it's like they're holding a great big sign, like, here I am, here's all the stuff about me, and I can, like, feel them just by them being in front of me or, like, talking to me. Like I know them. It's a little overwhelming sometimes because some people don't realize how big they are, I guess for lack of a better word, how much they project of themselves.
I feel like you're talking more about empathy, Shia.
What?
Picking up on other people's feelings is not so much channeling as it is like empathy.
Right.
Okay.
So what would be the difference?
Yeah.
Yeah, what would be the difference?
What was that?
If we had to differentiate between channeling and just like being empathetic, what would be the difference? Pop quiz.
Well, I think sometimes people say that it would be universally, or the message would come in that would be more than just us in our personal lives, that it would affect many others in a beneficial manner, or at least giving out information that could be useful to more than just, say, our individual selves.
Is that what the like the channeling, is that where the channeling comes in?
I don't know, like for myself, basically just from my own ways of channeling and being intuitive. I've always been intuitive since I was a kid. So I've had precognition and dreams that came true, and I didn't think twice about it. So it's just the way I've been forever. But when I've talked to certain mentors or spiritual people that I valued as mentors and teachers, I would say, well, how can I tell the difference? Because I'm empathetic and I'm already being able to be intuitive with people around me. They're like, well, what kind of message is coming through? Is the message just for you personally, for like a small goal, or is it a universal message, more like, I guess tapping into collective unconscious, if people believe in that. So I'm like, well, right. So I would use that as kind of, for me anyway, as the guidepost, like, well, okay, is this message just like, gee, how can I get that wonderful show that I want to do at XYZ Club, like, or, oh, gee.
Oh.
But if it's something wider than that, and it actually helps me, oh, I'm working on this Reiki healing method, is there something, I'll ask, to channel, is there something I can do to help heal people who are challenged with this particular kind of illness pattern? And then when that message comes through and it affects more than just my little world, then I'll say, well, maybe I tapped into something that is more than myself, than my own human mind. That's how I do it.
Okay, can I bring up an experience that I had, just matter of fact, 2 days ago?
Yeah, please.
I was working, I was serving at a restaurant, and I was wearing a stone that I carry around. It's lapis, green tourmaline, and amber. And I also had a tree of life on my arm. And one of the tables, my table that I was serving, they stopped me, and the girl looked at me and she said, "Oh, I really like that stone. What does it represent?" And I'm like, "Well, they all carry different many meanings." And I looked at her and I said, "You should understand." And that was me using my intuition. That was me picking up that she was very intuitive as well. I went outside to smoke a cigarette, and while I'm smoking the cigarette, the message that came to me was, and this was clear as day, this was not myself, this was not my higher self, this was something totally different. It said, her mother's sick, and she's been sick for a while, but she's stubborn and she's not getting the help that she needs. I need you to give her this message. And then there was another thing that came to me, and I had no understanding of the message. The message was, and it was referring to Melissa, the girl that I was speaking with. the message was she's one of two, but of many. And I was like, well, does that mean that she has brothers, sisters? Like, but it didn't make sense to me. So when I went back in, I said, I know this is going to sound crazy, but I was meant to tell you this. And I said, your mother, I said, from whatever was coming through, your mother is sick, and she's been sick for a little bit, but she's really stubborn and she's not going to the hospital and going to the doctor the way that she should. And this has become a problem. And so the two girls look at each other and they were like, we were just talking about like her mom and how sick that she's been, and she just got diagnosed with COPD, but she's not taking any of the things because she's here with the insurance and all this other stuff. And so that was validation for her, and she was like, thank you so much. Then I wasn't going to say anything about the other thing because I couldn't understand it. And usually sometimes messages will come through and it's like, okay, I'll say it because I can relate to it. But this one was so random that I was like, I don't know. But I said, you know what, because this was meant for you, there was something else that came through. Does this make sense to you? I said, you're one of two, but of many. Does that mean anything to you? And she said, and she started laughing. And I said, do you have a brother? And she said, I do have a brother, but this is the reason why you were like it came through with the mini. She was like, I'm one of two because it's my brother and I right now, but I was one of seven, and I was supposed to have seven siblings, and one of them there was like a whole scenario, a whole background to it, and that was validation for her. And when I was able to see that that message was given to me to give to her, and I didn't hold it back even though I didn't understand it. I was just like, okay, well, clearly, because it was loud, it wasn't anything that was sort of like me speaking to higher self. Sometimes it was something that I was meant to tell her, and even though I didn't understand it, I did it. And so I think that maybe that was a form of channeling in that sense. And I mean, we traded information and it was really good, but it was good to have that experience, I guess you could say, because for me, walking, trying to figure out where I fit in with, with gifts and certain things and having things open, it was great to have that experience. But, where was that channeling from? I really didn't, sometimes I wonder, like, okay, well, where am I getting this information? But I know that it's laid on me so strong that if I have to give it to somebody, I just do, I don't know if that would be a form of channeling.
Thank you, AJ. That actually, what you said, I was about to ask a question just before you said that, and that answered my question. Because what I was going to ask is, in my case, working at the spirituality store, I have people walk in and tell me something and then just leave, because it's just like it's almost like I'm like cosmic voicemail. They just come in and they tell me a message, and then it's up to me to pass the message on. And that's just, I was going to ask, is that, would that be channeling? Is that like I'm sitting there and it's not just people walking in and telling me a thing and then leaving, but people will come in and start talking to me about something and it'll connect with something else. So the synchronicity is there, and a lot of it is in my own life, but then a lot of the other messages that I'm given, someone else was talking to me about this certain topic, and then like an old man will come in and he'll just start talking about this topic, and it gives me the information that my friend and I were talking about that I didn't have for her. So then I'm given the information, I can just pass it on. Would that be considered channeling then? Because I'm still not really clear on what it is. It's just like in your instance, AJ, it's like a voice talking to you from, not just a human standing in front of you telling you something, but
right.
Is it still a form of channeling if I'm sitting there and just somebody just comes and gives me the message and then like goes away?
Not in the way how I would be referring to it as, at least. I mean, everyone can sort of define it their own way, but I mean, I think if you include that as part of the definition of channeling, then it would just that would just be a little confusing. I mean, I don't know what the
Well,
best
I'm
word
confused
for
right
that.
now. That's why I'm asking.
Channeling, and from one way of looking at it, is the idea of like inside of your head, the driver is you, is Shia, is Brendan. Channeling is the idea of like talking to another person who isn't the driver,
Right.
but who isn't physically there in front of you either. But at the same time, you could say that you could like psychically communicate with somebody who is sitting across from you, and is that considered channeling? I guess. So channeling is the way of like having a dialogue without verbal communication, and like rather internal communication between yourself and another intelligent conscious entity, be it like, and then again it gets the idea of like what are these intelligent entities. And what the episode was going to be about tonight was about like the opening up to the idea of the different star nations. So I mean, you know, like people talk about like channeling like Pleiadians, Arcturians, Syrians, and etc. etc. So that would be more along the lines of channeling. But then when you get into things like Bashar, who a lot of people are familiar with, his channeled entity, Daryl, the guy who does it, his channeled entity named Bashar, he refers to it as like his future self, like his higher self, which is an interesting thing. And that's kind of like what I was sort of getting at, is that you can actually sort of like establish means of communicating between yourself and like your higher self. And part of the way how we do that is through like synchronicities and stuff. But I mean, what I'm interested in the channeling sense is a channeling sense where you like get into like a deep meditative state, and then you're like engaged in a dialogue or something's coming through you and you're processing it. That's where you get into the ideas of like automatic writing, would be a thing. Or, you know, when people really get into a channeled state, they're sort of in a trance, and then just like things are coming through them. They just become like, you know, an instrument for this other intelligent entity to communicate through. And then when you have like channeled people doing their thing, oftentimes they'll finish and like they won't have a memory of like what just happened. Like they'll just feel as if they just like came out of a dream or something. Meanwhile, they had just like been there talking for an hour, but it wasn't them. It was like the other entity. There's a really good documentary that I would recommend for anybody watching this who wants to check out more, and it's called a Tuning In. And maybe some of you have seen it, but Bashar is in it, as well as like a bunch of other channelers, and it's just like really cool, because whether or not you actually believe channeling is legit, I would just at least listen to it yourself and just be able to decide, like, hey, you know, is this information meaningful to me? Like, does it ring, does it strike a chord? Does it sound like as if it's useful and stuff? And a lot of it is like really cool. And the cool thing is that a lot of them aren't, when you put together like this montage of all these different channelers, like none of them were talking to each other at the same time, yet a lot of them are sort of saying similar things. So they're sort of like all sort of tapped into, you know, like consciousness, helping consciousness wake itself up. And obviously like these higher, term higher, these other intelligent sources of consciousness would sort of be like more higher dimensional beings, so to speak. So they have like a little bit more awareness of like the natural laws of the universe. And again, their job is to try and like help us. But yeah, I just found the link on YouTube actually, so I would recommend people go watch that for sure. So if you type in on YouTube, type in Tuning In movie, and it will show up. And definitely like check that out, because I saw that back in like 2008 or something, or whenever it was done. And yeah, I would really recommend it. So, but did that make sense, Shia? Does that help us?
Yeah. Thank you.
Define things a little bit more. Okay.
I was just reading the text for the alien consciousness conversation that I had 4 years ago with my friend right now, so I was
interesting.
a little distracted.
Thank
you, though. That was really helpful.
Okay, no problem.
Yeah, because it was, it's weird because now, I guess when you have, like when I had that experience, it was something that the message was super clear, and it wasn't me giving me, like it wasn't it didn't feel like my higher self giving me the information, because it was very direct in what it was saying, and it was stuff that I could not interpret. and it wasn't supposed to be for me, I guess you could say. It was something that was supposed to be given to her. Now, this is where where I'm at with it in this sense. Uh, what how do I figure out who that is or what that is and become aware of that consciousness in itself? Because I was awake, so it wasn't anything like I was in a meditative state. It wasn't anything. It wasn't like it wasn't like I was expecting it at all. And so that was another thing that I was kind of off-putting. I was not in that. I was not.
Hmm.
And you weren't trying, so that happens as well for myself. It's like, well, I just get that hint of intuition, and as you're saying, sometimes the message will come through. It's just your natural state of being. Yes.
Right. Exactly. So, but I guess, but sometimes, I mean, if it's, I almost felt like it was more than just intuition, because intuition is played off of something that, even though you might not know it's a hint of, this was very, I don't know,
Hear
it
nothing.
was
What's
something
going on?
Right.
speaking.
Yeah. I'm not sure. I think maybe
Oh, what's that? Can you hear me?
something happened with.
I can hear you.
Okay.
Okay, you can hear me.
Great.
I can hear you, just nothing going on with anybody else.
A little pause. Pause for effect, right?
I know, right?
Give us some music here.
Yeah,
All
right.
right. Can anybody else hear anything?
Well, yeah. I mean, I've wondered too because I've actually witnessed people who were quote channeling, by using that term, speaking in other languages or, not in a manner of speaking in the normal speaking voice,
Right.
maybe with a different inflection. I've seen a lot of different things, so I was like, well, is this a form of dissociation for the person? What
Right.
exactly is coming through? Because it doesn't seem like the normal, everyday way of communication that the quote person would have when they channeled. So I was like, something definitely is going on, but myself, I'm not even sure. Now that's a big paradox for me too. What comes through us when we get these messages? Is it a spirit guide? Is it a higher self? Disembodied entity? I mean, what is it? I'm not sure myself. But when I have had intuitive moments quite often, and the messages are good, and the messages can actually prove out to help other people, I was like, well, okay, I did good with it. There was something positive that came out of it, rather than I said, well, I'm being used maybe as just the voice piece of a message that has to be sent out. Maybe if the other person isn't as intuitive, they wouldn't be picking it up. So it's like, okay, if I'm able to do some good and pass on the message with my intuition, great. But what it is, I'm not sure.
Right. It's just something I was thinking about.
I mean, I don't really think it is aliens in my case. I ponder about maybe the element of time. Have we tapped into a future event, and then we can therefore bring that knowledge for people? I mean, are our minds going towards a future event, and we're just recognizing that? And is that what's going on with intuition?
And there's a lot of people that also say that channeling could be a form of sort
What
of
does that
you're
sound?
picking up on spirit.
Don't know.
Oh, that might be me. I'm drawing right now.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
This noise?
Yeah, that was it. Okay.
Should I turn the mic off or?
No, no, it's okay. It's just that I thought it was. I don't know what I thought it was. It was
Oh,
distracting
y'all
for a
are
second.
freaking me out.
I was also.
Aliens.
You know what?
What's
It's
up,
really funny
Victor?
is I was just distracted by alien talk. Sorry. What happened was 4 years ago I had a conversation with a friend of mine, basically about aliens and their. I guess he showed me pictures, and I was just reading through I saved the conversation, and I remember telling some people on here at one of the hangouts, and also telling Brendan and about this conversation that I had. And reading through the text now, the conversation has changed in the text from what I remember. So I remember the text being very how do I put this? I'm gonna go back, and I'm gonna tell you guys a bit about what actually happened. My friend and I were talking about planes because he's a huge plane buff. He loves planes. He loves any kind of planes from different world wars and kind of all over the place. And he said that he found this picture, and so he sent me the picture, and I looked at it, and it was a picture of a plane with a Foo Fighter beside it. If you guys know what Foo Fighters are, not the band. But those glowy alien weird spheres that were floating around beside planes and then would just like fly off. Hold on one second. Okay. So he showed me a picture, and the way that I remember this happening, and it's been like this is how it happened in my head, was that when he showed me that picture, it felt like my consciousness was shoved to the back of my skull and someone else took over and was talking to him. And it felt really weird. I felt really disconnected. I felt like someone was like, okay, like you're in a wheelie chair and they just grab your chair and go shove it over there and go, okay, you just sit over there for now and I'm going to use your keyboard kind of thing. So it was a really weird feeling. At first I was like, what is going on here? But then when I realized that it was something speaking through me to talk to him, to give him information. And the questions that he was asking me were he was asking me about grays. He was asking me about different types of aliens that he had heard about. He was asking me about why they were here, and this entity was giving him information, but not enough information. Just enough information to get him to ask different questions, and that's actually how it was put a couple of times. Like, you're not asking me the right way, or I don't have all of that information. I have, this is what it relates to in human terms. And when I went back and read it, the conversation has changed. Like, there's a big chunk of it that's missing that I remember clearly in my head as having occurred, and I went through, but the words are gone, and they're different, and it's like a conversation about World of Warcraft and plants now instead of what it was before. So maybe I was not supposed to retain that information. I don't know. It's really strange because I'm reading this through this conversation that I saved, and it's like somebody went and rewrote it.
Does the friends remember? Does your friends remember?
Yeah, he remembers it. We've had conversations about it. The last time I spoke to him was about 8-9 months ago or so, but we were talking about it then, and that's why it's so fresh in my mind to tell you guys about what happened. But then when I'm looking at the text right now, and it does not it doesn't reflect the exact same things that we were talking about. So they're talking about frequencies and the military, and I don't even know.
Wow.
I don't even know what all of this is. This is all new stuff. I mean, it semi has to do with some of the stuff that they were talking about, but I don't even know what all of this is. Like, there's just too much stuff in here that's changed. It's kind of breaking my brain a little bit. Wow. So I'm not entirely sure what happened there, but the way that I remember it was, conversation kind of went more or less like, why are you here? And the entity answered that they had been sharing my body with me since I was 12, and that they were here to experience a human reaction to December 21st, 2012. And at the beginning of the conversation, I had said, this entity is going to be gone then anyways. So, basically you should talk now or you won't get any information. So he did, and he was asking questions, and it's, wow. I'm sitting here still baffled that this conversation is different in this text than what me and him discussed like 8 months ago.
Have you ever tried creating maybe a symbol to help you remember? That's what I've done at times. Is I will start, unless you're doing spontaneous channeling, and then of course that won't apply. But if it's maybe you're trying to consult with a friend, I try to start with a symbol and impress that symbol in my mind and say to myself anything that I'm supposed to retain for information or any information that needs to come through. Please let me focus it on that symbol so that I can remember it. So I would use the symbol to help me remember what would be going on while I was in that altered state of consciousness. Because I totally agree with you. Sometimes you can go so deeply into what you're doing that you're not going to consciously retain it, and then you can look at the page and like, well, it's not there.
Yeah, that's not something that I've ever heard of, though. So like making a symbol while you're talking, like while it's happening, and then
I would
else
say before you start the session of channeling. I mean, at least that's what I've done. Before I start, I'll do a little bit. Again, that can't happen if you start to spontaneously channel. Then maybe you have to act really quickly. But if you have a span of time, do a little bit of meditation, and that's what I'll usually try to do if I'm planning it with others, is do a little meditation and then come up with a symbol and say, okay, I'm going to use this symbol to focus on so that my thoughts can bring forward all that information, and or even use a little like hypnotic effects of anchoring my thoughts. So then I'll remember it when I'm a little more grounded in the body. Otherwise, yeah, I've seen people who could just totally float into other consciousness, and how do I bring that knowledge back unless someone's going to help, like, be the anchor to it? It's difficult to do everything. To open to receive the info, record the information, decipher the information, that's a whole heck of a lot. Yeah, for one person.
Yeah, there's a lot of that. Actually, part of this that I kind of remember saying before the entity actually like kind of took over and went, okay, you sit back there and I'm going to do this now. Part of what was said by me specifically was that I knew that this entity was with me for a long time. Like at the time, it was still here. It's gone now, but at the time, I knew it was still with me and it had been with me for a long time, and that it was leaving. And I said, I'm looking forward to living for myself after next year. I didn't really think about that after I had said it. And I hadn't actually, like, I sort of remember saying it, but I also didn't remember saying it until now. So I really didn't prepare myself for this entity leaving because it had been with me for, at that point, it would have been 20 years by the time it left. I do know that on December 22nd of 2012, the day after all of this stuff was supposed to happen or not happen, the world was supposed to change, whatever anyone, assumed what was going on. I woke up in tears because I felt like a big part of me was gone. Like I felt empty. And it was really, really crappy. And I've been dealing with that for the past, I think it took me about 2 years to get through that, because it happened at a time when like a whole bunch of other terrible stuff was happening in my life. So it was just basically like, okay, well, the vibe basically from that was, okay, I've done my job, I'm gone now. And then I had not thought to prepare myself for what would happen after that. So I was already in like this massive mental and emotional and spiritual flux when this happened. So like I've sort of just been clawing my way back from like doom and chaos from this happening.
Do you feel maybe it was part of your life lesson experience to navigate that part by yourself, to test your strength, or was it some sort of spiritual ordeal, perhaps? That
I was thinking about that recently, and I think that is what happened. Was that it was necessary for my growth now to be able to go through that, to see how I would deal with it, and how I would go through it. Now I don't know who was observing me, or if any entity or being was observing my reaction to it, but the overall feeling is, yeah, I had to go through that in order to grow spiritually into who I am. And I still feel like I have a long way to go, but I think we'll always feel like that.
Oh, yes, of course. That's a given. I totally agree with that. I feel that way about myself. I think about that when you were referring to that, because I've had physical mentors and teachers depart, and I'd say, well, gee, why did you leave me now, right in the middle of where I'm working on this really, hard, part of my life, or this is trauma, why are you leaving me? And then I start to think, well, did they really leave, or are they just waiting in the background, checking it out to see, hey, are you okay? Are you assimilating what you've learned? Are you doing something? Are you just feeling like, lost? Or, so I wonder, maybe it's how we test ourselves.
I think that's how we're being tested. I definitely agree with that, because 3 different times in my life, and this is all starting in 2012. 3 different times from 2012 until now, someone left my life who would have been in a position to help me tremendously, left in a not the greatest of ways. 2 of them died, and the other was my passenger, I guess. And all 3 times, it was just like my life was already all over the place. Like a crazy monkey had gone into your dresser and threw all your clothes everywhere. Like it's like that was life at the moment, and I was trying to figure out how to put things back to where they were supposed to be, or even trying to find things that should have been there that weren't, or finding extra stuff that wasn't there before. So I'm dealing with all of that chaos, and someone who said that would help me out with that ended up passing away, and then from that time, and then my passenger leaving, and then my dad died. So it was like all of that stuff all happened in a really short period of time. So there's lots of upheaval all in a really short period of time. So I was like, why is this happening now? Like, why is this all?
It's very scorpionic, like the death card. Yeah, I have that a lot. I've experienced that a lot myself, and wow, big hugs.
Thank
big
you.
hug. Yeah, it's that Scorpio feel. I mean, I definitely, personally I deal with it all the time, but when I offer tarot readings and coaching for people, so a lot of times when I see people are going through these challenges, I was just like, okay, universe, I know why this person's sitting in front of me. Yes, I'm going to bring it forward and talk about some of the stuff I've been through. Maybe that will help them a little bit. They'll feel a little more at ease. So, yeah, I get it. It's
a lot of this. It definitely is a challenge, but a lot of this. Sorry to interrupt you, but I wanted to get this out before it popped out of my head. A lot of this is basically I feel like I'm unequipped to deal with the stuff that's happening to me, because I've been living through this kind of stuff my whole life without being educated on what it means or what it is, or what I'm doing, like even what's happening to me. So you guys are probably a lot more well-read than I am on this kind of stuff, because I feel like I've been trained not to look for specific things, probably by the entity that was with me, because they didn't want me to find out too soon. of that they
I
were
think
there.
Shia,
But I
you're
don't
not
know.
much different than a lot. I come from the same place. A lot of this stuff I'm just now figuring out or just now trying to find knowledge on certain things, and it's just been natural for me. So uh, when it comes down to really trying to delve into, that's why I have questions like I do. Like, okay, if I'm able to do this naturally, what source am I tuning into? There's certain things that we see or we feel. Where is that coming from? What technique? Uh, like spirit guides. I don't know anything about my personal spirit guides. I haven't been able, or at least not that I consciously am aware of. You know, everybody says that they have them. I've not seen mine, or I haven't had that realization. So, how am I able to see that clearly? Or it's just certain things that I just wonder sometimes.
I actually got a message recently through, I should say, through a friend of mine. Um, he went somewhere astrally and was given a message that I was supposed to help him with. And essentially, what it came down to was he's kind of in the same boat that we are, where we've been doing all this stuff naturally without having any, book learning on it.
Right.
And he does the same thing, where he's been traveling astrally to different planes, different locations, and meeting different entities, and just interacting with them. But he's got none of the basics. He doesn't know, like, the elemental correspondences and planetary correspondences and things that I do know about. So I've been talking to him about that. But it's like I sort of feel like we're in the same boat. It's like it feels like
Hmm.
everybody else knows more stuff than we do. Where we're
Hmm.
just doing it. It's like, how do we find out what we've been doing? How do we connect that?
Right. Right.
But do
Exactly.
you feel that having the experience like that, being really pure and organic and natural for you, um, you might not need the other knowledge. Maybe you didn't need that knowledge prior. Maybe now you might want to investigate, but maybe you didn't need it because you were in that state of consciousness and in that state of being, and that was fine.
Yeah, what I'm saying though is that now we're getting the messages. It's like, hey, you guys, okay, so you had the test run, you know what to do there, but now you
Right.
need to learn the stuff that goes with it. You need to,
Right.
you
Right.
already know how to drive a car or fly a plane or something, but now you have to go back and read, like, how the plane works and how it's built and what parts are in it, and
Correct.
and all that kind of
Correct.
stuff. So that's where I'm feeling kind of lost, because I'm like, how do I sit down and go through my entire life and connect, like, all these things together? Like, that's like, what do I look
Or
up? Like, it's only
or
just
how do
coming at me. Just
you explain it to somebody that, like, let's say somebody comes to us with information, because I do readings as well. So let's say somebody comes to me with information or guidance, and they're looking for answers on a specific topic, well, that I do naturally. I don't know what to say to them. I don't know. I know what the jargon or spiritual talk is in the community when it comes based upon certain things that you do. But as for my truth, I don't know what to I don't know what to tell them except for this is just what I don't this is just what I do. I don't know uh what necessarily I guides me to this information. I don't know necessarily why I pick up on this stuff and I'm able to give you certain information. I don't know. I know that I'm able to do it, but when it comes down to specifics, I don't know how to explain that to people. It's very hard for me to do that. You
I
know?
just I just realized something, AJ.
Hmm.
um, we had the show on the feminine perspectives of spirituality a bunch of weeks ago, and one of the things that I brought up that's been it's been cosmic clue by four to the face for the past month, and that's intellect versus intuition. we've been operating on intuition for a long, long time, and intellect is all about show me the proof, where's the evidence, and I'll give you a cookie kind of vibe. So we don't have the intellect part of it. We don't have the this is why this works that way vibe to that. We've just got the this just works. Why question it?
It works.
And now we're being told to question how it works, why it works, what happens with it, and all of that other stuff. So I think that's the thing we're working with right now.
Well, I think that as you move along spiritually, and you start becoming in tune, it sometimes that brings around people that have questions to ask. Well, then, to being good stewards over the gifts that we do have and wanting to sort of help out other people, because I mean, for me, the reason why I do what I do is to help.
Yep.
So, that's my thing. But I don't want to lead somebody. I guess there's no right or wrong way, but I would kind of like the intellect to say, well, okay, well, this is how I was able to do this, or this is exactly what this is, and so that it's clear and sort of finite for them, but they can still find their own truth in that. I don't know. It's really weird.
That works. That is a really good way of putting it. Because we know it works, so for us personally, we don't have to tell people, this is what you should believe because it works. This is how it works. But it's just we already know. So, but they want to come in and they're like, well, what do I do? What happens? So we tell them, that's the thing is I want to know these things so that I can share with other people how these things work. And that's pretty much with everything. It doesn't just go with like spirituality things or channeling or aliens or crystals or stuff like that. It's like physical things. And I don't know. People are like, how can you ride a bike? Well, physics, and momentum and things like that. And once you get into the specifics of that, then they're like, oh, okay, that makes sense. So then they go ride their bike and they know what they're doing. They know how it works. Yeah. We know that it works. We need to find out how it works.
Well, see, I feel like that's where I'm at. Right. Spiritually, that's where I'm at right now. Now I need the meat. I mean, yep. even though I have that, now I'm in study mode. I'm in I need to know what this is. I need to know how I operate in this. I need to know how to strengthen this, or maybe just I flow with it. But if there's other things that can branch out to open up, that now it's opening me up to another level, because I feel like I've worked at one level. Okay, now it's time to move on to another level. It's time to start growing in that. So that's why I do like this community. But there's certain questions that for me I need a finite answer to. You know what I'm saying? I need answers.
Yeah.
Need answers.
Well, as you were saying earlier, science, quantum mechanics, morphic resonance. A lot of times now, people in scientific communities won't necessarily feel that, oh, you're just crazy lunatics because you're talking about telepathy. You can maybe bring people, if people are asking you, well, how do you do that? Or maybe give them a little background through science about telepathy and transference and how we have mirror neurons in our mind, and just give them the scientific definitions of how thought transference can happen in unified field of consciousness, and see if they'll adapt it from there. And that's so readily available. I mean, or maybe refer them to TED Talks and just say, hey, this is great, it's really interesting, check this out. Give them a little scientific basis, and that might help.
Well, you're giving me information, so I appreciate it. So, thank you.
Oh, wow. You're most welcome. This is the stuff I do. So I'm just sharing the same things that I do, for myself too.
If there's any way possible, I would definitely like to get your information, or just if you have a Facebook.
Oh yes, of course.
If you wouldn't mind posting that at least in the chat or something, yes, so that way.
Not a problem.
Because honestly, I've been putting out into the universe that I really would like a a spiritual guide, or somebody that has gone through, and it's something that I've been looking for, and in speaking with you, it's definitely something that I feel like I can be receptive to, and that's all. So I have to share.
Yeah.
Hey,
But thank you a lot. I appreciate it.
So
AJ.
there's the info. You know, if anyone wants to get in contact, for sure. I mean, I think we all learn from each other. That's why
Right.
I'm really enjoying this so much.
AJ, there's a lot of like audiobooks and just books, like occult audiobooks that kind of like explain the technical side of this phenomena, you know, like that's
Hmm.
what's cool about the occult because it's more focused on the science part of it. Like um so I can like send you some links and stuff.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yes,
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
totally.
yeah, I
And
think that
intuition.
the
I love
information
science.
needs to be I think that the information should be readily available, and I mean at least to those searching, and I feel um, sometimes that we get into ourselves, but then for me, I hear everybody speaking on this certain level, and I'm like, okay, like, all right, that's cool. I don't particularly understand some of this stuff because I haven't really researched or studied it because I don't know where to start. I think
Yeah.
that's my thing, or when I
Yeah.
feel, you know what I'm saying? It's like, well, what information concerning what I'm going through? Because that's the first thing that I have to figure out for myself. It's like what I'm going through, like when we were talking about the channeling and about the message that I was given to give to the girl that was as clear as day to me, but I had to ask the question in my head, are you sure? Like, is that like, and I'm speaking in my mind to this other entity that's definitely telling me like this is what I need you to do, and I'm like, but I don't understand. And then the message was, it's not meant for you to understand. Okay, well, okay. Yeah, okay, so I'm gonna sit with that. It's not meant for me to understand. Now, me taking the action and telling her is me stepping outside of myself and doing something that sometimes people that have the knowledge but don't have the action to go with the
Uh,
knowledge won't do. You know what I'm saying? So it's like the action I have, but I just don't have the other side. I don't like. I just need the other side to come into
uh,
play, so I can sort of put together, uh, I guess, a good conversation to make it valid, so I can just mesh both together. Um, it's that's a part of the whole growth process, I guess.
And
You
I
don't get
think
everything all at once.
teaching somebody else what it is that we do and what we've experienced is a really good way for us to understand it for ourselves as well.
Right.
So I think that's
Ex-
where we're
right.
going with that right now.
Hmm.
So it's like somebody asked me, explain to me how crystals work. I'm like, all right. So then I explained how I believe that it works because it works like that for me. And they
Right.
actually sat down and went, wow, that actually makes sense. Like they were expecting
Hmm.
this like mystical mumbo jumbo coming out of my mouth, but I'm a very practical person. If it works, it
So
works. If
am
it doesn't
I.
work, find out why
yeah.
not and make it
So
work.
am I.
A lot of the time
Hmm.
it's not necessary to get all mystical and you
Yeah.
know yeah.
I mean,
Well,
people come
well,
in. I could never be that way though. That's not who I am. And when people ask me straight up
exactly.
questions, I straight up answer them, and they
Yeah.
kind of blink at me a minute, and they're like, "Oh, well, that actually makes a lot of sense." I'm like, "Cool, let's keep talking about this, or do you want to talk about something else?" So it's like, I've never been like trying to give people answers that just make them feel good. I
Right.
can't be like that. I got to
Right.
give them the whole answer or, no answer at all.
Or not make yourself feel good because you elevate yourself your ego to the point of I have all this knowledge, and I'm putting myself on a pedestal and then speaking down to you. So it's so sometimes like, and I find that sometimes I see that, and it's like, whoa, can you just be practical with me? Like, just break it down in a simpler. I'm not stupid, but I'm just.
Yeah.
But at the form of what you're saying it's way too far. Like, it's way too far out there. I might get there one day, but right now I'm not there. So how can you bring me this information and summarize whatever that is, and put it in everyday terms, because I'm an everyday terms type person. When I deal with certain situations, I think that that's more, and that's a gift in itself, to be able to be relatable to people to where they understand and the message comes through, which is why when I read A New Earth by Eckhart Tolle, it was written so well, and all of the fundamental principles have been written in so many different ways throughout history and so many different things, but it never spoke the way that it came across in that book. And I was just like, oh, it just, everything fell into place. And it's, I don't know, and I feel like that's where I'm at. We're both at the same. I feel like we're both in the same slash I in that sense.
Yeah.
Like,
Well, for me, you know what did it for me is that for 4 years I dated a man who had Asperger's syndrome, and he was pretty high up on the, I don't know, the not being able to distinguish body language and tone of voice and
right.
things like that. So for me, to communicate with him, I had to be very specific, very clear, and very blunt. Like, it
Mhm.
was very much like, you did this, it made me feel like this, don't do that anymore, kind of very
Mhm.
straightforward. And I had to be very straightforward to him, otherwise we would have there was a lot of pain on my part because I was expecting him to understand things that he didn't understand. So, like, body language and tone of voice, someone asks you if you're fine, you're like, yeah, I'm fine. You're clearly not fine. For some people who can understand that. But for him, he just heard the words, and to him, everything was fine. So
Mhm.
for 4 years, I had to communicate that way, and that actually taught me how to be more, um, I don't know, I became more precise in my language. So
Mhm.
when I had to clearly communicate and learn how to clearly communicate with everyone around me, and I just extended that. So when my son started talking and asking me questions, why is the sky blue? Are gay people okay? All these questions,
Mhm.
and I'd just be like, I would open my mouth, and an awesome answer would come out, and it would make sense, and it was straight and to the point, and then everybody was cool. And it was just like, I was actually surprised sometimes when I would open my mouth because I wasn't entirely sure what I was going to say when I started talking. But then it came out and it was just like, boom, 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 here's the information. You do with it what you want.
That's kind of
There was no me putting my own bias on the information. It's like, here is the information that I know, and here is it for you, and you take that and you decide what you want to do with it.
sounds like a form of channeling to me.
Really?
Yeah, I mean,
That's how I've always
Honestly,
I haven't always spoken like that, but over the last say 10 years now, that's how it's been, is that I will just I know information that other people have given me, and I've lived through a lot of experience in my life, so I break it down. I used to call myself the Précis Queen. Because you have your text, and then you have a summary, which is a kind of a paragraph, and then your précis, which is like one or two sentences that just encompass the whole thing and makes people go, hey, I want to know more.
when
So
you do
that's
that, do you feel like you're just letting information flow through you and out of your mouth,
pretty
or is
much,
it
yeah.
okay? Yeah, see, I think that's a form of channeling because I do that sometimes too, and I'm
I
like,
do
wow, I
that
don't
at
know
the
where that came
store a
from.
lot. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you open your mouth because they asked you a question, and you open your mouth, and it's basically like you're like a tube, and just info is just
Right.
like blah, and just comes out, and then you
Yeah,
both sit there, and they're like, oh, that's really cool, and you're like, whoa, where'd that come from?
yeah, it's cool stuff for sure.
That's for me. I sometimes say that I feel like I've lived or experienced like 4 lifetimes. Whoa,
Oh man.
I've uh, I've experienced like 4 lifetimes in the past 20 years. Whoa, who is that echoing through? I can hear my own voice.
No, I'm not sure.
It is
Got it.
this guy.
Wow. Okay, so yeah, I guess like going back to that channeling thing, somebody said that it's dangerous to channel if you are not aware of what you're doing or who you're channeling or what's going on. which makes sense, obviously, but for the most part, like, I don't I don't exactly know how to explain it, but as far as I know, I have never had anything negative or bad be channeled through me.
Well, yeah, I
Um,
mean, instances like that, it's kind of just like you're in alignment, you're in the flow. So when the time is right, information comes through you, and it's not like some, you know, separate entity is like getting on your stream and or you know, like, I don't know. I think it's different. It's different than like inviting another being to like speak through you. I think it's just you're channeling divine
information from the
information
collective
from.
consciousness, maybe.
Yes, there you go.
Okay.
Exactly.
I
Which is-
actually, one of the things that just came to me recently was, you remember how I say that people come in and they basically like dump information on me and then leave? I had a friend of mine come in. She goes, "I have 25 words for you. Get a pen." I'm like, okay. So she gave me this information. She's like, "All right, you take care of that." I'm like, okay. And then she left. Like, she was long enough in the store just to give me these 25 words. And I wrote them down, obviously, because she told me to. And this actually really relates to what we were just talking about. And she says, these are the words, 25 words to change your life. "I am a living, loving child of light. Only goodness can come to me and through me, and I give great thanks for the presence." She told me to say that 7 times a day for 40 days. And I have been, and since that time, like, this was only a few days ago that she gave me this, but it seems like there's more, I don't know, it's almost like more information is coming to me than can handle. But I mean, I can. It just seems like a lot of it is coming a lot more than ever before. And so I almost filled a notebook of stuff that it just like comes to me either while I'm sitting on the bus or while I'm like sitting with other people and talking to them, or dreams. And it's like everything is just like, hey, you know, we got an open portal over there. Somebody just like throw all of the information in there. It's just like I'm like tapped in, and it's really, it can get a little overwhelming. How do you slow that down? Does anybody know?
Start doing things that are bad for you. I don't know.
More crystals. Just more crystals.
Oh god, I have so many crystals already. No, they're gonna blow up soon.
Hey, I got something I can read for you guys.
Oh, awesome.
It's I mean, we could go through a couple of these, but this is like a blog post of a channeling, and there's like 1 million of them on the internet. If you guys were to ever just look up, you know, like channelings from anything such as like archangels and Pleiadian councils and Syrians and stuff. This one's from Pleiadian. Yeah, this is from like a Pleiadian council. Do you guys want me to read it to you?
Yes,
please.
Okay, so it says, I got music in my ears, by the way, so if you guys want to listen to music, I'll post a link in the live chat, because it doesn't really distract, it just kind of adds like extra chillness. So di.fm/chillstep if we want to listen to the same music with headphones. It works. So anyways, this is what it says. Greetings, we are the Council of Angels. Oh, I feel like I should read it in a funny voice, like how Bashar does it. Archangel Michael and the Pleiadian Council, we wish to speak to you of the Pleiadian technologies. Technologies in the other star nations, so it's talking about the star nations, in your universe, and we will be bringing to your societies after our grand reunion. Now, the grand reunion is this thing that they talk about. Well, we can talk about it more. It's actually pretty interesting, the concept of it. These technologies are an incredibly advanced alternative to many of the ways that your society functions, which in many ways are archaic compared to the advanced higher dimensional technologies we use in our dimension. So, I mean, when you think about a lot of this channeling stuff, a lot of it is like kind of getting foresight of the future. I mean, even when you think about like Tesla and Einstein, they'll say that a lot of their inspiration came through dreams and meditation. So when you think of it, dreams could be labeled underneath the form of channeling in terms of the fact that it's like information being passed from one source to the next. And as we've talked about, dreams they've just put us in that space where we could access anything if we're conscious enough. So then it continues to say, the first and most important technology which we will present to you is a healing chamber, which the channel has experienced before in a meditation with us. We invite you to connect in with us and the Palladium Council at any time to experience this for yourself. We are able to assist you to heal in one of these light chambers in your own home, as we will bring the technology to you. So that's pretty cool. That's like some, like, you know, we've seen that in movies actually and stuff like that. The movie Elysium had that. But that could be like a cool thing that would allow an entire race to live a lot longer, obviously. Keep in mind this will take place initially when your light body and in meditation. The method to connect in with us is to first connect in with your higher self. This is done by closing your eyes, breathing deeply, and being in a quiet space. Then saying in your mind, I connect with my higher self. Please connect with me. Your higher self is the part of your being that lives in the higher dimensions, which is very close to the creator source of all. It goes on more, but I know a lot of the things that they talk about, they say that, you know, when you're channeling, it has to come from like you have to invite the channel to take place.
Yeah.
They'll say like, if you read some of these sources, the aliens are just like yeah, we're just kind of like chilling out until the humans like tell us that we're allowed to interact, which is kind of how the channeling format goes. You put out the signal and you'd be like, you could do that. You could be like, all right, like Octarians, I'm talking to you, and then you ping them, and then they might pick up. So your new multidimensional self is a new facet of yourself that is being created from the merging of your higher self with your lower self on Earth. This, then, forms into your multidimensional being. This is the being that is a part of the ascension process that many of you are going through on Earth at this time. So, after connecting in with your higher self, it is always a good idea to also connect with your multidimensional self, which you are in the process of creating in the now moment. So that's an interesting thing, because I mean that's literally saying that our objective here on Earth, what makes Earth so unique, is that it's a place for us to like merge our lower self, which would be like the physical, with our higher self, which is a more astral, etheric, dimensional self, and then through the merge of that is literally the multidimensional self. And when you think about it, much of society has been purely living in the lower self, quote unquote. And without any awareness of the higher self. So just simply being aware of that higher self is an incredibly important thing for ascension and just consciousness to expand. But again, like a lot of people have trouble believing that, but I think when you introduce to them concepts of dream exploration, it's like one of the simpler ways to sort of get them on the same page and realize that every night we go outside of our body, we just need to practice remembering it. So it says, to connect with your multidimensional self is a similar process to connecting with your higher self. You may get a vision of your multidimensional self, which lives outside of time, living in a new environment. The channel has a vision of this every time she connects in with her higher self. She can also see things from the viewpoint of her multidimensional self, and she is then able to establish a connection between her current lower self, her higher self, and this new multidimensional being that she is creating. So that's kind of saying the exact same thing, actually. But, I mean, at this point, reading it along with you, I'm not entirely sure what their definition between multidimensional self and higher self, how it differentiates. Like literally they're putting it on a scale, so it's like lower dimensional self, multidimensional self, higher dimensional self. But I've always referred to like multidimensionalness as just like the everything, the all-encompassing. But it would make, you could say that there's, the simple way I would think of it is like two circles, right? So like lower self, higher self, Vesica Pisces, the thing in the middle is multidimensional self. Simple. You can visit your multidimensional self at any time, and you will find that this is quite beneficial to learning to live outside of time. And this is the realm in which your multidimensional self lives, in the higher dimensions outside of time. So it's kind of saying, it's kind of repeating itself, to be honest. So We, the Pleiadians, and all other higher dimensional star nations live outside of time as well. This is how we are able to see things that may not have yet occurred in your present timeline. We have access to all that is happening simultaneously. You too will be able to access this as you continue to grow into your multidimensional self. So again, that's pretty interesting, because that's referring to the idea that not all the star nations, but a good chunk of them literally have like ascended into the present awareness of higher dimensional beings, and it's hard for us to even fathom what that is fully like, other than the idea that it's outside of time. And it would, I imagine, see again, I imagine it would be similar to the dream space, but it may actually be a little bit more physical in some way or another. Yeah, like it's kind of a tricky thing to wrap your head around sometimes. But I guess the thing to keep in mind, though, is that not every single alien consciousness is in this higher dimensional place, which is where you get into the ideas of the Greys and the Dracos, the Draconians, and all sorts of other species that have been said to exist in different forms and different variations. So it's like the ones such as the Pleiadians, Arcturians, Syrians, and I mean, I gotta do my research and stuff too to get the full list, but they're the ones, for my best guess, who are the more like advanced other cultures out there, and they have like crazy technology that if you were to just looking at where we as humans are going, you could say like in another 1,000 years, how the hell would like surely we would get to some crazy stuff. I mean, like cars are driving themselves, like that's already happening, and things like that, you know, all sorts of stuff is happening all the time, and everything that's out there in culture is usually like, you know, there's usually something way more advanced that's hidden behind the scenes that's just not public.
Right.
So let me just jump ahead a bit.
I have a question before.
Sure, go ahead. Yeah.
Go ahead there. How do you spell Pleiadians? How you're saying it? Because somebody
Pleiadian. So Pleiadian.
Okay. The reason that I mentioned that is because while you were talking, I don't recall seeing or hearing about this except for, oh my God, how many years ago was it? 8 or 9 years ago. I found a ring, a silver ring in the snow. I was walking downtown Hamilton, and I found a ring, and I picked it up and I put it on, and it had a really cool symbol on it, and it was like actually it has the symbol that's tattooed on my neck with the moon and the star, except that it had other stars around it. And when I showed a friend of mine, he said, "Oh, that looks Pleiadian." And I was like, okay, whatever. I thought he meant like PlayStation, like something like a video game. I had no idea what he was talking about. And in that time, it just didn't occur to me that it meant anything else, right? We just started talking about something else. So it just clicked when you started talking about this. So now I want to find that ring, because I know I still have it somewhere. I want to show you guys what the symbol is. So I'm going to go find that like right now.
Cool.
All right.
Okay. If anybody else wants to jump in, go ahead, and I'll pick up on this whenever. But there's more to read here, so. Or if you guys want me to read, I can keep reading. Okay. Okay, I'll keep reading. So it says, again, so this is sort of instructions. It says, to connect in with us is the same process as connecting with your higher self and your multidimensional self. Simply say, I connect with the Pleiadian Council. Please connect with me. We will then introduce ourselves to those of us who have chosen to show up at that moment for you. We speak from a collective because our higher dimensional societies have a certain protocol of unity and oneness in which we function together for the higher good of the whole, for the good of all. This is why much of your Earth world is so foreign to us, for those of us who have never incarnated there, because we cannot conceive of a society that does not function for the good of all. So again, that's pretty interesting. It's talking basically about the idea that, you know, they're beyond the illusion of separateness, and their consciousnesses are actually sort of connecting beyond their physical body, and when they're communicating through like the astral realms, they're actually doing it as a collective. Much in the same way we see that, you know, insects and birds do as well. So it would make sense that we as humans could do that in some way or another. And also the idea that, again, it's like the affirmation that it's talking about is the permission aspect, because you read again about some of these alien consciousness, and they say that, you know, like we have like laws that we follow where we don't interfere with like the free will of other people, which is an interesting thing. And I think that's kind of what he's talking about. Like he says, because our higher dimensional society has a certain protocol of unity and oneness. So I mean, imagine if like that would be something that we could work towards as a society, where we actually had like protocols based on unity and oneness, and what that would mean. So it says, so Shai would probably be interested in this stuff, but I guess she's still looking for
I'm
her.
back.
You're back, okay. So it says, your Earth society is now in the process of moving towards this, and this process is accelerating rapidly as time goes on. I like how I had in quotes, because the higher frequencies around and within your Earth continue to raise in octave levels to be a higher and higher frequency. This is why your bodies often feel like they are humming, or you may hear a high frequency sound that seems like it is a ringing in the ears, but really it is just your minds, bodies, and souls connecting and becoming more and more aware of this higher vibrational frequency. It is also a sign that your mind, body, and soul are raising in frequency, which is a large part of your ascension process. The Council of Angels have described it in the past as harmonizing with higher dimensional frequencies. So, I mean, we can take a second to talk about that, but just looking back, I was just gonna say, all I was gonna say was that like earlier in the week my ears were ringing, and I was like, why the hell are my ears ringing? But now it's not there in the same way. So I guess I was just ascending.
I had that happen. I don't know if you guys noticed my exclamation point, but that happened to me.
Yeah, that happens to me too.
Yeah,
that happened to me a lot in the last few days, actually.
What I picked up from it was not only that, but the few astral projection experiences that I did have. That's explanation to me. That was validation. That was what I needed. That right there explained it to me. That's my truth that I just heard right there. What it was talking about, because the experience when I was about to, I guess, leave, what would happen was that there was this humming and my body would start vibrating. And when my body started vibrating, there would be this ringing in my ear that would get louder and louder. And as the ringing got louder, there was this feeling. It was almost like my whole body was shaking. And the ringing would almost get to the point to where it was so loud that it was overtaking me. And that would get to the point to where I got so scared that I would either let it happen, or B, snap back and try and wake myself up, because I knew that because I was in fear of what was going to happen once I let that consume me, because I didn't know if I was going to die. So hearing that just validated it for me. Right when you read that, I was like halfway listening, and then like my ears were like, boom, that's it. That's the truth that I needed to hear.
Yeah.
That's crazy. This is why I said, like, I need to do some investigating. Like, thank you for reading that. For you, I don't know, the synchronicity in that just sort of validated the whole thing on what I was talking about with trying to figure out the different things. And wow, that's crazy. That's amazing. I'm just happy I was able to hear that.
Me too. Oh my gosh. AJ, high five.
High five on that one.
Does everybody who's like in this chat like experience the ringing in the ears thing?
Yes.
Without it just being tinnitus?
Yeah.
Yes. I mean, if it's tinnitus, then it's tinnitus. But if it's not, then my God, something's happening.
Something's definitely happening.
Mine's been happening more this past week because of the vow of silence, and I think following that meditation that we had last Sunday, which was super intense. Wow. This whole week has been a lot of whenever I hear like certain words, and I wrote some of them down, actually. I wrote a lot of things down, but certain words would like either I would speak them or not speak them, I would read them, and then the word itself felt like it was glowing, and then I got this hum and like my ears ringing. And
yeah, I've done that.
Yeah, and it's been happening a lot more this week than ever before. So I think that the meditation plus I had a vow of silence going on all this past week, from Monday night until Friday night, technically, because I was attempting to do it until Saturday morning, but that didn't happen because there were too many cool people around and I wanted to talk. But I, you guys who have heard me speaking on here before, you know that I like to talk a lot. So, not that I like to talk a lot, I just end up talking a lot. But I was quiet all week, and a lot of really cool stuff came to me. Like I've got a lot of a lot of synchronicity and a lot of different and we were talking about the body hum and like the ringing in the ears. Does it change in frequency for you guys, or is it always like the same sort of tone that you get?
It's
I
usually
know
different.
Changes?
yeah, it changes.
I mean, that's why I noticed it because it was like obviously there one time, and I'm like, what the hell is wrong with my ears, right? But then like a few days later, it just went away. But there's still like slight hums, but not in the same way that it was like actually distracting me.
Well,
So
how about just is running the Kundalini energy through the chakras, doing a microcosmic orbit. A lot of times doing that in a figure 8, drawing the energy from the lower chakras to the higher, and then going through a figure 8 formation, and then over.
That's what I've been doing all week. I did it on the bus today.
That's why you're
yeah.
Indeed.
Yeah, and that's what I've been doing too and stuff. So
I was not even doing it like consciously. Well, I mean, I was sort of conscious of it, but not like, I'm gonna do this now and this is what it's gonna do. It was just I was sitting on the bus coming home from my friend's house. I went over for tea, and on the way home, I just started doing that, and then I realized like I had my eyes closed, and I realized I could hear every single conversation on the bus, and I could hear the reactions of the people who weren't speaking on the bus to the like 4 or 5 conversations going on, and I felt like I wasn't quite in my body, but it wasn't that I could just hear the conversations going on, because a lot of the times, if you're in a room full of people and there's like 4 or 5 conversations, they all sort of overlap and jumble and you don't really hear all the words. I was hearing every single word in I could follow every conversation like it was a little path of threads that I was just following along. If I wanted to switch to another one, I could start at the beginning of when I started to listen. And this was something that I thought about after I opened my eyes again. I was like, wait a minute, I thought I was just sleeping, but clearly I'm wide awake right now. Like, that was a really cool experience.
Yeah, I bet.
And I was only on the bus for like 15 minutes. Like, it was only a 15-minute bus ride from downtown, and it was just like, whoa. That was really cool.
That's awesome.
What are you reading from? What are you reading from? I really need to get this information, like either website or wherever.
So are you talking to me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll post a link into the live chat. So I mean, if you guys just want to browse through it there. I was just running searches the other day just on stuff. I mean, there's so much channeling and everything online that people post, which is the thing. Like, we have to use discernment. Some of it's ridiculous. Some of it's like people just making money. Some of it's just like people. I mean, that's the thing. Like, at what point is it like actually something legit? And at what point is somebody just like delusional? And what does delusional even mean, right? So I'll keep reading a little bit more, and then we can just talk about things here. So, So again, it was going back to the idea that with the Pleiadians, in this case, but I mean, it could be any other higher dimensional, like hive mind society, civilization, star nation, Pleiadians, Arcturians, Syrians, any of those. And it's saying that, again, you have to sort of like put forth permission to call them in. That's a big thing. So it says, so then after connecting in with us, you will meet those of us who choose. Oh wait. Okay. So then, after connecting in with us, you will meet those of us who choose to show up for this gathering, and may then ask that we assist you with a particular issue that you may have, whether it be physical, mental, emotional, or any type of issue that needs to be healed. We will then bring our higher dimensional ships to you. This is where it gets interesting. Into your etheric space, so to speak. You will see us in your mind's eye in this meditative state you are in, but will most likely not, quote-unquote, see us with your physical eyes until your vibrations are raised to a much higher frequency and until first contact has been made with your societies. Remember, we have also spoken in the past of the method in which we communicate is telepathy. So, therefore, this will be how we communicate with you during this meditative healing session. After connecting with us, being introduced to us, and then asking us for your assistance with healing, you will then sense us. You will then sense or see in your mind's eye that we have come into your space. You will feel our unconditional love and harmony surrounding you, and you may see, quote unquote, our airship our ship in a sort of translucent way, integrating into the room that you are in. So again, I mean, this stuff, if you were a skeptic, this stuff just sounds, it would be so easy to just brush this all off as just like ridiculous, right? But I think that's kind of like why there may actually be some plausibility to it, because it's just like literally saying that there's something like slightly outside of vibrational perception of reality. How do we prove that there isn't something outside of our slight vibrational perception of reality, right? The only way to like get stuck on the idea that there isn't is to believe that this perception of reality is the only one. But those of us who have experienced other states of consciousness know that that's obviously just isn't the case. You know, there's other states, there's other ways of perceiving. So I mean, I think it's interesting what they say that, you know, like you won't be able to see our spaceships until you match the vibrational frequency that allows you to see them. And I think that may actually have a lot of validity to that. I've always had this feeling that there's like a heck of a lot of like UFOs and starships like flying around the Earth. I mean, again, just an idea. And we just can't see them, but like they're actually there. And I know in like some ways that you can measure them. I've seen crazy videos of a guy with like night vision looking up at the sky, and you could just see like all sorts of movement that was happening. Maybe that was just space junk, but I mean at the same time, like it looked like it was like literal Star Wars stuff. And there was like footage from way back, and it looked like it was like two like ships like fighting each other that I saw on the internet.
Black and white NASA footage?
Stuff like I know that one. I mean, there's lots of that, but this was, I mean, yeah, just all sorts of stuff that's out there. But again, like, you know, I think that's an interesting thing, that like what's preventing us from seeing them is again like our vibration. So I mean, it all comes back to this. So I mean, that's the thing, you know, like if people really want to see aliens in this lifetime, then it takes like a little bit of like dedication towards making sure that you're ready to meet them halfway, so to speak, which is maybe why we're here, you know, like that's if I read further, it goes on. I'll just jump ahead a little bit. Let me just see, where's a great read?
May I say,
yeah, go ahead.
For me in dream state, there's been, I'm going to say there's been at least 7 lucid dreams that I can remember since the age of probably 5 till now, that I've had some sort of UFO encounter to where I remember the scenery about what happened. I remember being the last one that I had being probably like 2 years ago, to where I was in, there was a beach sort of that would, it was almost a rocky mountain beach, but I was on the top porch. Like if there was, I was on the upper level, and there was a wooden deck, and outside the wooden deck, I remember that it looked like it was overcast, and there were these 2 ships that came in, and the ships were able to morph and to change into different shapes, but the end shape that it came to being was almost like a longer, jagged. There was very sharp edges where it was almost like a triangular figure. But these 2 ships, when they came, I remember it was overwhelming, the energy and the dream that I remember, because it was sort of scary, because the way that it moved, and it worked with energy. So I don't know, it's hard to explain because it doesn't sound logical whenever I'm talking about it now. It just doesn't. It just doesn't. So, okay, so I'm trying to the best way possible. So I remember that the ships came, and when they came, there was this big, almost like this big energy burst that happened, that came off the ships. And when the energy burst happened, I remember it going through. Almost felt like I was being. The only word that comes to mind is rapture. Like it felt like my spiritual body, even though I'm in dream state, it felt like my body almost lifted up, projected back, and it was kind of overwhelming. And when I went down, I remember that almost like that was probing station that was way to see through me, and then all of a sudden the ship sort of went back and it went off. And I remember seeing the broken glass that was the window looking outside, and it then went into another dream. But it was just weird. Like it, but I mean, sort of talking about this information, my mind is now racing because now I'm trying to associate possibly this could possibly be some of the unexplainable things that I've seen in dreams. This is kind of putting it into a new perspective for me. So
yeah, like how plausible is it, or how common is it that like we're actually being communicated, you know, with aliens in our dreams, but maybe you know, and it's just not. It's true that it's not happening to all of us. You know, like because they're sort of the ones who are, they know like which ones are sort of like, again, able to sort of meet us halfway. And again, like that probably goes for like everyone who's watching this video. If for whatever reason you find yourself interested in the shift in consciousness, and that means that, you know, you're as consciousness choosing to sort of like seek these experiences, which is ultimately what I think all of us are doing. You know, we're seeking experiences. So I mean, I just wanted to say a shout out to Eddie in Australia. He's eating a sandwich and I'm eating a sandwich and we're both just like sitting there. It was kind of funny for a second. How's it going,
Hi
Eddie?
guys.
Hey man.
Pretty good.
Hey Eddie.
Cool.
How are we all?
Man, we were having some good conversation again about you know, just alien consciousness and multidimensional reality and everything like that. Last time you were on here and you and I were talking on here, you were talking a lot about like the archons and everything. Now, do you think like the archons are actually like an actual race of in the same way that the Octurians and Pleiadians are like a star nation, like they're actually a culture that has evolved, or are archons more of just like this like innate energy that sort of exists as an entity within like the astral space, and that is where like we commonly run into them? Or is there actually like a physical incarnation of the archons? And maybe if you just want to explain what the archons were again. But that was some really interesting stuff, actually.
Yeah, all right. I'll try and do my best. From what I understand, the word archon is similar to the word bad guys. So it doesn't specifically denote any type of alien as an individual or as a species. It's more like a negative agenda, you know, like the bad guys.
A coalition of villains.
It's like the word Illuminati. You know, it can be put towards many different people in many different ways. From what I understand about archons is that it could be in spirit form, or it could be in physical form, incarnated. But mostly from the studies that I've done with history, archons relate more to the grey alien species or the grey alien agenda. From what I understand is that they rule this planet secretly, and they do it via their technology. And they tend to, when you've never experienced telepathy, they tend to kind of put thoughts in your mind, and they've got technology where they can interact with your mind when you're asleep and dreaming. So they kind of make suggestions. They try and modify your behavior. They get you to point your belief system in a certain direction. And it's all done from a very advanced psychological point of view, where they'll never physically interact with us because we're superior to what they are physically, but mentally and with their technology they're superior to us. So if it came down to hand-to-hand combat, we'd kick their ass, you know. But if it came down to mental combat, then the opposite's true. They're much stronger than what we are mentally, but we're much stronger than they are physically. And I've had a couple of interactions in the dream space, so to speak. You know, when I'm asleep. I remember the first time a grey alien. It's like a virtual reality when you're dreaming compared to the spirit world. I don't understand it fully. Dreaming and that environment that your consciousness is in is very much like a virtual reality rather than a real reality like what we are or where the spirit world is when you open your third eye up. And it still serves purpose, you know. It's like a simulator. It's a virtual world, and you can explore your own subconscious mind, and the limits there are less than our world or the spirit world. So you can do a lot more things with your imagination and actually draw wisdom from it. The first time a grey alien interacted with me, because they're very keen. Their agenda is about suppression of consciousness more than anything. They don't want us to come into our power. They don't want us to wake up. They don't want us to realise who we really are, because when that happens, it makes their job a lot harder to rule over us. And they seem to have ruled over us for thousands and thousands of years. And it's got to do with a multi-dimensional agenda. It's about emotional energy more than anything.
Eddie, I have a question about the Greys. Is that what you were talking about? Is the Greys right now?
Yeah, they're really the only bad guys that I've interacted with.
That correlates directly with something that my passenger told my friend while he was while I was channeling it, I think. That let me just read this here because I saved the conversation. This part of it I knew was still here. It says the Greys are hired help. Basically, galactic mercenaries. They do what they're told by whoever has something to offer them.
Oh my! You guys have to go see Jupiter Ascending, because like in the movie, the Greys are in it, and like it actually depicts them that way.
Does it really?
Yeah,
Wow.
like straight up. Like I should
crazy.
refill my conscious review of that movie. I've just been busy with a few other things, but like in the movie, there's like these other star nations. They're not called Octurians or Pleiadians, and it's not really multi-dimensional. It doesn't really get into that. Everything's quite physical. But there's the Greys, and there's also the Draconians. Like there's literally like the 7-foot tall like reptile guys with wings. Which, if you read some reports, people will talk to you about like how like this is actually a physical like real species that does exist. And I've heard some like crazy stories and everything, and like stuff with like underground bases and governments being like in league with them. And again, it's just like, if it's real, then how has it been hidden? At this point, I think it's pretty obvious that like hiding stuff isn't as difficult as we've commonly been led to believe, and especially if the Greys have anything to do with it, because maybe even in the movie the Greys used they had like a Men in Black like memory eraser thing. They could manipulate memory. So I mean, maybe that's actually like part of what happens. Like our memory is so frail. It would make sense that if you're gonna manipulate something, it could be that. But
I wonder, is that movie still playing? Because I still want to go see it.
It's still playing.
It is.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah. But yeah, Eddie, thanks for sharing that.
Yeah, no, that's cool. I'll add one other thing to it. About the Greys. If the humans on this planet could strengthen our consciousness as a collective, as a group, rather than just having individuals that are very powerful with their third eye and interacting in the spirit world, which are far and few between. But if we could come up together more stronger, the grey aliens would actually align themselves with us, because we would be able to defend their physical existence against against the physical beings that are basically have enslaved them, and that's the draconian side of things. But I know in the first grey alien in my dream, you kind of got to think of them. They use their technology to interact in our dreams. So it's kind of like they're putting on a special helmet or something, say for instance, and they'll tune into your consciousness, your frequency while you're asleep, and they can enter that virtual world, which is your mind, while you're unconscious. And the first one came into my dream disguised as one of my best friends from when I was a child. They didn't present themselves in their true form. They tried to befriend me as my friend from childhood. But because of this whole Trinity thing I've got going on with this goddess spirit and this god spirit, you know, where I share my body with these higher beings, they see straight through that. Their technology is nothing compared to these spirits, and they revealed it to me in the dream that I wasn't talking to my best friend. I was talking to a grey alien disguised as my best friend. And straight away, the conversation that they were leading, I stopped and I said, "I know who you are. You know, you can't bullshit to me." And I freaked them out because they weren't aware that my consciousness was strong enough to actually realize that they were using technology inside my dream. It's crazy, crazy stuff to get your head around. But then a few nights later, it happened again, but this time they didn't bother disguising themselves. They came in their true grey alien form. And they usually come in pairs. They don't have a lot of courage. And I remember being inside a house or something, and there was a knock on the door. You know, they didn't want to just show up. They kind of tried to do things accustomed that would make me feel comfortable. You know, they wanted to do it our way, so I would befriend them. But they're tricksters. Don't get me wrong. They're like geniuses playing with babies. That they will do everything that needs to be done to win your positive feedback when really they're serving their own agenda and they just want you on side with them, and their agenda ultimately is to suppress us. It's not to enlighten us. So at this point in time, if you have an opportunity to interact with a grey alien in your dream space or physically, as kind of odd as that might sound, because they don't really do that, they're not there to help you. They're there to deceive you and to trick you. And the very first thing that happened when they knocked on the door, I opened the door, you know, said hello, and because of I'm sharing my consciousness with these other spirit, or sharing my body with these other spirits, this goddess that I know, she kind of appeared in my dream instantly, and she killed them. And, you know, so they died. And I think they didn't die physically, but it created a lot of mental or emotional trauma for them. So they had to kind of jump out of my dream because they no longer existed within it. And then a few nights later after that, they came back again because that was... they came to an understanding that I was different. I wasn't a normal human. I've got this Trinity thing going on. And what they did there, it's kind of like they upped the power on their technology, and they presented themselves to me within a dream that was within a dream that was within a dream. It seemed to amplify the effects of them trying to interact with me, because I was like fully weirded out and confused by it all. And they also presented themselves as giants. So they were like 10 times bigger than what I was, rather than half the size the first time then when they tried to come in their true form. And this time they were just standing at a distance. They wouldn't get close because they knew if they did, it would probably be over for them. And they were just waving at me, trying to say hello, and yeah, this goddess wouldn't have a bar of it, you know, and she just ended the dream straight away. And it's really weird when you have one of these virtual reality alien simulated dreams rather than just a normal dream, when you awaken from it, you're lying in your bed, and it's a really strange feeling. It's more than a lucid dream. It's like the next level up from a lucid dream, and you just left there with a feeling of that was really weird and that was really real and something strange happened, and you can't explain it. But all I really perceive from the grey aliens is, at this point in time, the level or the power of their consciousness versus the level or power of human consciousness is like chalk and cheese. You know, it's like us walking into a paddock full of cows and trying to have a conversation with them. You know, you'll get their attention. They'll know you're there, but you can't consciously or proactively do anything with the interaction. You know. It's really odd. You can't even find words to describe the difference in the power of their mind versus the power of our mind. Like, we're cavemen, and then
yeah, I've had an experience with the Grey as well, and that's the impression that I came away with too. Their mental ability far surpasses human mental ability. It's just like amazing. Like, what happened with me was I was in a lucid dream, and then I like astral projected out of my dream, and then I came across a Grey which was totally ignoring me, and something in me just decided to try and attack it. But before I could even like do anything, it stopped me with its mind. Like it was able to stop me from touching it, and I got this sense like, what the hell do you think you're doing? Like, you're an idiot. Anyway.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
it just like, so at that moment, it was like, I'm in control, and it just was like, you're no longer welcome in this space, and it just pushed me back in my body. It's like,
yeah. They're so powerful in a mental aspect that the power of human consciousness at this point in time is nothing. It's really nothing. We're like chickens versus foxes, or you know, we're the prey and they're the predators. It's only when you start to open your third eye, project your consciousness into the spirit world, you use Ormus or white powder gold, you know, start to amplify your emotional energy, and the power of your consciousness starts to come up. And then you get telepathy working, so you can actually communicate faster. It's like dial-up versus broadband on the internet. You know, there's so many more things you can do that are just impossible if you don't have telepathy working. And even like with me, I've had telepathy working for 4 years now, and had this Trinity thing working for about 3 years. The power of my mind as an individual without their assistance is exactly the same as everyone else's. We're very, very weak in this point in time, and you have to. We're kind of like pets. You know the difference between a dog and a cat and a human. You know, we're pets for these creatures. They can do whatever they want to us, just like we can do whatever we want to our pets. And even though we're self-aware and we're conscious, you know, and you can think and have an imagination to a higher degree than a cat or a dog, that the level of separation between the power is kind of like that, you know. And it's only there's only one option I see available at the moment from everything I've studied, and it's resurrecting this Trinity alliance. And yet there's kind of like, I think most people that are spiritual or holistic, you know, you've got this duality principle. We know that there's two of everything. And technology, everything that we use that's helped us survive, every single form of technology has come from alien Archon agenda. So everything we hold near and dear to us, our mobile phones, our computers, our transport, you know, cars, planes, buses, boats, everything that's technology based is in alignment energetically with the Archon agenda. And it's really hard to understand that consciousness, like pure consciousness, the power of consciousness, you don't need any technology. You don't need anything, because your mind becomes so powerful that you start to perceive reality in a completely different retrospect, and you can instantly manifest whatever you want. You start to, it's like the Matrix movie, you know, you can instantly have whatever you want. It's this, where we are now, incarnated in this part of reality. It's just a virtual reality. It's a virtual simulator, and when you get your mind working properly, your consciousness powered up, you can play around in this world like Neo plays around in the Matrix, and you can have a telepathy connection back to the spirit world and say, upload me with this information and give me this item or whatever you want, you know, and then, and only then, do you start getting to a level or where you can interact and dominate these archons rather than the other way around, you know. And while we are the way we are, you know, we're trapped, we're entombed in the Matrix. You know, you've got to learn how to get out of it and then just come back into it, but with a communication link, a telepathy link, and to these spirits that are known as gods and goddesses, that the context is totally misunderstood until you meet one and talk to one, and they start guiding, helping you, and teaching you. And you witness miracles, and you witness instant manifestations, and you see things that just blow your mind that you couldn't even think are real. And even when you see it, you're just left scratching your head. You're like, what? I remember one day I was in a car park down a shopping centre, and this woman was walking towards me, and she captured my attention. I'd never seen her before, ever. And she looked me square in the eye, and she disappeared. Like, she just turned into nothing. She just disappeared. She was just gone. She was there. She was there 1 second. This really beautiful, physical woman that you would just think is a normal human being. And as soon as our eyes met, and she knew that I was looking at her, and she had my attention, she just went poof, just disappeared like a magician. And it was really strange. I've only ever seen that happen once on TV, and I saw Dynamo do it. And it's, how do you explain that? I witnessed it, and it still blows my mind. It's been 4 years. I think about it all the time. And, you know, they're the spirits, they're the humans that have got the power to kind of dominate over archons, you know. Until we can do those things, we don't even believe in them. And even when you witness it, you still can't even believe it. You know, it's really strange. I think over the next 10, 20 years, a lot of things are going to come to the surface about what reality actually is, the power of consciousness, extraterrestrials, grey aliens, the history of this planet,
Wow.
the fact that there's two Earths, there's not one Earth. You know, there's a higher dimensional Earth and there's a lower dimensional Earth, and we share the same space, just separated by frequency. You know, you open your Go on.
I was just saying, like,
I do get it.
Yeah, man. Like, oh, I dig it too. Like, it got me thinking of a couple things, because I mean, I've always sort of had this idea that, you know, maybe there is almost like a quarantine around Earth or something, or like a vibrational quarantine or something that's sort of like slowing down all the other aliens from just like getting too involved with us. But at the same time, going back to what we were talking about earlier with like the star nations of the higher dimensional councils and Octurians and Pleiadians and stuff, like if they're that advanced, and obviously they must know about the Greys, and maybe they have some interaction, like maybe there's some like crazy, like almost like spy movie stuff, crazy space missions going on where like we're actually being saved and being protected by like other like archons and stuff, and don't even fully realize it. You know, there's a lot of stuff like happening behind the scenes just for us to be able to live in this like illusion of bliss that's maintaining this unique lesson that we're learning. But ultimately, like the Octurians and Pleiadians and stuff, they want us to be able to do a lot of it ourselves because they know that that's like where our growth is and everything. So I mean, with all the stuff that with Eddie's saying, I think some people could hear that and it could like bother them, you know. It would just be like, well, what am I, you know, I don't want to dream anymore because I might dream of grays or something. But at the same time, like I think there's like actually practical techniques that we could use almost from a perspective of like psychic self-defense, and it does come in play with understanding how dimensions work, and again like evoking things. I mean, it's crazy. If you want to keep it simple, you can keep it simple. But at the same time, if you like want to go deeper, like you can almost like start like perceiving things from this story of this like multi-dimensional war that's going on. But it's not like a war. It's like a consciousness doing its thing type of thing. It's not a good or bad, but it is like this. If the grays are anything, they're the same energy that I've talked about before, that I've referred to as like Agent Smith. And you see it in again, you see it in Cloud Atlas, which is by the same people who did the Matrix, but it's that
Georgie boy.
Yeah, it's that energy where like as consciousness is trying to wake up, there's like this other force from the universe that's trying to hold it back. But in the process of holding it back, like the dirt on top of the seed, that's where it gets its strength. And like without that, it would just like explode in a ridiculous way that wouldn't sustain itself or something. So I mean, if anything, the grays are just that. So again, like transcending fear would be the way how to get past the grays. And for the only way for them to like really take advantage of us is for us to sort of like forfeit our power to them and sort of like fall into their illusion, and so instead of like mastering our own space. So mastering our own space is like that's like a huge thing, I guess. What do you guys think? Just whatever's on your mind right now.
I have to tell you guys, I don't know if you saw the text that I posted right there, but when Eddie came into the conversation, my text came back. It went back to what it was before. I've been reading over it while you guys were talking, and I only got like marginally a little bit of what you were talking about, but I've been just reading it over, and it's blah. Talking about the aliens and what they use for different terminology for interacting with us. What they refer to, like what we refer to as like channeling or like a walk-in or something, they call infusion. They can time travel. Like there's a lot of cool stuff that I'm reading in here. That there was a question that he asked me. He says, to discover time travel, does it have something to do with altering the frequency on the atomic level in an area and aligning it to a frequency of another place or time, or do they work on a different frequency that we do? And I was apparently arguing with my passenger in my brain. It says it's slightly removed but the same. So I don't know if that means out of time or just on a higher or lower frequency. There's so much stuff in here. I want to share this with you guys, but there's a lot of like, I don't know. We have like two conversations going at once, so it's kind of confusing. So I'm trying to like sift out the actual conversation between him and what I was channeling for information, I should say. But there are some things that I don't even know. I can't even. There's so much going on right now. It's a law, an agreement of people. It says, is it a law, an agreement of people, or a physical impossibility to do otherwise, as far as introducing like aliens introducing themselves to us? So there's like rules that they have to follow. When it comes to interacting with us.
I don't think there's any rules. The first
no, I mean for them, they have rules. That's what I was. Is that they have certain rules that they go by, like certain ones, like the ones that I was interacting with, or as they put it in Fusion. So those specific ones were researchers that I was interacting with, and they have rules. They're like scientists, basically.
Well, yeah, I think when you're talking about an advanced civilization, you have to use your imagination a bit too, because it's never really going to happen as an individual. You just kind of got to think what ifs. if you're an advanced civilization, say you're a million years in advance, you can travel around the universe. What purpose is it going to serve your civilization as a group, as a collective, to interact with, say, us humans here at our stage of development? What could we offer them that they don't already have or know about? And it's probably nothing apart from friendship. They could simply present themselves and then say, "Hey guys, we exist." That's probably the limit of the interaction. They're not going to give us advanced concepts because we'd more than likely turn it into some form of weapon. They're not going to give us advanced philosophies because we probably wouldn't be able to comprehend the information. You know, why are you still a physical species that can't even communicate with telepathy? You're using words to communicate, using sound and to communicate. It's very, very primitive and it's very, very slow. And we don't have the cognitive ability to even have a simple conversation, like an in-depth conversation with an advanced culture. You know, they're going to do things. They're going to create events that's going to spark our imagination. That's going to wake us up a little bit to new ideas, and then see what happens with that. You know, they'll kind of point us in the right direction secretly, and see what we do with it.
That sort of sounds like, it kind of reminds me of the conversation we were having before you got here, actually, about how when people ask me questions about certain things and I just sort of open my mouth and words come out and they make sense, like I'm sort of channeling just conscious information from somewhere, and it gives them a bit of information, but the way that I say it is just, here is info, now you do whatever you're going to do with it. And there's no there's no personal bias, like this is what I think you should do, this is what, here's the info, have fun with that kind of vibe. So
Yes.
that's sort of like, it's like, let's see what you can do with that, but I'm not going to give you my opinion of what you should or shouldn't do.
Yeah, it's a no strings attached conversation in the simplest retrospect that they can get across. And they want you to develop your own ideas and your own consciousness and rise up and have your own sense of empowerment. We, as a collective species on this planet, we still believe in silly concepts like nations. We have these invisible borders and we fight each other over silly things. We haven't even come to an understanding that we're all human. We have this racial divide, cultural divide, economic divide. We haven't even got to a point where we acknowledge each other as equal yet on a global scale. Sure, a lot of individuals do, but the politicians don't, the leaders don't. The CEOs of the biggest multinational corporations don't. We believe in concepts like money, this invisible ones and zeros on a computer screen that drive our sense of morality and evolution. And we're as advanced as we are on the generations that have come before us, we've got a long way to go before we reach a baby stage of enlightenment as a collective. We could stop spending so much money on militaries and feed everyone on the planet. We could reintroduce free energy like Nikola Tesla invented 100 years ago. Just draw electricity out of the ionosphere, and there's so many more things we could do, but we don't. We bicker and we fight and we hold on to darkness and negative emotions, and we try and bash each other to have superiority. And whoever's got the biggest gun is like in 1,000 years ago, whoever had the biggest sword. And it's just real backwards hick mentality, and it's ingrained in our cultures, in the leading nations on the planet. all through Europe and Russia and America, and you know, it's
Do you think the archons have anything to do with that?
yeah, everything. That's what I was saying before. Every single form of technology on this planet that's outside of a human body, everything is generated from an archon subliminal influence.
Okay.
And we're addicted.
I would like to ask about future aspects of transhumanism, post-humanism, augmentation for humans. Good thing, in your opinion? Bad thing? Questionable? If that's even going to happen.
Yeah. Well, for a start, we're not even human. You know, you have to acknowledge that.
Right.
The human body is a vessel for consciousness or a spirit type form consciousness to exist inside of. And you think of your body like you think of a car, you know, and you can modify cars, you can make them faster, you can make them look nicer, you can make them stronger. You know, you can modify human bodies as well. It's all in our DNA, and we'll figure that out eventually. But it's the vessel. That's all it is. It's just a vessel. Every single creature that's incarnated, it's a vessel. It doesn't matter what it is. And it just has a different power of consciousness and different instincts, different feelings, and different. You know, we're in the matrix. We're in a virtual reality, and we can do whatever we want when we're here. But you only become self-aware of that when you learn to get out of your body. You know, and you really only do that when you open your third eye and you drink ayahuasca or you smoke DMT or something, and it releases your Kundalini and it shifts your consciousness out of your body. And I don't know, it's really hard to explain with words. It's something you have to experience. You know, it's like that pyramid. You know, the all-seeing eye at the top of the pyramid. That's full Illuminati, full Archon agenda, and the whole planet is addicted to it. And it's all we know. We don't even have an idea of what the opposite is. And even when you explain it as a story like I am, open your third eye, get out of your body, go back in the spirit world, explore the higher dimensional aspects of this planet where there's a global civilization that's 1,000,000 years more advanced than us, that all the aliens, that's who they interact with. That's where the real leadership of this planet exists. We're just the babies. This is just a holiday. Where you come when things get too stressed out for you in the spirit world, you incarnate and you stay here for 100 years. Maybe if you're lucky, and you have a holiday. You just chill out. It's just that we've reached a stage of awareness now where we're starting to figure out that we're more than what we think we are, and we ponder and we question, and it can draw up a lot of negative emotion. If you're 35 onwards, and you start thinking about these concepts and then reflect on how you've lived your life through a state of ignorance, you might regret a lot of the decisions that you've made to get you where you are. And you should never do that. You should never have any regrets. You should never have any guilt. We're all on this journey of trying to become self-aware, and you learn from your mistakes. It's the best way.
Thank you for saying that. I think that that is a very important part of becoming aware. I think that when you walk through the state of consciousness where you start waking up, I think that a lot of people do look, and I'll speak only for myself. I mean, looking back, it's like, oh my gosh, why was I in that for so long? Why didn't I see this clearly at that time? Instead of saying, okay, well, I had these experiences because maybe that's relatable for somebody else going through a situation, or maybe I had to have that experience to kind of fine tune something that might happen future. You know, like, and so not looking at it necessarily as a negative thing is a good thing.
Yeah, you've got to take every experience you've had in your life, you know, as a positive. You know, you might have done things that you reflect on now, and you know, oh, I shouldn't have done that. But you use that to keep you headed in the right direction for the future.
Right.
You know, and without darkness, you'll never respect the light. You know, without having a few bad experiences, you'll never truly appreciate the good ones. You know, without a little bit of suffering, you'll never really appreciate, you know, comfort and love. And it's character building too. You know, the people that tend to have the biggest sense of empathy have usually suffered most and realise the right things to do because they want to avoid repeating that suffering. You know, when you're rich and you're famous and the world is served up to you on a platter and everyone just wants to do everything for you, you know, you start to think, hey, hang on a minute, I'm awesome, you know. And when you remove that fame, you remove that money, and you just get down to the core of who that person is, most of these people are really shallow. They don't have anything. And you know, it's the people that have got no material possessions that usually have the strongest characters, that have the strongest sense of empathy, you know, and they're the best people to be friends with because they'll always be there for you no matter what. Because and you come up together. It's I don't know. I don't have the right words to explain my feelings.
No, that's perfect. You
It's
actually
well said. Yeah,
you
yeah.
actually explained it really well. Because
right.
I've while you were talking about that, I was just thinking of that's myself. That's me. I've lived through a lot of horrible things, and I never want to see that kind of suffering on anybody else. So, like,
and I can add something to it. To be like that, to be self-aware of empathy, and to avoid suffering and projecting suffering on others through your own attitude, is to go against the Archon agenda, and they won't have anything to do with you because it serves them no purpose. They'll go to the rich people, they'll go to the CEOs, they'll go to the politicians because they can project a thought or a feeling into their body, and that can then be amplified because they're in a position of dominance over so many other people. You know, that's that pyramid agenda. There's less at the top that influence everyone at the bottom, and it creates so much suffering. The people at the top live a good life, but it's on the back of everyone else. They have to enslave basically everyone else to have what they've got, and you can reverse it. This is what I'm starting to learn from interacting with this goddess, is that rather than thinking of a symbol like the all-seeing eye at the top of a pyramid, think of as the all-seeing eye in the center of a circle. You know, and if you're in the circle, you're equal. You know, you've got the same wisdom, the same knowledge, the all-seeing eye. You know about all the greatest spiritual concepts that have been around for thousands and thousands of years. But you're sharing it openly rather than suppressing it and enslaving everyone else. And that way you can destroy the Archon agenda, and you can create liberation and liberty and freedom for our species rather than just a small fraction of people within it. You know, we would get rid of the concepts like Wall Street and CEOs and groups, small groups of people that control the lives of thousands and thousands of people. We'd place the higher value on individual self-empowerment rather than enslaving the dummies. You know, smart people would start to help dumb people instead of enslaving them and living off the backs of their labour. And you you really see things for what they are. The human vessel that we exist inside of is the most powerfulest technology in the whole universe. And at the moment, we're turned down on the lowest setting. We're a fraction above just basic survival instincts. You know, and when you learn to turn your power setting up a little bit, your mind becomes stronger, and you learn to share your body openly with other spirits, and you have conversations with telepathy, and you witness miracles and instant manifestations, and it just changes everything. It changes absolutely everything, you know, and you wouldn't need to go to work anymore. You wouldn't need money anymore. You wouldn't need hospitals anymore. We could explore the universe. You wouldn't need to go to school anymore. You could just upload information straight into your mind. What takes 12 years at school, you could have in 2 seconds.
Oh my god, I'm laughing because all these things that you're saying, these are all things that I've been living and trying to live, like without money and without really working and without, like, I don't get sick, and I don't know, it's connecting.
And it's fantastic. You enjoy nature. You enjoy the planet that you're on. You know, you'd go outside and you'd walk through a forest, and you could smell things and you could feel things, and you would realize that everyone else in the spirit world can't do that, and you're on holidays from that, and that's your experience. You know, this is why we're here. We're here to reach down and feel the dirt and to pat a horse or really simple nature hippie things, you know. That's kind of where the group that it's been put into, you know. But it's doing it intelligently and with purpose and with reason, you know, and it's realizing why and how, and you only get that perspective when you offset it from knowing what it's like outside of your body. And then when you're in your body, you're like, oh, I'm in my body. I can feel things. I can touch things. I can smell things. I can taste things. I can do. I've got these wonderful experiences that we take for granted every day, that millions and millions of spirits in the higher dimensional aspect of this planet can't do. They're begging to jump inside a body and have have that experience for themselves. I remember one night I was playing around with ayahuasca, and this spirit that I was talking to in the spirit world said to me, "Can I come inside your body?" And I said, "Yeah, jump in, man. Come inside." You know? and then so he's like, "Yeah, sweet." I don't know how he did it, but he did it. He's like, "Yeah, sweet." But he asked my permission first, and he's inside my body, and he's moving my arms, and it's really weird when something else is moving you. And
yes, it is.
And then he starts laughing, and he was enjoying the sensation and the feeling from a physical body, just laughing, the simplest things that just we don't even think about. This guy was getting off on. He's like, ha, 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 he's making me laugh. And then he made me laugh so hard that I started gagging, and I'm like, and I'm like, dude, I'm like, get out of my body, you're messing me up. And he's like, sorry man, I just got a bit carried away there. This guy, so he jumps out of my body. He's like, "Thanks, man. That was the best experience ever." And I'm like, "Yeah, no worries." And then this other girl that was in the room, she's like, "I want to go." And I'm like, "All right, come on, then come in my body." And so this female spirit comes in my body, and she was like, "You feel them, you know, you're sharing your spirit and your soul with them." And she was the most delicate, beautiful feeling. Like, it was just the most, I can't explain. It was just like awesome. It was like two hearts just combining into one feeling. And I just said, I'm like, "I love you. You're so awesome." And she's like, "I haven't even done anything." And I'm like, "Yeah, but I can feel your heart." And then she goes, "All right, I want to do something to your body so I can feel it." And I'm like, "Yeah, all right, do whatever you want." And she starts controlling my body, and she starts doing this. She goes, just moving my lips and making that noise because she was so gentle and delicate, and that was like a real buzz for her, and it was just like the best, and and then she said, "All right, I've had enough. See you later," and she jumped out of my body, and then kind of my third eye closed, and I lost the connection, the vision went away, and I'm just like sitting in the room with some of my friends, and I'm just like, you're not gonna believe what just happened. That was just, and I told the story like I just said to you, and they're like, man, you're such a tripper, and like you'd never believe it until you experienced it for yourself, and it's just the best. It's just a total different perspective on what it is to be human, and then you kind of the next day you get up and you go back to work. I work in a factory, and I push buttons on a computer, and I make things out of metal, and I'm watch the clock, and I make money by the hour, and it's just like just bullshit, and I tell my friends and stuff at work, I'm like, oh, I did this cool stuff, and they call me an alien fucker, and they don't even know, they just think it's stupid, and they're just like, they can't even think of it as a reality, as real. They just think I'm completely nuts. And,
you know what?
So
that story. Sorry to interrupt you, Eddie.
You're alright. I get a bit carried away too.
Your story is like it. I was downtown tonight, like waiting for the bus to come home from my friend's house, and I had been downtown. Like when I was on my way there, I was waiting for a bus for a little bit, and there was this guy downtown who was doing some weird stuff, and the reason I noticed that he's doing weird stuff is because I do weird stuff too. So I was like, oh, what's this guy doing? But there are a lot of people downtown who are on, a lot of substances that I don't know what they're doing. But like this guy was having a blast, whatever he was doing. At the time when I saw him earlier tonight, before I was on my way home, he was laughing, and he kept going into doorways of different stores and places and just laughing, and he was looking at his shoes. And he was just having a great time. And then I was like, okay, this is guy's, he's on something, and maybe he's seeing some stuff that's there that nobody else can see right now. It could legit be there, but we can't see it, right? But this guy can see whatever's going on. So I just sort of, didn't really think too much of it. And then I got on the bus and I went to my friend's house. And on the way home tonight, I stopped in the store because it was really cold out and I wasn't wearing enough clothes because it was like really hot today, and then, I wasn't prepared. So I'm standing inside. And I see him again, and he comes to the doorway of the store, and he's just laughing, and he's dancing. And Brendan knows how big it is. It's not very big. It's like 2.5 feet wide, maybe. This guy is like doing like a full-out native powwow dance in the middle, like right in the doorway, laughing at his shoes. And I was just like, this guy, wow, I want to know what's up. Like, it was hours. Like, I'm talking like 4 hours or so from the time I saw him the first time. So I was like, I got to come outside. But he's standing right there at the door, and I'm like, I'm not sure what's going to happen. I don't want to interrupt his dancing because he's having such an awesome time. Like, he's clearly having an awesome time. And so I went. Like acid. Well, I went over to the door, and as I was walking towards the door, all I hear is, "That is really wild." And I look up, and he's staring right at me, and he's just like, "Wow." I'm like, I'm not saying anything. I'm just looking right at his eyes, and his eyes looked like stars. They looked like he was like I was looking into the stars, like up into space, like black and specks and stuff. And I was like, okay, that's really cool. So I reach for the door, and as I reach for the door, he grabs the door and he pulls it open for me, and he speaks to me like he's like totally normal. Like he's like, hey. I'm like, hey. He's like, have a nice day, and then he closes the door for me, and then he dances down the street. And I was just like, wow. So your story about the them coming in and making noises and moving your body around and laughing, like that just reminded me of this guy tonight on the way home.
I would say that there was probably a spirit or two that was jumping in and out of his body, and was doing the most simplest things, but enjoying it to the highest extreme.
Oh yeah, for sure.
And when you're the driver of your body, you know, when you own this vessel, and you allow these other spirits to come and go as they please. No, it's such a buzz for them because most of them don't want to own their own vessel. They just want to kind of jump in and jump out. You know, they
That's
might
like
stay
me
for
with a
5 minutes. They might
Corvette.
stay for 10 minutes.
I don't want to own a Corvette, but I love to drive one. Like, be awesome, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and it's the same type of concept. It's a different style of thinking. It's a different perception, and it's in its infancy at the moment. We're only just starting to realise that these things are tangible and they're real. You know, you hear it or you see movies or stories about demonic forces and demons possessing your body, and you need an exorcism to get them out. You know, but you never hear the opposite of all the good ones. You know, and a lot of the time, if you've opened up the right energetic, you know, your chakras, or you've had some type of psychedelic, that's what usually opens up the channels for you, or the energy. And so you now, rather than having like a locked door, you've got an unlocked door, and the bad spirits, they'll come into you and they won't even ask permission, you know, but they're really attracted to a similar energy too, so you've got to be kind of pretty messed up and open. But if you're like the people in this group, you know, like we're all us talking now, you have a good sense of empathy, you're reasonably intelligent, you know how to fit in, you know, you keep your family and your friends close, you have a positive outlook, you know, you're not destructive, you try and be constructive and try and help people, then that energy surrounds you, and that bad spirits won't come anywhere near you because it doesn't complement who they are. So it'll attract good spirits, you know, and if you've got a telepathic link or a connection open, you've had a few psychedelic substances and you've opened up the channels and you are self-aware that these experiences are real rather than just imaginary, some of these spirits will reach out to you and they'll try and talk to you, and you know, that's where you get the channeling from, and then it can go to the next stage where they'll actually jump inside your body and they'll move you around, and they'll do it in the yeah, and they will, and they usually do it in the most delicate way. They'll do it in a very gentle way because they don't want to generate fear. They don't want to scare you. No, I know one time years and years ago, I bought myself a very special quartz crystal. I think it costs about $700 on the internet, and yeah, it was from the Himalayas, and it was
worth it.
It was, and I remember on the website. Yeah.
I was playing with that one before.
I remember on the website that was selling it, there was no photo. They basically just had a description. They said it's a quartz crystal. It's from the Himalayas. It's very old, and it's been programmed with ancient knowledge. And it's even though it's quartz, it's the information that's inside the quartz that generates its value, and they're hard to come by. Thus, the $700. And I'm like, yeah, all right, fair enough. And so I saved up I kind of just went with it because I've been playing around with DMT and I knew all these things were real, so I was aligned with that perception, and so I was willing to pay that type of money for a piece of quartz so I could just go down to my local crystal shop and get for $10. But it was where it came from. It was the information that was inside it that was unique. And so it arrived in the mail, and I remember looking at it and thinking, oh, you know, this isn't anything spectacular. And then one night I started I was going to do some magic, my shaman magic, and open up my third eye. And I usually smoke a bit of green beforehand just to get the anxiety down, to get nice and relaxed and calm. And when you're kind of a little bit stoned, your memory's not that great, you know. And so I just spent all this time, waited for this crystal to come, and I had it on my bench, just sitting there, and I knew I had to hold it close to my body when I opened up my third eye to kind of get that energetic connection so I could get into the information that was inside the crystal. And I totally forgot. I went outside to kind of do my magic, and I forgot the crystal. I left it on the bench because I was so stoned. And then all of a sudden, I remember standing there. I'll stand back a bit. You can probably see me. My hands are down by my side, and then I bought this special pouch that had a necklace thing on it too that I was going to put it in so it would sit over my heart. And I'm walking outside, just going to my garage, getting ready to smoke and stuff. And then all of a sudden my hands moved by themselves, just like that. They come from my sides and they came up to my chest. And I'm like, whoa, what was that? Something just moved me. And I remember I put my head down to where my hands were because it just startled me. I was wondering why my body moved without me actually moving it. And then straight away the memory in my mind, it's like, dude, where's your crystal? and so I stopped walking out to the garage and I walked back inside and I grabbed my crystal and I put it on and then I went back outside. And yeah, it's really strange when you open up these connections, these channels that it's fantastic. It's so positive. It's so loving, and there's so many spirits that want to interact with us that will act like your big brother or your big sister, or they're aligned with who you are, with your energy, and they want to help you and they want to guide you and they want to educate you and they want to reveal things to you. They want your perception to grow. And so when you interact with other people that are still asleep and have absolutely no idea of these possibilities, that you can have small, subtle conversations and say, stop looking over here and look over here, and and view the beauty of nature. I look at things now so different. I look at a bird just in a tree, and I think there's a spirit inside that bird driving that vehicle. How cool would it be to jump out of your body and into their body and just go for a fly around the neighborhood instead of needing to walk or get in a car or something? Imagine if you could fly like a bird and you could go around and poop on people and stuff. You could do the coolest things and no one would even know. It'd be like, damn, that bird just shit on me, and you'd be like, yeah, that was me. You can mess things up. There's so much fun waiting to be had, but
What is that?
Shiny.
we're just
What is it?
babies. We really are.
What is that, Brendan?
Sorry, I didn't want to interrupt. No, that's.
You start waving shiny stones around. We're gonna get distracted.
Well, I have to, actually. I should be leaving soon because I have to get up early. So we can keep this going. But I'll just show you guys what I got. So these are the two that I wrapped while we were doing our thing. So that's blue tiger eye.
It's called Hawk's Eye.
Wowie.
Yep.
So those are now available if anybody wants those ones. That's the front of it. So yeah.
So I'm gonna have to get going too. I've started some gardening before I've got my lawnmower out the front. I'm only halfway through it.
4 p.m. in Australia, so.
Yeah, I'm like, I just said to my wife, I'm having lunch, I'm having a break, I'm going to talk to my spirit buddy.
Hey. Thanks for coming in.
I'll show you.
For the combo.
Yeah, that's right.
Great.
Yeah. I'll show you this other stone that I just got the other day. It's from Canada, so.
Yay!
Sweet.
Oh, wow.
It's called Auralite 23. I don't know. You guys ever heard of that?
No.
It's only from Canada, apparently.
Interesting.
Yeah,
Cool.
it's
23?
Yeah, Auralite 23.
Gosh, that's so cool.
It's 23 minerals that grow as one stone, and it's just like layer on layer on layer. It's like a super 7, but but 3 times as
Or
powerful.
like 23. I'm looking it up on Google. Oh, that
I'm
looks
looking at
sick
it.
on Google.
Yeah.
Oh, it's
I remember.
friggin' mega
I remember I read something. It said this is the Stone of Stones. You know, like Lord of the Rings. It's
That's
the Ring
what
of
I'm
Rings.
looking
This is the
at.
Stone of. This is the Stone of Stones.
One ring to rule them all.
Yeah.
One
That's it.
Gorgeous.
Made in Canada.
Wow. See, we are the best. Come on now. Just kidding. That's awesome. These are beautiful. Like, I can't really see it on your video, but looking at the pictures of it on Google, they're amazing.
Yeah.
Wow.
How do you spell it?
Like aura.
Aura.
And then
A-U-R-A-L-I-T-E.
Yeah, opposed to L-I-G-H-T.
Wow.
What happens when you type it that way, I wonder?
Wow, that's beautiful. That's gorgeous.
It is,
Wow.
yeah.
That is really nice.
I've
never heard of
I had like one carved as like a Merkaba once, because like he had this crazy stone that he said was like a composite of like 5 or 6 different stones or something, and like it looks like just like this. That's beautiful. That's gorgeous. Oh my gosh. It looks like a little like castle almost, you know, like little tiny cities almost.
Wow.
The one I'm looking at, somebody is holding it up to, it's a French website, they're holding it up to some light, and so there's light shining through it, and it looks like a galaxy or a nebula of some sort. I don't know, some space thing.
Or like, have you guys ever seen the Neverending Story?
Yes.
Like Fantasia? Like, it's almost shaped like Fantasia to me, almost. Or not Fantasia, wherever she is. Like,
Tower. She's in the ivory tower.
Yeah, the ivory tower, that's what it is.
Yeah.
That's gorgeous.
Wow.
That's really interesting. I just recently was talking about actually the meditation that we had last Sunday here was I saw like scenes from almost like the Neverending Story. It's like scenes that were there. I was talking about like when he's flying on Falcor through the sky, like that's what the clouds looked like and stuff when I was in my meditation. Wow, that's really cool. That, you know what? There's a lot of really awesome imagery in movies that is just like, you know, that the people who were involved in that had some sort of experience like we do. Actually, I found a book. Somebody gave me a box of books when my son was younger, like kids' books, and one of them, I can't remember the name of the guy who wrote the book, but I gotta find it because he was involved with the imagery from the Neverending Story with the movie.
Wow.
He's one of the creative dudes, but the story essentially was about the rainbow goblins, or I think they were goblins or trolls. I can't remember what they were, but they controlled each color of the rainbow, and there was one that was born that was white. Wow. And they ostracize him basically because they're like, well, we eat the red things and we make the red things and we eat the orange things and you don't eat anything because you suck. And so they kicked him out basically, and he went on to, because of his anger and his isolation, he went on to create like a race of people who were like just like they were already in existence. So basically like cavemen kind of. And he influenced them to create corporations and buildings and pollution and basically kill the earth.
Wow.
And then at the end of the story, it's like finding all these little remnants of color in the world, and the people who found the remnants of color formed a circle and healed the world so that all of the destruction and the pollution that was created by the anger and sadness and isolation of the white goblin was banished basically, and we repopulated the earth with green things and trees and flowers and color, and we brought it all back. So I gotta find the name of that book because I was not expecting to find such a deep resonating story in a box of kids books. I was not expecting that at all. Like, that was really cool. I'm gonna find that right now.
I'm gonna have to get going, guys. I'll tune in next time if time permits.
Bye, Eddie.
Cool.
Nice talking to you.
Good meeting you, man.
The Rainbow Goblin by Cool De Rico.
You want to post your Facebook before you leave, Eddie? Just in the chat?
Yeah, that'd be awesome.
Or I'll find it.
Yeah.
Okay. Alright, I got it.
You got it? Yeah,
Yeah,
I've got a
there you go.
YouTube. I've got a
No, it was
YouTube
the
channel
White
as well.
Goblin.
Yeah, I gotta check that out. What is it? I'll get it right now.
How do I share it?
What would be something to search?
Yeah. Type in Edward O. Grace. That's what the channel's called. I've got 2 videos on there, that my latest ones that are a bit more popular than my first ones. They're a little bit more different while I was still trying to figure out things.
That didn't come up right away. I'll type in a couple of things after it.
Type in my latest video. It's called DMT, the link between worlds. And then you probably could link into the channel.
Right, I got it.
DMT, the link between worlds.
O. Grace is literally the user channel. So youtube.com/Edward O. Grace. Okay, cool.
Cool. I'm working on
it's got quite a few views, man. Good job.
Yeah, thanks. I'm working on part 2 of the DMT one at the moment.
Awesome.
Nice.
It takes me a few months to get things to flow the way I like it, so it's easy to understand.
Awesome, man.
What are you working on?
Okay. Yeah, it's all good.
More YouTube videos, yeah.
What was that you were working on? A book?
No, it's part 2 of my latest YouTube video, DMT, the link between worlds.
Oh,
It's basically just a short video to express what I've taught myself over the last 14 years about spiritual concepts, and it coincides with history and human biology, and it's a way, because I'm an engineer by trade, I try and approach these holistic and spiritual subjects with reason and logic, and trying to use philosophy to explain myself, because it's real, but it's just very much misunderstood. It's in its infancy at the moment, so to speak, and it's kind of like religion and spirituality are just opposite ends of the same stick, and there's a lot of history that you can read and get your head around. I have an excellent ability to analyze complicated information and simplify it, and then reproject it so people can connect with it a lot easier. So 14 years of my effort converted into an 11-minute video, and yeah, I'm working on part 2 now to try and take it to the next level.
Awesome. And what is that?
I posted the links.
DMT, the link between worlds, and the Holy Trinity concept is probably one of the most misunderstood spiritual philosophies on the planet, and I was lucky enough to be chosen, I suppose, by very powerful spirits, and they're teaching me about it. They're teaching me about the history of our planet. They're teaching me about the history of the solar system. They're teaching me about the cycle of consciousness. In India they call it the yugas. We're in the Kali Yuga at the moment. We're on the lowest setting of power of consciousness. They're teaching me about ancient global civilizations that were more advanced than what we are now. That left all of their architecture, like the pyramids, and in Egypt or Europe. The latest one they found in Bosnia, it's covered in dirt, got turned into a mountain. All the statues on Easter Island, the ley line grids and how it all works with consciousness, and it's an antenna, and I don't know, it's really, really full-on stuff, but it all comes to me via telepathy, and you kind of just know it. It's like knowing what's in an encyclopedia book. It's so much information, but when you try and reinterpret it with words rather than telepathy, I'd need to talk for 2 weeks straight rather than a 2-second upload. And so that's what I'm trying to do. I've used my life as a way where I can put information back into the collective consciousness in a very clear, concise format that you won't really get it, but it might give you an idea. it might guide you in a direction that you otherwise didn't know that existed. And one of the most magical things about humans is sitting in the dark. If you remove yourself from sunlight, from artificial light, from fire, and just sit in pitch black darkness and wait, your third eye will open automatically. And for everyone, the timing is a little bit different, relative to biology and the health
when it happens.
Your glands. But that's all you have to do. And if you find any ancient stories about underground facilities that are in caves, like cave temples, or places that have been dug into a mountain that is pitch black dark, or a pyramid, and there's no smoke in there from fire. It's just a pristine environment that's perfect, that's ultra dark, that has excellent sound properties, like an echo, where a very small sound can oscillate off the walls, like in the
I went spelunking on Thursday. I totally went spelunking on Thursday and had that experience for the first time where like they'll let you sit in the dark for a few hours, and not a few hours, like a few moments, and then like immediately like you can't see your hand. There's no sunlight. There's no possible way that you can see anything. Yeah. But all you gotta do is touch your face a little bit, and all of a sudden you'll see a ghost hand, and they call it like a phantom hand, and like you'll see just a white hand, but you don't see it. It's not really there. So I was doing all these weird things, like I was holding my hand like further and backward, and I knew which one was which, and like which finger was where. Really cool.
Yeah, absolutely. And you do that for a week or 2 weeks straight, and when you need people to support you. You need people to bring you food and help you stay clean so you don't stink. No, you need someone to help you.
Stuff. Just get in the system with night vision goggles.
Yeah, and you got to be able to go to the toilet and things. But if you stay in the darkness for a really, really long amount of time, it automatically releases the Kundalini energy. It automatically opens your third eye. It automatically projects your consciousness into the higher dimensional aspect of our planet. It automatically opens up the telepathy channels. And this is where every single spiritual doctrine that's ancient was created from. People having this experience and interacting with spirits.
Would it work if you how you're saying like go into darkness? We were talking this week actually about sensory deprivation, like water, like floating in water as well. So if you remove one or two of your accesses to senses, like you won't be able to see. That's one of them. What if you stop yourself from hearing, or you stop yourself from speaking? Like each one of those has a different sort of opening.
It does.
I don't know if you were here actually when I was talking about this, but I had a vow of silence this past week, so I wasn't speaking, and I learned a whole bunch of things about myself that all I had to do was just shut up and listen. So like,
very true.
One of the things that I learned was that I am not actually deaf. I have been thinking that I was partially deaf for most of my life because growing up I had a lot of ear infections. I had both of my eardrums burst on several occasions. I had a lot of eardrum damage. And so I thought that, I was telling people that I was partially deaf in some of my ears, like when one side was more than the other. And being silent this week, I realized that I was hearing stuff that I probably had no recollection that I've heard before. Like I was in bed sleeping and I heard my roommate walking down the hall, open the door, close the door, and I heard his keys come out of his pocket to lock the door. Like that's like 20 feet away, sleeping.
Yeah.
How did I hear that if I'm deaf, right? So I learned that I actually do have something, I call it selective hearing because that's what my mom used to say that I had when I was younger, because if she was talking about stuff I didn't want to do, I totally didn't even hear her. But the way that I describe it is that if you look at your volume control on your computer, right? So say I'm talking to someone in front of me and someone 30 feet away starts talking and they say something that I am either interested in or they say my name. the volume control on the person in front of me goes right to 0, and the one on the other side goes right to the 100%. And I'm listening to that conversation 30 feet away, whereas I'm not listening to the conversation that's going on in front of me. Now, my friend could still be talking, but I've trained myself to read lips and have recall, so that when I turn the volume down on the conversation far away and turn it back up, and they look at me because, obviously my focus was somewhere else for a second, they're like, did you even hear what I just said? And I'm able to tell them or respond to them what they were talking about because I remember the shape of their lips. I remember what they were saying by what they looked like.
And body language.
And their body language as well, yeah. Like that was something that I learned about myself this week, that I had no idea I had that talent. That I did not know I possessed that. So I'm wondering if
I think
taking away different senses gives you different insights and gives you different things. So the one you were talking about, I'm not sure what your name is. You were Victor, and you were talking about how it was black, dark, like you can't see, there's no light, but you see a ghost hand. That brought me, it made me remember, there was a man that came into the store, his name was Paul, and he was telling me about how we are light beings, not just in the spiritual sense, but also in the scientific sense, because when light photons hits our skin, in response, our skin emits light. So we are actually light. When light hits us from anywhere, we emit it. So I was like, whoa, you just gave me the science for that. I've been saying that for years, but to have that
It's not
information,
that we're reflecting light.
No, we emit light.
Yeah.
So when you're moving your hands around, you are not
You're
seeing
giving off
it.
light.
Yeah, you're giving off light, so you're not seeing it because light is bouncing off of you or because it's being it's touching your skin. You're seeing it because you're seeing yourself. You're seeing yourself without your eyes.
That's super intense. Because if you think about it, it's all part of the same. It's all part of the same machine. So how wouldn't you know where it is?
Yeah.
Glow like the moon glows.
Yeah, and there was I really got to read this article, but there was an article put out a couple weeks ago that I just saw the headline to, but I was too busy to read the rest of it. But it basically said that we do not see with our eyes, we see with our brains. So blind people were being shown colors and pictures and stuff through their brains because their eyes are not connecting, they're not seeing. Obviously, if they're blind, they can't see, but scientists were hooking things up to their brains and proving that as long as you have eyeballs, I guess, you can see stuff because it's your brain that gets all the information from
the
parts of your
occipital
body.
lobe.
Yeah, from different parts of your body is where you're receiving all this information. So it just goes into your brain.
Have you ever brushed your teeth with a musical toothbrush?
Oh, I've wanted to try that.
I've never even heard of that.
Listen to Katy Perry every morning.
You might have to Google it.
Musical toothbrush.
A musical toothbrush. You can brush your teeth and the sound will come through the toothbrush into your body and you'll hear the song. And no one else around you can hear it because it's not an audible sound.
Oh my God, that sounds so awesome.
It's a vibration that you're picking up on. Yeah, they market them to kids here in Australia.
That would be Tooth Tunes.
That would be They used to market that in Canada here too as well. It was pretty huge back 5 years ago.
I've never heard of that. Wow. Look at this girl's totally rocking out.
There's multiple ways that you can.
I remember commercials.
Wow.
Musical toothbrush.
Yeah, it's called Tooth Tunes. Wow, it's a concert in your mouth every time you brush.
Yeah.
I would suggest the best form of sensory deprivation to strengthen your thoughts and feelings is to put earbuds in or earmuffs. Like those little tiny earbuds that block noise when you're in really loud environments. I wear them for 8 hours a day, every day now for 17 years. And when everything is quiet, really, really quiet, you can listen to your own thoughts and you can start to perceive your own feelings as they occur, and you can control your mind and your behavior, everything to such a higher degree, simply by removing external sound that otherwise blocks out all of those things. It's like you know,
like
when you're in a city
the
and
television.
Yeah, well, say for instance, looking up at the stars in the night sky. If you're in a city and you're surrounded by all the city lights and you look up, you're only going to see a small fraction of stars. You go out in the country where there's no artificial light, you will see all the stars because the very small specks of light that would otherwise get blocked out by artificial light now have no barriers, and that light can actually get to your eyes instead of being blindsided by brighter light
That
that's
reminds
closer.
me of something that happened. I think it was in California where there was a city near this observatory, and during the day all the power went out. And during the days, people are like, oh, this sucks. But the power continued to stay out into the night, and people were calling the observatory and freaking out because they're like, oh, what are all these lights in the sky? Like, are these aliens? Like, are we being invaded? And they're like, no, those are stars. Because people had never seen the stars. They're not used to that. There's so much light pollution that, like, when they look up, they're just like, oh yeah, the sky is orange or the sky is brown, and that's always what it is. And then when you get to places where there's not all that light pollution, it's amazing. I got that a couple of times when I went up north surfing, going out into the woods. Oh, it's beautiful.
It's so true. Our perception of reality is conditioned to such a high degree that you only really start to become aware of that conditioning with sensory deprivation. Wear a blindfold and do things, and you will feel and hear things differently. Block out the noise, and you'll see things differently. It's a little bit of sensory deprivation can strengthen your mind and your consciousness to such a high degree that you wouldn't even know it exists unless you performed these really simple tasks. And that's the beginning of awakening.
I'm planning on doing stuff like that up until I just applied last night for a meditation, a 10-day meditation. I don't know how to pronounce it. I think it's
Vipassana.
Yes, that. I just applied for it last night for the weekend or the week after my birthday, so it's in June. But it's 10 days of absolutely no speaking, no communication whatsoever. You're not allowed to have cell phones, writing materials, any kind of spiritual objects. You cannot physically touch anyone else who is there. Every day starts at 4:30 in the morning, and you just get up, you meditate, you eat, you meditate, you eat, you meditate, like all day. That's it. That's all you do. It's just meditate. You're supposed to just be quiet and just clear your mind. Basically, it's a purification of the mind. And the 4 days that I just spent of not speaking. Sorry, see, now I'm catching up. Like, there was 4 whole days. You guys are just gonna have to listen. I'm like you, Eddie. But it's like, you have to, all those 4 days, like, I learned a bunch of different things about myself, and I'm just like, how much more can I learn? And I had actually heard about this from a lady who came into the store and then ended up coming to Paradigm Shift. Her name is Sarah. She's super awesome. And so I couldn't really remember who it was, because then I met somebody else recently named Patrick, who is going to be working with me there actually at the store, and he was like, you should do this. I'm like, I think I've heard of that before. So then when I talked to Sarah, she's like, I totally did that. You totally should. So she's like, you feel like you're going crazy after the first day of not speaking. You actually feel like you are literally going insane. But after the first day, you can handle it, and it's so freeing, because you learn how to observe, and you learn what the things that you thought were important that you needed to say really aren't. Like, you've really learned to communicate a lot more clearly, and I am so looking forward to that. But what are some things you can suggest for somebody who doesn't have access to, like, sensory deprivation tanks and things like that? Things that I can do from now until then, maybe.
The simplest things. Do what I do every day. Get some earbuds and just put them in. Just make all of the external noises quieter. You're not completely blocking noise, but it's like you're turning the volume down on the external world. And yeah, it only needs to be turned down a little bit, and all of a sudden now you can start to perceive thoughts and feelings that otherwise are always there, but you just don't acknowledge them because your attention is on the noise. You take away the noise, now your attention is inside instead of outside. And you still can have conversations with people. You can still listen and do things. I wouldn't recommend doing it while you're driving a car. You know, you need to be alert.
Yeah.
But like when I'm at work and I'm programming my computer, I can focus to such a high degree because I've blocked the external distraction. I can't hear things properly like when I don't have my earbuds in. That would be the easiest thing to do, is just turn down the volume on external noise and start to listen to your thoughts to a higher degree. It's like going out into the country and seeing stars that you didn't even know exist.
Mm-hmm.
You will start to recognize thoughts and feelings that you didn't even know exist. You know, your consciousness will wake up. You'll start to think things and do things that you otherwise would never even realize is there. And it's always there. It's kind of screaming at you, but it's so quiet that unless everything else is quiet, you will never hear it. And you know, that's what modifies your behavior. That's what modifies your thoughts. That's what awakens your consciousness. You know, and try and explain to people, you know, I'm more awake than you are, and they're like, we're exactly the same. But you're like, no, it's on the inside. You know, it's how you think, it's how you feel, it's how you interact. That's what changes. That's what becomes more advanced. You become more emotionally mature. You know how to use wisdom to a higher degree. You can not get disturbed by things that other people get disturbed by. You know, you raise your emotional threshold. You can deal with more stress. You can deal with more problems.
I've
because
noticed that
you think,
for sure.
Yeah, you stop taking yourself so seriously. You stop taking other people so seriously. I say to people all the time that are stressed out, I'm like, why are you stressed out? And they're like, oh, I've got all these problems. I'm like, well, don't think of them as problems. You know, just change your perception on the way you think, and all of a sudden your glass is half full instead of half empty.
That's
now you've
something
got a
that
positive instead of a negative.
That just came up actually. It's like when you think about you suffering, you start suffering. So stop thinking about suffering. Thinking about instead think about like what you can do to make your life, you know, have a good day. Make yourself have a good day.
And
think about how you
learn how to,
you know, throw that positive stuff around instead of focusing on all the negative stuff.
And when things start going a little bit chaos or chaotic in your life, you know, if you are in tune with thoughts and your feelings, you can recognize, hang on a minute, I'm freaking out, I'm stressed out, I'm being aggressive as a reaction, you know, it's like fire on fire, and you can pull yourself back into alignment, and instead of when someone's trying to have an argument with you, you can calmly use exactly the same words but with a different tone. And it's like you're putting water on fire instead of fighting fire with fire. And they're not generating the reaction that makes an argument explode, and all of a sudden they calm down because you're calm. And the only reason you're calm is because you're conscious of the situation to a higher degree. And that only comes because you've recognized your thoughts and feelings as they occur, instead of needing to say sorry 10 minutes later after the argument's over and everything's calmed back down. No, you're controlling the situation as it happens rather than
That was one of the
reacting
very
afterwards.
first things that I learned after like starting to awaken myself was how to calm myself when I started getting stressed out, and how to just stop and think about what I was saying and what I was doing, what I was
It's
really
so
feeling.
easy to do. It's
Well,
really easy. It's so easy to do.
It's easy when you're given the information on like that's a thing that you can do. If you're not,
Yeah.
you know, if you're not aware
Takes
of that's
effort.
something that you can do to yourself, like it's you just feel like you don't even know how to deal with anything. Once you're given that little bit of information, you're just like, oh, now I got this.
It is.
Mhm.
Guys, I'm
and
casing
that's what
out. So
That's
I
cool.
wanted to say,
Alrighty.
I know. So, and I think Eddie, I think you probably got some grass you might have to cut at some point.
I was gonna
maybe,
mention that too.
maybe the sun's setting. Maybe it's too late. You know.
It's quarter to 4 in the afternoon. But you see, my wife keeps coming in. She's standing outside of the camera going, "Hurry up! Come on, hurry up!" I'm like, yeah, all right.
Oh God.
But all right.
Thanks,
Cool.
Eddie.
See you guys.
Thanks for hanging out.
Bye.
See you, Eddie. Later.
Peace.
All right. Okay. I'll keep the broad. I just gotta go to sleep, but I'll check back in at like 4 a.m. and if there's still people here, then that's fine. But I'll turn it off at like I don't know around that time. So keep in mind that it is still being recorded, and there's 6 people watching. And if you guys go to the live chat, I'll post a live chat in your chat that the other people are in. So keep an eye open there for the live chat through the ParadigmShiftCentral.com website, because those people there might ask questions or whatever. Or at least there's only a couple now.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Talk to peeps.
Cool.
Hey there! Wow, I didn't even realize that there was other people over there. Hi guys.
Hey, did you guys
Everybody
stop
listening?
talking? Any points?
Okay. All right. Okay. Good night, guys. Don't stay up too late, guys. Okay. Behave yourselves.
Good night, Brendan.
All right. Remember the the NSA is watching, so behave yourselves.
Hello, NSA.
Hi, NSA.
Having fun.
Okay. See you guys. Thanks again.
Good night, Brendan.
Night.
So now I want to see like who's chit-chatting over in the Paradigm Shift chat. Hi, everybody. Oh, okay.
Have you
cool.
guys talked about Bashar at all? The channelings of Bashar?
Yes, actually, Brendan was speaking about that earlier.
It's so cool.
I don't know anything about that.
I don't even care if it's a hoax or anything like that. I just really like the guy's messages. Like
Well,
even if it is
I don't know what it is at all, but is it something kind of like
it's like this one
Walsh's
guy who-
conversations with God kind of thing?
basically, but it's more like conscious conversations with an alien entity that can teach us wisdom through this one guy who apparently can be the only guy who can channel him. Or maybe not the only guy who can channel him. I'm pretty sure some people can channel him, but
I like that.
I like his messages. I like what he has to say.
How do I find that? How do I find that? I wanna
YouTube.
check that
There's
out.
so many on YouTube.
How do you spell that?
Bashar.
Okay.
Bashar.
Okay.
But he's very like, hold up, thank you. He's so funny.
Have you guys
There's
heard
one
about?
where there's
go
one where he
ahead.
talks about Beethoven Symphony 7 Movement 2, and I watched that one like 6 or 8 months ago, and it talks about how like if you listen to that enough times while consciously thinking of your goals, it can really help you. And I just listen to Beethoven Symphony 7 Movement 2 like all the time now.
Do you find it
It's a really good
helping?
movement. Oh yeah, sounds really nice too. It's pretty short. It's like the first 3 minutes specifically are amazing.
I'm writing that down. I have so many things that I've been writing down this
You
week.
may as well put on Beethoven Symphony 7 Movement 2 and like put the volume on like 1 and let it play in the background because that's how good it is. And it kind of gets your mind kind of like
I used to listen to
in
classical music when I was a kid to help
an
me
exercise.
focus and do homework and stuff. It was called Mozart for the. There was like a CD called Mozart for the Mind. Classical music is really good for training your brain.
What is this like 7 or 8 minutes long, Victor?
I just listened to the first 3 minutes.
Okay.
Wait, are you talking about the Bashar stuff or the
No, the Beethoven thing. I'm trying to figure
The
out which one it is.
Symphony 7 Movement 2?
Yep. Okay. Well,
And
this
it's
one
like-
has it like it's like 8 minutes long or something.
Yeah, the rest of it is okay. It slows down and like even Bashar says it too. He's like the first 3 minutes is like
There is
key.
one that's about 3 minutes, so I'm gonna. Oh yeah, first 3 minutes. Somebody posted it in 2013.
Damn.
The first 3 minutes. Cool.
Hey, have you guys ever thought about the idea of neurotropics like alpha brain?
What is that?
It's basically just the cognitive enhancers. So it kind of, I don't know if like, like when you play sports or when you're playing video games and you kind of hit a zen mode where you're not thinking about anything else and you're just thinking about what you're doing, or when you're doing math and you're not thinking about anything else and you're just kind of hit a peak where you're not thinking about anything else. Like cognitive enhancers are supposed to help you with that sort of thing. Can help you with like word recall and stuff like that. Like if you can't, like when you have a word on the tip of your tongue but you can't think of what it is, it's supposed to help you with that sort of thing. But I've been considering trying this stuff called Alpha Brain by like on it, because they finally did a scientific study on it and it's actually proved to work. The funny thing is like I don't want to like buy drugs from a corporation to see if they can help my consciousness.
Yeah.
But the thing is, like, it's been bombarding my life for the past 5 years because all the people I listen to in podcasts and YouTube, they're all sponsored by Onnit. And so for the past 5 years, I'm like, there's no way I'm gonna like fall for that sponsorship. But now they've done the scientific studies on their website. They'll put on all the ingredients are there of what's in Alpha Brain. And it's like all natural, and they call it naked, like it's all natural, like what they put in. But I've been considering trying it for a while. I don't know if anybody else here has heard or considered trying it.
I have never heard of it before, so it sounds like an interesting idea, but I have a personal aversion to taking stuff. So
there's another drug that is considered pretty much the same thing. It's called Adium, and it's been all over Facebook. Dr. Oz did a study on it. You guys can look it up. Basically, if you type in Adium, ADDIUM, the pill reviews are exactly the same. Matter of fact, the movie Limitless was supposed to be based upon these sort of pills. It's supposed to be a smart drug. And I think that Alpha Brain is a spin-off of the same thing. Matter of fact, I went into a health store the other day just because I wanted to see sort of if they had it, number one, and number two, like I started looking at the ingredients in it, and I was just like, okay, so they use most of this stuff for patients that have Alzheimer's or dealing with certain issues. But do remember that this is not funded. The FDA has not approved any of this stuff, so they can put whatever label that they want on it. You know what I'm saying? It's like if it's not approved by the FDA, they can put out their claims.
Yeah, you know what? The FDA approves stuff that they shouldn't anyway, so I really don't have a lot of water with them. Like it's just no. And honestly, saying that Dr. Oz promotes something is really kind of the thing to make me not want to pay attention to it.
Yeah.
Dr. Oz is just sort of a. Everybody knows that like millions and millions of people follow him like rabidly as to if he says it's a good thing, everyone goes out and buys it. So he's like a tool basically. So
if it's on TV, it's gotta be true.
Exactly, and I'm just like, as soon as I hear that Dr. Oz is promoting something, I'm just like, I have no interest.
He was talking about chakras the other day.
Was he?
Yeah.
I think someone told me about that too, and I was like, what?
Yeah, it actually sparked a conversation between me and my mom about that kind of thing.
Out. Oh.
Yeah, they were talking about certain illnesses or certain symptoms correspond to certain chakras, and they give you like certain foods or things to drink or eat to help improve the health of that chakra, in turn improving the health of that.
Really?
Yeah.
That is actually that's something I was sort of looking it up after that video that from Avatar, The Last Airbender, that was all over the place about talking about the chakras. Talking about was it onion and banana juice is one of the things that
is that true? Is that actually
that is real? True. I looked it up. Yeah.
They put that in the cartoon and it's true.
It's true. Like
that's hilarious.
It's the most. They were talking about chakras, and when your chakras are basically your life force, your life energy, and when they become blocked, then we can manifest them in negative ways, and we can there's bad stuff going on. So
Yeah.
he equated it with the pools. There were pools of water that one led into another, and he's like, when it becomes blocked, he used a stick and he like put the gunk from the pond and he moved it out of the way so that the one could flow into the other. And then he was talking about like they were gonna. The way that they described it is actually a really simplified way of talking about opening your chakras and dealing with what's involved with each one, but it was really accurate. Like, I mean, it's a kids show, so it's like, hey, there you go, there's the video, guys, check it out. As far as simplification, it's very simplified because it's in a kids show, but it's like still, it's pretty accurate. So when I was watching it, and he was talking about drinking onion and banana juice to sort of like open things up and clear you out a bit, I was like, that's gotta be
sensei. His sensei is all like, you have to drink this onion and banana juice, and you think it's like this comedic thing because it tastes terrible, obviously. And Aang's like, I don't want to drink this.
And then he
But
drinks
that's
it. It's awful.
hilarious.
It's actually accurate. I looked it up. I paused it right there, and I'm like, I have to check this out. So I went and checked it out, and it's legit. That's what you drink. There are other things that you can drink for each one of the specific chakras, and I was reading about those, but I did not know that Dr. Oz had that going on. I kind of want to check it out now because like this is like the third time it's come up in the last month. So I'm like, I think I should pay attention to this maybe. I have been writing a lot of stuff just this past week, and it's usually when I'm speaking to people in person. I'll be sitting there talking to them, and they'll say like 2 words, and it'll remind me of a dream I had. So I'll scribble down something about the dream, or I'll write down like 1 or 2 words of some interesting aspect of a conversation that we have. I have 1 whole page about frequencies. I've got stuff about the I Ching and synchronicity. I met an Irish man named Dara downtown last week who was like really super nice, and he gave me a lot of cool information. Stuff about dreams that are coming up. And I'm looking through this notebook that I've been writing in for about a week and a half now, and I've got like 25 pages full of notes about things to read about, things to research, things to think about and dream about and learn about. And each one of these is not like 1 page could be like 50 different topics or it could be 1 or it could be 20. So I've got a lot of reading to do, I think.
Oh, that's exciting.
Oh my gosh. And I actually made a joke that I'm going to be like making lists of stuff to read about until I die. So I really gotta just live forever so then I can get caught up. Like there's so many things on here, like music that people give me, sweat lodge information, that one's full of music, feathers, projections, astrology, what's this? Power animal connections ideas that our DNA contains all the animal spirits for totem animals and spirit animals, so we can connect to them. And there's just so much information here. I'm just flipping through the pages here. It's
do you lucid dream?
I do now. Or now I maybe I have done it for a long time, but I was not aware that's what was going on.
Right.
My most recent one was I was flying.
Oh man, I can't lucid dream anymore for some reason.
Really?
I think it's just me getting older because I'm like turning 18. I'm like in high school. I think it's just me getting older and not accepting like really wild ideas and wild things. So I'll just have a dream of mundane things now. The funny thing is like my spiritual awakening was opened by dreaming, and my last lucid dream was August. And I had like lucid dreams like all the time, like from the 8th grade. Yeah.
That's
so
why.
maybe you just like overdose.
That's probably why.
And it's all like, okay, you need to like dial it back.
I'm being 100% honest with you. You will not. It is very hard to lucid dream if you smoke a lot of weed. It blocks that. It blocks it. It kind of like it puts a cloud over that thing
lucidity.
in your mind. That lucidity. so
Yeah.
it's clouded.
It
And I'm
closes
just
the
letting you know,
window.
it closes the window. The moment that you stop doing that over, like if you stop for 3 days, you will immediately have a lucid dream. Test me if you want to, but I
No,
promise
yeah.
you, if that's
I
what
actually
you,
just saw a
if you,
thing
Hmm.
on
if you,
Facebook, like, why when you stop smoking weed do you have like crazy ass dreams? You know,
right.
it's like, yeah, it's interesting.
Right, right. That's why.
So
That's what I forgot to say about the alpha brain. I definitely should stop doing that. But but alpha brain. One of the other things about alpha brain is that for some weird reason, if you take it before bed, you'll have better recall of dreams. But I think that's why I've kind of been more like focused on it more recently. You're definitely right about
you
what
can,
you said. You're definitely
no,
right about what you said.
I
But
only know
I
because
think if I try this, I could lucid dream again. But maybe I'm wrong.
I'm just gonna let you. I'm just gonna be honest with you because I've been through the same situation, and I'm a lucid dreamer, and I realized at the times of my life where I was not lucid dreaming, because I lucid dream on a daily basis. Like I have lucid dreams probably 5 times a night, like, and they're all
That's
different,
epic.
or there'll be one long lucid dream that I'm in for that time period until I wake up, and then I
Yeah.
can choose whether or not to go back to sleep or have another experience. So for me, it's an every night occurrence. But at the times in my life where I was smoking a lot of weed, I did not have those experiences. The only way I was able to break that cycle was to stop. So I mean, that's case in point. You want a lucid dream, it would behoove you to stop. I mean, it's like if you want that experience to open back up for you, and it doesn't matter and it doesn't necessarily have to be just the weed. It could be if there's a lot of drinking involved or if there's a lot of smoking involved.
Any kind of
Whatever there's a
intoxicant, really.
right.
Right, right.
Anything that's going to simulate your body to where it becomes something that your body starts becoming dependent upon it. What it does is it creates a certain synapse in the brain to where it's like I need this, but majority of the time what it does is it reframes everything. Then when you are depleting, when you're saying I'm not going to give you this, because this becomes so susceptible to having it there, your body will automatically go into lucid dream mode. It will say
Whoa.
something has changed. Something has changed. You're not giving me something that I'm used to getting. So now I have to reconstruct and go back to where I was before. But this is so major that it starts coming through in lucid dreams. So if you change anything of that matter, you will start lucid dreaming again. There's your answer. I mean, there's nothing else I have to say about that. That's it.
That's cool. What was your last lucid dream, guys? Victor,
My
what was
Oh,
yours?
uh,
Okay, whoever wants to talk. Sorry, go ahead.
I don't know if I should say it
uh,
on live.
Yeah, because we're live, so if you don't want it to be
It's not even
recorded
hard
or,
for me to stop.
spread it
It's
out,
definitely
go
not
ahead.
even hard for me to.
Oh,
Nope,
my
you're
last
blumping out there.
my last lucid dream was last night, and I was trying to tell Christian because we had sort of talked about something, and then uh, I had a lucid dream last night to where, and it was kind of crazy because it was a series to where I woke up, and then I went back to sleep, and there was another dream. In the dream, I was in uh, this this house with I was in this house basically, and um, I wasn't there was something that was going on that wasn't going my way. There was some sort of trip that I was taking, and things didn't go the way that was planned. For some reason in the dream, and I'll just say it because I really don't have any shame. Molly was a part of the dreamscape. There was drugs that were involved. There was Molly. There was alcohol. There was a whole
Okay,
bunch of
okay.
things that I went into that I went ahead and I started using, knowing that I shouldn't have been using it in the dream because I was sober. I was supposed to be sober in a dream. But what ended up happening, I remember towards the end of it, I remember taking uh, I remember taking probably like 4 hits of Molly, and I remember drinking, and I remember that my body felt so uh, I felt so like run down, and everybody's looking at me, and I'm thinking that they can't really tell that I'm messed up, but now everybody's starting to distance themselves
Guys?
from me.
Hmm?
Hello?
Hello?
There's two of you.
What happened? The last thing I heard was, and then I'm like, wait, what? No.
No,
I need
okay.
to hear the rest. Dude,
All right,
AJ,
so
you always have the best lucid dream stories. You keep going.
well, okay, so what ended up happening is everybody started like moving away from me, and the more that they moved away from me, and I started realizing in my dream that they did know that I was messed up. Well, one of the people that was trying to hold the Molly away from me, I found the bottle, and I ended up grabbing the bottle, and I remember taking like 5 of them. I took 5 of them in my hand, and I just swallowed it. And I remember running out into the backyard, and it was funny because in the dream there was a lady that used to have a drug rehab place where I was at like a halfway house, and she was in a dream, and I remember she opened one door, and there was a kid that was there, and I was going to go through the door, and I just hit it head on, boom, and I remember falling back, and I'm just like, man, I'm so screwed up. What the heck am I doing? And I was so out of control in the dream that instead of them trying to attack me, what ended up happening is they called the cops. This is the end. This
Oh
is the
no.
they called the cops. Now, what the cops did was the crazy part of the whole situation because when the cops were in there, they whoever had the bottle, like I had said something like, "Oh, and that's the reason why I went ahead and took the bottle from you." And she got really upset, and she realized that I had all these capsules on me, and I was like, well, I took it almost to kill myself, to get to get completely messed up. And so all of a sudden, I go in the house through another side door, and I see these cops, and they're dancing. Like everybody's like living in this dining room area, and everybody's sort of like dancing, acting like they're part of the crew. And I have the pill bottle in my hand, and I try and throw it behind a chair. Like there's a chair in the background, and the cops are looking at me, and I'm like, oh shit, I'm going down. So I'm like, I'm trying to throw the bottle behind this chair, and the bottle hits the ground, and one of the people that were in the house kind of like moved the chair, and I remember the cop being like, "Oh, you're busted," and I'm just like, "What?" Like, and I remember them coming towards me, and I woke up from the dream. That was this morning, so I really
You had a
didn't have.
dream of rock bottom. That's like a dream about rock bottom is what you just had. That's intense.
Yeah, but the thing is that I haven't. Okay, but this is the deal. The deal is that um, I haven't. I've been sober since December 14th. So I mean,
Right, right.
I do my thing or whatever. But to have that dream and to be messed up in the dream and to feel messed up in the dream, I think when you stop. And this is another thing too. When you stop doing something like drugs or alcohol or anything like that, your body wants to have that feeling. So
Mm.
sometimes it'll put itself in a situation. If you're not going to get it in physical form, you'll get it in spirit form.
Whoa.
It doesn't. It's weird. It's not, and like you'll hear a lot of if you go to different places or you go to rehabs or something and you have people that are recovering from alcoholism or drug addiction, you'll always hear about them having either drunk dreams or high dreams to where they
Mhm.
get high, like they get high in their dream and they're able to feel like they're getting high and they feel like they've relapsed. They feel like they did something wrong and they have to when they come to because it's so real that
Do you think
you
that's
have
sort of like your body, your spirit body kind of giving you a second chance when you wake up? Like, oh, like now I can appreciate being sober more?
No, I don't know about that because well, I think that it scares you into maintaining what you have. I mean,
Right.
it's because when I first had those dreams after I quit drinking, uh, I remember in the dream, in one of the dreams, there was like an angry orchard that I was in the restaurant at, and everybody knew that I was sober, and there was an angry orchard sitting on the counter, and I remember for no reason at all. I didn't even think about it. I just grabbed it and I started chugging it. And as I started chugging it, I'm like, what in the heck am I doing? Like, I know that, but it tasted so, I mean, I could taste the apples. I could taste it going down my throat. I remember the feeling that it gave me. It was so real. There is no difference. In my dream world, there's no difference between the physical form of reality and dream world. I have all five senses. So it was another reality for me. So when I came
That's
to
actually something that I've had like really. I really want to say something right now because I will lose it if I don't. Because you guys have talked about
go
some
ahead.
interesting things. This is something I've said before: is that the brain is not smart. The brain is a depository of memories and information. So things that we do repeatedly and the things that we think repeatedly over and over are basically programming our brains into, well, you know what, this has happened enough times, this must be the way it is. So when you start to change that, your brain is like, wait, remember, this is what you're supposed to be doing because this is what you did forever. So this is the way it's supposed to go. So when you're in your reality and you're sober, in your brain, in your mind, when you're sleeping, it's all like, hey, isn't this what we're supposed to be doing?
Right.
And it'll give you that.
You've coded the program to do something for so long that it's ready for that program.
It's ready to remind you that that's the way it's supposed to be because you're doing it wrong now.
The brain, but this is the scary part about the whole situation. See, the thing is that whenever I work on a spiritual level outside of dream world, now this is totally separate. When I have to be under the care and protection of my higher power in my daily walk, I don't have an urge. There's situations that might come up. It's not a thought because I've already broken that cycle. I do sort of guard myself depending upon where I go, but I've changed a lot of the things that I used to do because I don't have an attachment towards that anymore. Okay, so now that I've been able to have that attachment broken in physical world, and when I go into dream world, the dream world, it delves in a lot of past and it delves in a lot of future. The middle ground and where you're at that point, it really has no connection. It doesn't have a lot of connection with almost present for me. It seems like, and this goes by what you were saying, it's something that it's program that you used to do, or in my dreams as well. In my dreams as well, the house that I was in last night. I've never been to this house. I've never seen this house before. But I remember how the backyard looks. I remember where the side door was. I remember exactly what the house looked like. I remember what the living room looked like. I remember where the kitchen was. I remember what the dining room area looked like because the dining room area almost had like that old school cabinetry, like it was just old school, but there was a table in the middle that was like that oval but longer table that extended, and it had the chairs that were like off to the side. I remember with the chair that I put the pills behind, I remember what that chair looked like. I've never seen this place in my life, but will I see this in my future? I will see that place. It might be 2 3 years down the road, but when I enter the house, I'm gonna be like, I've been here before. That's the way my dreams work. It's like, okay, even though I haven't been able, I was going through an addiction or going through whatever in that dream, that struggle. Now, this is what's going to happen, and because it always does. I'm going to associate whenever I find this place. The thing is, what feelings? The first thing that's going to come to my mind. Ooh, I had a dream about that. What was going on in the dream at the time? Whatever's going on in the dream at that time with dealing with you've hit rock bottom means that I probably shouldn't make a move in that sense. Instead of making a rash and quick judgment, because this could be a possible place for me to live in the future, it just could play out that way. Instead of really quickly signing and saying, I need to do this, like in the dream, I needed to go ahead and take those pills because I was angry or upset or something. I need to go ahead and sit in that. So I have to like go back to that dream, but it's going to come up automatically because it was so clear. Like I don't really write my dreams down because it's like, for what? I have too many. Because I have too many to worry about. It will get referenced later on. It'll come up later on, and it'll come to mind like it'll come up.
Does it ever have?
What's up?
Does it ever happen to you where or does this ever happen to you where like you're doing something, somebody says something, you watch something, and all of a sudden it reminds you of something that happened in a dream that you totally forgot about?
Yep.
All the time.
Right.
Every day.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. It'll get
Like
referenced.
you didn't remember it
Something
even
will-
when you woke up. It's just like you're just remembering it now. You're like, holy crap!
You remember it either when
Was
you
that real?
need
Was that
to
real or was
when
that
it
not real?
That happened to
resonates
me.
you.
That happened to me. Like it happens to me all the time. Like
Right.
one of the things that I was writing down, like I write them down, is somebody said the word Reiki to me, and I didn't remember that I had this dream until that word was spoken to me, and then I remembered that Starshine. She was in one of my dreams, and she was staring. She's standing in front of me, and she said one question to me, and she looked at me and she said, "How do you not Reiki?" That was the question. Like the way she asked the question was that I was the only one in the whole world who didn't do that thing. Like it was like how do you not wear clothes every day? Like how do you not breathe? It was just like one of those questions. Like how do you not Reiki? And I didn't remember that I had that dream until someone said the word Reiki to me.
And that's the way that dreams work. It's like there's certain things that you go through in a dream that it doesn't have meaning for you at the time, but you'll remember it for a brief time, but then it goes back into your subconscious. It's like, okay, until this is referenced again. I was in the mall the other day, in the Altamont Mall where I live, and I was walking by this one place near the food court, and a flood of dreams started coming back to me. Not one dream, but wherever I've been in other dreams in that same spot, they all started connecting. So then it was like, oh, I remember this dream. I remember this dream where I was doing this, but then this tied into this other dream where I was in this location, and then this, like, it all had, like, it was all connected in some weird way, but the connection, I wasn't able to see the connection until that moment. In that moment, then a flood of dreams started coming back to me that I had totally forgotten about. But then I was like, oh, and I had to stop. Like I stopped in the middle of the mall, and I just had to collect. I had to let my mind go through the dream process and try and go as far deep back into the dream as possible. And then the further back that I went into the dream, then other dreams started coming up that I had forgotten about. And then it became almost like this brief, it lasted maybe 15 seconds. But within that 15 seconds, it was almost like a reunion. It was almost it felt like it was like, oh my goodness. But then I had to think about, well, why am I having this now? Like, what is, I had to, like, I was like, well, is something going on? Is something like, am I supposed to move right now? Oh, you know why? Oh, that's the reason why. I just got, okay, so when I was walking through the mall, I I have never been assaulted verbally uh, in a
Just so
public
you know,
place.
you're kind of muffly right now, AJ.
Okay, I was never.
Okay.
Is this better? Is it a little bit better?
Keep talking, we'll figure
a
it
little
out.
bit, yeah.
Okay, so I've never been verbally assaulted in a public place, but I was in the mall, and this guy like brushed up against me, and he was like faggot, like, and he was a younger kid, like, so he's probably like 17, 18 years old. And my first thing was to get angry. Like, I wanted to punch the shit out of him, like, right there. I just wanted to knock his ass out. And so what I did was I turned around and I started following the three guys. I kind of was like, I want to let him have it, but I don't know how I'm going to do this. But let me follow him and see where he's going, and so I can figure out what I need to say. Seriously. So I started following him, and then I sort of like lost him. And then I started walking around the mall, and I'm like, why am I so angry? Like what first of all, it's not like I haven't been called names before when I was younger, and worse than that. So where am I at spiritually? Why am I feeling like this anger, this overwhelming anger, like he has disrespected me to the point to where it's like he's killed my mother and I want to take his head off. Like he didn't really, he did something, but I felt hurt, number one, I felt offended, number two, and I felt like it needed to be justified in some way. And right when I said that, and right when I had those thoughts, I started walking, and then it was like the consciousness came to me and was like, and this is basically what came to me, if if I'm going to give you more, there's more to be revealed, and there's more that I need you to do. You're going to have to be able to handle the small things if in order to get the big things. I can't look at somebody saying something to me in a small term fashion like the word faggot and get offended by that when somebody could come and jeopardize my character, when somebody could come and jeopardize everything that I've worked for and try and take it away. And I still have to be silent in that. And I still have to let the power say, no, don't move. This is my battle, not yours.
Man, that really resonates with me.
Yeah, but the battle is mine, not yours. So you have to sit back, and instead of being aggressive and anger, let me control the situation because you don't know where this person's at. And so then when that message sort of came to me, I had walked around and then went to dreams. Then it was like I went through the mall and I would hit that spot, and then these dreams started coming back to me. And I'm like, okay, so big picture is I went through, and I'm getting a lot of therapy kind of talking about this right now because not sitting back and talking about this is now relating, it's making sense to me because I didn't even associate what had happened in the mall to the dream moment because it happened about half hour later. But now I'm like, okay, I can see the big picture now. Um, in that moment when I was going through that, I was extremely pissed off, and I ended up letting it go and saying, okay, you know what? You're right. I'm just going to let this go. Let me center myself, do what I need to do. And I walked around, then walked to the food court. As these old dreams started coming back, and I remember being in the mall, I started remembering the bigger picture of everything. And sometimes I like to look at the small things, and I like to focus and hone in on the small things and get upset or get worried or be fearful over the small things when in actuality the big picture is the thing that I should be focused on, not necessarily the small. I mean, the small minute things are great because you pick up sort of understanding, but you have to work on the small things to get the big picture. And so it kind of like all kind of came around, and I think that's the way dreams are supposed to give messages. Like they're there for a specific reason, but you can only find out what that reason is sort of when it comes back to you and says, okay, I present it. There was a message here. I don't know, it's really weird.
That's really
But,
cool, actually. Something that
You
you
know,
said before, actually, I wanted to bring this up before. It's not much, but it's just like when I was younger, it was probably you, AJ, talking about this, but um, being in a place in your dream and then going to that place at some point after you've had a dream of being there and going, oh my gosh, I dreamed about this. I remember at least 4 or 5 times when I was around 7 or 8. Like I didn't remember this until tonight. Now I don't have a very good memory when it comes to being a child. So remembering that I have said those exact words to people. I said, I dreamed this. I've been here. And having people straight up tell me, you're lying,
No, you
or
haven't.
no,
Yeah, no, you haven't.
that's just your imagination, or you couldn't possibly know what's behind that door. And I would tell them, there's a bathroom in there, there's an orange towel in there, and they're like, there is no way you could know that. But I remember saying those words, I dreamed this, I've been here, and having adults that I trusted in my life telling me that I didn't. So like for a long time that pushed it down. So like I've had that. I used to dream all the time, and now it's only like 25 years later almost that I'm like being able to dream again and to notice that things that are happening in my dream happen like in real life and like in my waking reality. So
It's so weird. It's so, I mean, because my construct in dreams are so detail oriented and so, but again, places I've never seen before. I mean, it's like I have a flood of dreams that are hitting me right now. Um, wow. All right. I'm trying to I'm trying to deal. No, 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 because as I'm saying this, there's like one, two, three, four, five or six different places that just automatically gets flooded into my waking consciousness that I have not seen in real life, but I know are places where I'm going to see them. And a lot of it is like apartment buildings. They're like the way that the city is set up. It's nowhere in Orlando. It's not anywhere here, but it's outside of that. One of the major ones I had was when I went to Tony Braxton's wedding, and she married my cousin and Tony Braxton got married, and I had a dream. Yeah, well, okay. Well, let me explain the whole thing first. Let me explain the whole thing.
Yeah, story time.
When I was 5 years old, I had well, maybe I was 5 or 6. I had a dream about this house, and the dream was so strong that I remember waking up from the dream, and I remember drawing out the picture because it was kind of like a bluish house that had, but it was off in the corner. Like there was a hill, it went down. There were three haystacks that were circular, and they were on top of each other in the front lawn. And there was a wheelbarrow off on the on the with like if you're looking forward, it'd be like my right hand side. And then it had white columns that went down. I knew the amount of columns that it had, and then it had like an area, and the grass was really green. But then I remember in the dream I went around the back of it, and it had this play place. It had this. It had a slide. It had but it had a very specific thing. It had a. Oh, are you there? Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Okay. It had a blue, yellow, and red covering that went over the slide, and it was like a children's play place, but it was all in wood. But I remember the color that it had, the color coordination of the pattern on the thing. This is when I was 5 or 6. All right, now I remember drawing it and putting it in a drawer in my dream collection drawer. And so my mom had seen it, and we sat there, and she was like, "Well, I don't know why you're drawing this." And I'm like, "I don't know why I am either, but it's just coming on me really strong, and I just feel I don't know what this means, but it's just something I'm gonna draw and put in there." So so when I'm 19, they got married in 2001 in Atlanta. So I'd never been to Atlanta before, and Tony Braxton met Carrie Lewis when he was in a group Mint Condition. So he played the keyboard, and when she went on tour with Kenny G in '97, Mint Condition was the backup band. So that's kind of like when they met, and then they started dating, and then 2 years later they got married. So we got the invitation, of course, to go to the wedding in Atlanta. So we're going over to Tony and Carrie's house, and there's this road because they stayed in Decatur, so it's kind of like on the outskirts of Atlanta. So, okay, so we're going down this road, and we're going. I've never been to Atlanta. We're going down this road, going towards their house. Like we're probably like 10 minutes away from the house. I look over to the right of where I was in the car, and I see the house. And I was with my parents, and I told my dad, "Stop the car. Just stop the car right now. Stop." And he's like, "What?" I was like, "Pull over. Pull over. I like right now." It's like right now. And I looked at my mom and I said, "Mom, do you remember the house? Do you remember the house that I drew out?" And then she's like, "What?" I said, "Come down the hill with me because I need this validation. You don't understand. Now the three haystacks that were in the circular form were right on the left side, exactly where they were. The wheelbarrow was right in the same spot. The columns on the house were the same number. And now what I wanted to do, and it was the same time of daytime that it was in the dream. So I was like, well, this is going to be the thing that blows my mind because I needed validation on the slide. I needed validation on the color coordination of the blue, yellow, and red. I needed that because it was so specific that I was like, this is going to be like the thing that's going to blow my mind. If this, everything else has already blown my mind, but this is what I need. As we walked to the back, my mom just looked and her jaw dropped. And exactly, it was the exact same way. And I was like, I had that when I was 5 or 6 years old. And to be able to see that when I'm 19, going to this wedding in Atlanta where I've never been before, that was just like, that blew my mind. But it was a special occasion. It was something that was big that my mind, I guess, sort of saw. And it wasn't their house, it was just on the way to their house. It was like maybe 2 or 3 miles down the road, but it was something that was so specific, So, like, my dreams are like that. Like, there's a lot of places that I have not seen yet that I have. That's the reason why I know I'm not passing away anytime soon because I haven't seen all these places. No, I mean,
Awesome.
I'm
That's
just being
awesome.
honest. Like, I feel like there's certain things that have been set up and aligned in my dreams that are places and things that I'm supposed to see, and until those things have come to fruition, and so I've played out sort of all those dreamscape scenarios or dreams like those dreamscape landscapes, and until are all complete, then I'm not going to feel complete. Like that, those are messages saying, you're going to see this eventually. That's going to be confirmation. I'm just preparing you for this to happen, just to let you know that I have had everything set out in your consciousness before you thought of it. I'm showing you this so that way that you know that this isn't just you. This is something that's bigger than you. That it's so those uh, God consciousness moments or those things that just put you at another level that's like, whoa, that's nuts. It's not just about me, it's about the bigger picture. But the bigger picture is given to us in small pieces. And what we're supposed to do is sort of kind of piece together
Cross-referencing.
where we fit in with that, as we go through life. And when we go through times, I feel when we can't see clearly, or we don't get those God consciousness moments, or we are not on that, we're not in sync, or we're not with the flow. It's usually when we're doing something to our bodies. It's usually when we're staying still and staying in fear that sort of leaves. It dissipates. Your dreams stop. It just shuts off, and it's like, eh. And then it slowly becomes depression. It slowly becomes you just start acting out, and it's always anger and just all these other things that the spirit really doesn't have any. um it can't be seen when it's covered up with the constant thought, because that's the way anger and frustration and depression works. It keeps you spiritually bound to where you can't see anything else because you're constantly playing the same tape over and over again in your head, and you can't be set free from that. That's like it's crazy. It's crazy, and I hate it, but I was in it for so long. You know what I'm saying? It was
Mm-hmm.
But then once you break through from that, you get back on the track. You're like, oh, okay. And I like how what he was talking about, how you can't look at the things that you did in your past and look back and say, well, why hasn't this happened? Turn it into a positive. I was supposed to go through those situations so this can be a positive thing later on.
Yes.
And what happens is you don't lose time. What happens is things come to you so quickly that it's like, oh, now you're ready. Bam, here you go.
Oh my gosh.
Let's
That's
keep
what's
it moving.
happening to me now.
That's exactly what happened to both of us. So and that's the reason why I'm saying that, because now that you're ready to see it, now all this information it's like, okay, you're ready for it. Here you go. Whew. And I'm going to open all the windows and doors for you to go ahead and take everything at your disposal, because that's the way. It's an overflow. It doesn't say I'm just going to give you a trickle. It says I'm going to give you an overflow of things, because that's what when you are walking in alignment, that's what you get, because you're ready for it. but I'm not going to give you that if you're not ready. You know what I'm saying? It's if you're not ready, I can't
Yeah,
do
you know
anything.
what? I had sorry, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. It's just like
Okay.
you were talking about that stopping and the chakras.
Mhm.
It's almost like you're blocking everything. So the flow, it kind of stops and it can't move until you release it. And then once it's able to go, then it's able to spring out. So okay, I'm done.
What I was gonna say is I talked about this before, but there was a man who came into the store and he was talking about scalar energy and frequencies and crystal pyramids and sacred geometry and just all this mind-blowingly awesome stuff. And I remember sitting there and it was like he described it later on as something I'll tell you in a minute, but it was like I was sitting there and I was going, my God, this is amazing. Like there's so many connections for like what I have known spiritually in my life and all these things that I know intuitively, and then he's just given me all the science to back it up. And I was just, my mind was just like, scrambling to get all this information saved basically, on my hard drive, and it wasn't working very well. So I was trying to make myself notes. And I remember that when he left, I was sitting there kind of like, whoa, like in awe. And I went and looked at my notes, and I was super disappointed because my notes had there was like nothing. I got nothing. There's like I wrote the words scalar energy. I wrote a crystal pyramid. I wrote geometry.
You didn't write anything. Yeah,
I didn't write anything that was going to give me any new information, or even help me recall all the stuff that he had given me. And the next time I saw him, he walked in and he goes, I really had no idea that I was here for 2 hours. He's like, it felt like I was talking to you for 5 minutes and I just downloaded. Like I opened my mouth and just all this information from my brain came out. He's like, that night I went home and I slept the best sleep I've ever had. I was like, what? He's like, yeah, it felt like all this stuff had been in my brain, like I was storing it for you. And then I went in and I downloaded it all to you, and then I went home and my brain was all like chill and it was all good and I could sleep. I was just like, that is amazing. So that's the type of stuff, like this is what we were talking about, gets us right back to the beginning of channeling. Is that like a form of channeling? Like he definitely was channeling information. Like he just opened his mouth and a whole bunch of information fell out into my head, and then he was empty. He was just he had been storing that all up to pass it on, kind of. So would that be channeling, I wonder?
Well, I think that channeling's a little different, and
it is different, but I mean I'm still getting a connection feeling from that. Sorry, go ahead, Christian.
I would call it a form of channeling.
Okay.
But not necessarily.
Yeah.
Right. I think
not
that's
the one that's mostly
personal.
accepted as the definition, I guess.
Yeah.
I think it's picking up on the intuitiveness that your spirit, he knows immediately that your spirit needs this information because your spirit has been wanting it and it's open to receive it. But it's receiving it at such a high level that a lot of it you might not have been able to comprehend at the time. But
all I knew was that it was super awesome and I really wanted to hear more, and that maybe was enough. Maybe that's what I needed at the time.
But the thing is that I think that some of the things that he probably said sat in the subconscious, and it's just like the dreams. It gets brought out in different times when you're ready to hear it. It's like, oh, I remember he said that.
Yeah, that actually happens.
But it's like, at that time, it wouldn't have made any sense to you because you're not ready to see it,
Yeah.
It's crazy. Our brains are pretty crazy.
Yeah, they're pretty intense, man. There's lots of wacky stuff going on there that we're not like obviously one part of our brain is paying attention to what's going on, but some of it's just like la 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 la, and then it just pops out of nowhere and you're like, what? Where did that come from? I love that though. I love that.
Yeah, I miss you. I miss you, girl. I'm just trying to let you know.
Yeah.
We haven't spoken in a while, and so,
yeah, and you know what? Every time we get talking, I'm just like, oh, dang, I need to talk to AJ more. There's so much stuff that we have in common. Like I keep forgetting that we're kind of synced up, sort of. We got some stuff going on that's really similar. So, yeah, I'm gonna stay in touch for sure.
yeah, there's been a lot of crazy experiences lately that I've been having, and um, really quick. Well, actually, I already spoke about the girl that. Well, because I
Mhm.
was, you know, sometimes I get into a frame of mindset, and I don't know if this is just me, and so I'm gonna bounce this off of you and anybody else in the group that can sort of relate to this. I sometimes I don't know if it's because I'm spirit. Sometimes I feel spiritually inclined, or I've opened myself up, but sometimes I go through uh, a thing where I feel like everybody is almost against me, or they have ulterior motives to where, in all actuality, they it could be, and it could be anybody. It could be somebody in a spiritual community, or it could be this. They might say something that I might perceive it another way, and it could be in a negative way, and then I
Mhm.
start thinking the way of how that person is probably conspiring a plan to flat out to get me out of this spiritual community, or
Wow.
trying to say something negative about me to another person, and everybody else is on their same page and not with me, and I feel like the outcast. Now, this happens, it doesn't happen often, but I know that it used to happen often, and I had it happen recently. And I was just like, it was something small that was said, but it wasn't anything derogatory. But my mind went to the place to
Yep.
where I automatically thought that this person was being untruthful, or was not being honest with me. And instead of saying, because I'm always the type of person to where say what you want to say to my face and just be straight
Mhm.
up honest with me. Like, if you
Yep.
have a problem, just let me know. Like, we can squash it out, we can hash it out, it'll be good. But please don't do anything behind my back, because that's the one thing I just can't stand. Like, I don't like, I just,
That man,
I don't
that's
like mind games.
super. Yeah, that's
I don't
super
like mind
resonated
games.
with me, man. That exact thing happened to me not last week, but the week before. Somebody said something to me and it didn't even like at the time I was in kind of a bad mental place where I was like
Right.
I wasn't really entirely sure of like what was going on and what my feelings were towards like the situation, and then
Hmm.
I was very emotional. I was very uncertain as to what I was up to, and I was talking to this person,
Hmm.
and this person said something to me that at the time didn't really like, it didn't click. Like I was not like, I was just like, oh, she's trying to make me feel better and stuff like that. But what was actually said, I got thinking about it afterwards. I'm like, man, that was really ignorant. Like, why would she say something like that? Like, what? I just started attributing all of
Right.
these negative
Right.
feelings to this thing she said, and it wasn't even like anything bad. It's just like
Right.
maybe she just was insensitive to what it would have done for me. But I started thinking, oh well, you know what? Maybe she's just trying to like throw me out, like get me kicked out of the area, or like trying to like, I just had all these really
Right.
negative vibes, and I was like, where is that coming from?
Hmm.
Because knowing the
Thank you.
person who said these things to me, it was just like that's not true. Like, so
Right.
basically I basically I call it the fear goblin.
Hmm.
It's the fear goblin in your brain, that little primitive lizard scared thing that's scared of, like, the elephants and the dinosaurs that are going to stomp on you, or the woolly mammoths, whatever. It's that primitive part of your brain that I call the fear goblin, and it's the one that whispers at you all of the things that
The Georgie boy.
are untrue. I don't know what Georgie Boy is.
Oh,
So,
you got you.
what is
Okay,
that?
it's it's a character in the movie. Um, oh, Skull was just talking about it tonight. It's the people who made The Matrix, and I just watched it too, and I can't remember the name of it. Oh my gosh!
I'm gonna
It's
I'm
with
gonna I'm gonna Google it.
it's
I'll
with
Google it.
Tom Hanks and Halle Berry. Anyway, there's this character named Georgie Boy, and he's like this devilish, ghoulish looking figure who only exists in the mind of this
Is it
guy, and like
Clockwork Orange?
no,
No.
it's a recent movie.
Okay.
Um,
Okay.
Oh, Jupiter Ascending?
no, it's no,
Oh, okay.
not that recent. Oh my
Hmm.
gosh. Anyway, like when things are happening or people are saying something to him or he's like learning new information or whatever, the Georgie boy will be like, they're a scheming and a slipper and slimy liars, you
Oh
know,
wow,
trying to tell him, you know,
it's the fear goblin.
exactly.
Huh.
Well,
Yeah, because
and that,
that's what I attributed it to, and it was just before I was taking my vow of silence. Actually, I decided not to speak, so I was like, just
mhm.
before that, I actually wanted to talk to this person. Like, I wanted to say, I thought these things, and I'm past that now because I know that's not who you are.
Mhm.
And
Well,
I had to sneeze there, sorry. So, yeah, so I was like, I wanted to talk to her about this because it was really bothering me, and it felt like there was no basis for me to feel this way. It's just like
exactly.
I think it's just
Cloud Atlas, that's the movie.
it's what?
Cloud Atlas.
Cloud Atlas.
Cloud
I've heard of
Atlas.
that.
Okay.
But
See,
yeah, there's no logical reason for us to feel that way, but it's that vibe that's like, oh well, clearly you don't belong here, and we're gonna try to make sure that you don't,
Right.
stick
Right.
around, and that was the whole vibe.
That
And I'm still working on that, man. Like I'm still
I'm working
dealing
on
with that right now.
I'm working
Sucks.
on that too, and I think that that's one of the things that I felt like saying it because I needed to get it out there because I feel like sometimes um, I know that in going through with spirituality, this is one of the things that come up, and then I start questioning myself. I start questioning, am I really am I really doing the right thing, or are these people really feeling this way towards me? And then that creates doubt in my head. So what I did was I called somebody that sort of the one lady that opened up her shop for me in Sanford to do reading. I just hit her up and I was like, hey, look, I'm going through this. Are these feelings valid? Now, this is what she said, and half of it's the truth and half of it is not. So I had to discern while she was speaking. She said, "Yep, that's exactly what's going on." But this is what I will tell you because she said this. She said you're sensitive and you pick up on certain things, and I'm like, I don't agree with, and that's where I didn't agree. But then she said something that did make sense. She said,
I can't hear you for some reason.
We can't hear you, and I think it's because actually when you guys are not muted, AJ can't be heard. I think it's just like interference, like background sounds or something. I notice I have to keep
okay,
mine muted to hear him better.
Yeah.
okay, can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so when I called her and talked to her about it, what ended up happening was that she said, yep, they're thinking of you're probably picking up on that and this and that, but this is what you have to do. And she said, you have to let go of what other people or their perceptions of what you think that they're saying is, because that is what's going to hold you down from doing what you really need to do. And I picked up on that and I was like, that's absolutely true. But my point was, where is this coming from? Knowing, okay, if I'm able to sense certain things, I shouldn't be sensing half the stuff that I'm feeling if somebody says something and I'm perceiving it the wrong way. And I know it's the wrong way because I know I shouldn't be. My mind starts going to that place to where it's like everybody's doing something against me. Maybe everybody's in on this, and it's almost like psychotic. It's almost like what it is. It's like it's bad, and I don't. It's something that comes up every so often, and so
I
during
get
the
the
day,
feeling. Sorry, go ahead. Go ahead. Sorry.
during that day, I prayed about it, and I was just like, okay, well, I'm just gonna let this go because usually what I'll do is I'll sit in silence. I won't say anything until that feeling kind of leaves me, and I'm like, I still need to focus on what I need to do for me, and not really concern myself. And then that night is when I got that message for the girl that was sitting in there, and then that validated, and I told her at the end after I gave her the message, and even the message that came through with the when I had to let her know, like, there's you're one of two but of many, I said, do you have a brother? And she was like, yes. And then she was like, yeah, but the mini where I was supposed to, there were supposed to be 7 kids, and it's only us two now. And I was like, okay. And then I said, you know what? I said that might have been validation for you, but you don't understand how big of a validation that was for me, because I was going through something earlier today, and I was faced with that sort of Georgie boy, as we would put it to like in that sense. And I was like, I was faced with that, and I prayed about it and let it go, and then that gets validated. No, you're okay. You, everything that you're thinking is just in your mind. I'm still using you for what I need you to be used for. And it was like, oh, okay, like now it kind of makes sense. But it was still sort of like those. I just wondered if anybody else goes through stuff like that, in
Yes.
the mind. So yeah,
For
that's just
sure.
you know,
That actually,
that's,
when you were saying that, it actually reminded me of something that was said to me this week, a few days ago, actually. I was feeling really like this was happening when I was feeling really all not feeling like I belong, and I was feeling really, really depressed actually because I was like, I got to find my tribe because clearly, I haven't found it and all these people don't want me here, and I was just feeling really stressed out. And then somebody who I haven't spoken to in like, oh my gosh, I want to say 3 months, sent me a message on Facebook. And what was said was actually, sometimes I feel finding the tribe isn't the hard part. Accepting that you're in it isn't always easy.
mm,
That's it. Just like accepting that you are part of us, you are part of this community. It's not always easy,
mhm,
especially if you've got issues where like people have talked about you behind your back, and they have schemed and plotted behind your
mm,
back, and I've had that situation where it's like me being a good person caused me to be a giant target for
right,
people because it's just like, well, you project yourself as this like very nice person who wants to help everybody and sunshine and light and hugs, and clearly you have some sort of ulterior motive. It's like I don't have an ulterior motive. I like
right,
hugs and I like making people happy. Like it's
right.
legit, but they're
It's
just like,
legit.
oh well, because they have a darkness in them that that
Mm,
They project it
that's
onto you.
they project it onto me,
mm,
and then they basically tell me that I am that way when I am not, because it's a reflection of themselves.
mm.
They see it as duplicity. They see it as me being sneaky and untrue and deceitful when I am being myself. But then because of my sensitivity to feelings, I get
it
that and
it
I
causes
feel
you
like,
and it causes you to pull back from
yeah.
everything, which is the last thing that you want to do. It causes you to be the person that you don't want to be and keep you
And
trapped.
I
That
almost
so
did
sucks.
that. I
So sucks.
almost did that too. I was like, I'm
Mhm.
never gonna come back to the store. I'm not gonna hang out with like Brendan anymore. I'm not gonna
Mhm.
hang out with all these people anymore. I was just
Right.
like, like I felt like I did not belong, so I should just hide in my house and not do anything and not be part of the community anymore. But you know what? Getting that message was just him saying, accepting that you're in the tribe isn't always easy. That really just, it basically squashed that little fear goblin. It squashed it like a grape. It was just like done. And I was like, you know what?
I'm
No, I
so
love
glad.
everybody, and I'm just gonna be that way.
So glad that
So,
we're having this conversation, because I think that
right.
this is. I think there's a lot more people that actually go through this and don't want to talk about it or don't bring it up. But I think that sometimes you have to bring up those nasty things because I don't know why they come up. I don't know why that my thinking is that way. It's a concern. It's really it's a concern because I know that my intention is always good in everything that I do, and if I don't feel like I'm aligning right, or if I feel like I'm doing something that might be out of my will, or out of something that it shouldn't be there, I usually feel that strongly, and I will change what I need to do because I have that awareness, and so I try and make it right. But sometimes when I feel like I don't belong or I don't fit in, and getting through that, that's the hard thing. And like I said, I haven't felt that for about almost 3 months. But when it came up recently, I was just like, hmm, okay, well,
Yeah, it was 3 months ago the last time that I really felt that vibe of not not belonging or not feeling like the people around you were trustworthy, or they were like talking about you behind your back and stuff. And it wasn't even like a specific people. It was just like this feeling, like it's. I can't remember. It's called victim mentality. It
Yeah.
is. Who was it that brought that up? Somebody brought that up to me on Facebook, and I think it was my friend Spirit Plant actually, or Michael, or I can't remember exactly who, but somebody was like, "That's spirit. That's victim mentality." I'm like, "What?" So I didn't know what that meant really. So I went and I looked on Wikipedia and saw what victim mentality was, and seeing the physical, like the descriptions of what you go through as someone who is in that mentality. One, I could identify with almost all of it, and two, it was really gross to read it in words, and I'm just like, ew.
I'm looking at it right now.
Is that what I was doing? Oh, I can't believe that. Like, how did I get myself sucked into that again? And I realized that it was actually I was burning out. I was actually I was projecting too much of myself, giving too much of myself, but not recharging, not like recharging my batteries, not like refilling myself with love. So I was just giving out all this love, but I wasn't like able to receive it for myself. So I was basically I was burning out, and I contacted my boss. I'm like, look, I need a break. Like, I'm not going to be going to the store for like a whole week. And that was the week I decided to do my vow of silence as well, because I was like, I can't keep giving and not getting anything back in, because it's starting to break down my mentals. And the other part of that is that I'm almost like, I feel like I'm almost like a counselor when I'm there, because people will come in with all these spiritual questions and their own challenges and problems, and they want to talk to me about it, which I don't mind, because I've been through a lot of things in my life and I can relate to a lot of it, or I can give them information that they can go with and maybe learn about themselves, right? So I'm talking to all these people, but I'm basically absorbing all of this chaos from all of these different people, and I'm not dealing with it. It's just like coming in and coming in and coming in, and I'm not letting it go somewhere. So I was internalizing a lot of fear and a lot of stress from a lot of people, and not channeling it elsewhere properly, not dispersing the energy properly. So I was like burning myself out from the inside by being a caring and loving person. So that's something that you gotta kind of watch too, because I have the feeling that you might do that too, AJ. I'm not entirely sure, but like you when people are like they're telling you all these bad things about themselves, you maybe like internalize some of it. It might not be conscious. That's the thing. I was not conscious of it when this happened to me.
See, the thing is that for me, I guard against that, and I do only because the spiritual growth that I have within the program I'm doing. I'm quick not to co-sign on people's bullshit. I really
I love that phrasing.
I'm just gonna be honest. Like, if you're going through all this stuff, I do not care about your pity party. I have other things that I have to do. And most of the time, I will sit there and I will half listen, and I will stop them. And I said, and this is what I've been saying lately. What are you doing about it to change it? That's it. Where do you stand with it in yourself, and what have you done to make to get on the path of changing where you're at? And if they can't give me an answer, or they can't reflect back to themselves, and they want to stay in that, then I'm like, listen, I can't do anything for you. I have my own stuff to worry about, because I'm not going to sit in the mess with you, because misery loves company, and I'm not about to be a part of that. So, if you want to pass that on to somebody else, that's cool. But at this point, I don't have time to deal with it.
Thank you.
I really don't.
Thank you, because that's something that I have. See, I let go of saying that to people, because it was something I did while I was already a very negative person. So to me, doing that at the time was basically like, I'm way worse off than you, and I don't want to hear about your crap. And that's how it always came out. And now, like, getting that just gave me tools to deal with my own, like, how I deal with people
It's out of
now.
protection. It's out of protection for yourself. I think when you start loving yourself and you start really seeing the positive attributes within inside of yourself, you I think there needs to be boundaries onto what you let in and
Mhm.
what you accept for you. And I know that for me, because I am an empath and I do feel a lot of times, and I had to guard myself against certain things because when I first started out, oh definitely, I would start crying for no reason. I was picking up on it was so bad to where I was
Yeah.
picking up on people's emotions. They wouldn't even be in my presence. They could be at home, and I would be in the middle of class, and for some reason, I'm having the same thought process that they're in. I'm going through, and I feel like killing myself. I'm crying for no reason. My life's okay, but I'm picking up on their shit. And I was
Oh
like,
my god.
I didn't know that I had opened myself up, and because again, I have not been taught. It's been natural, so I had to learn things the hard way. I'm like, well, wait a second. Why am I? What? I had to really check myself and say, what the heck is going on? And so I talked to my
That's
mom
not
about it.
me. Where did that come from? Thing, right?
Why am I doing this? Why am I crying for no reason? I don't have anything going on. And then I started realizing how much I would invest into trying to fix other people. I was spending time worried about everybody else except worried about what I was doing for me.
Yes.
So,
Yes.
so what I was doing was I was trying to place my own understanding. Okay. Now I'm attaching a part of my spirit into their problem. Okay. So I'm sympathizing with where they're at. I'm putting my emotion and I feel exactly where they're coming from. And I'm taking my emotional standpoint and their emotional standpoint and wallowing and holding their hand in it and being like, yeah, I understand exactly what you're going through. That person was an asshole to me too, or I had the same thing go on with me, and this. Now I'm connecting with the feelings that they're going through. That's where the attachment started. That's where
Yeah.
that's where our spirits melded together. Now it's familiar spirits that I'm dealing with. So now what happened was after I left the situation, like in certain, and I've studied, I've never really had to do it, but in certain rituals or in certain ritualistic things, if you don't close a circle, then things are able to roam freely. You still there a piece of them is still with you. If you have no disconnect on that and you don't understand exactly where you are and what your place is, then you're carrying all that shit with you. So then I would be like, I was going through all this and it was driving me crazy. And it wasn't until I was able to figure it out and say, okay, I can hear what you're saying. Now, okay, I understand that. Let's look at the positive aspect. Instead of going down to your level, why don't we look at a different alternative as in a change of thought to get you off of that negative thinking and back on track to where it's opening a new perception to you. So then that way I don't get stuck and you can see a way out instead of me wallowing with you. You know what
Yes.
I'm saying?
Yes, that's been happening to me. Oh my gosh, it's exactly what I need to do. I just wrote break the connection in like huge letters in my book right here and like circled it because that is something that I actually Bonnie was somebody who mentioned that to me. I did a reading for her a bunch of weeks ago and it was like really late. Like there was like 4 of us or 3 of us in here. But I did a reading for her and she's like, "Oh, did you remember to break the connection?" And I was like, "What? Yes, I totally did." And I broke it then. Like I did that for her
Right.
because she had reminded me that that's a thing that should be done because nobody had ever said that to me before. Ever. Like I'm like almost
It's very smart.
35 and
I'm
that's
glad.
like wow, my mind is just blown because like it's just such an it seems like like a common sense thing. Like, everybody should know that when you make a connection, you need to break that connection or the connection is still open, right? It's not a thing that ever occurred to me before.
Interesting.
because it's like that's like we've been doing it just like naturally, and to not have that basis, not have that base information that it's like it just kind of reminds me of that question that Dreams Starshine asked me. How do you not Reiki? How do you not break the connection? Like, how do you not know that already? Like, it's like everyone should know this information already, but I did never had it. So now I know that. I mean, I did notice myself doing what you were suggesting or what you were talking about, and how you connect your emotional feelings and your experiences with the experience of someone who's complaining at you. You know? And I found that I did that a lot in the last, like in the following, like the weeks leading up to last week. I found I was doing that a lot instead of asking people, how are you dealing with that, or what steps have you taken to get past this or to deal with this in your life. I was basically just commiserating with them. And I realized that during my vow of silence, the only times that I found I wanted to speak was to complain. And I went, what? Because, I mean, the only time I said one sentence, and then I realized that I had spoken and stopped, because that's what I realized that I had been doing. Is there was a guy who was standing in the bus shelter, and there's no smoking signs all over the bus shelter, and he was smoking. And it was really gross because, like, we walked in and it's just full of smoke. So I was like, oh man, I wish we had some no smoking signs in here. And I walked out. And well, I mean, the guy was standing there like smoking, and he was kind of. I recall thinking to myself, like, I did this like super passive aggressive comment, and I went, really? That's what I chose to say out loud during my vow of silence? That's what came out, was complete. Like, that's illuminating, you know? Like, I didn't realize that was what was in there, but then I stopped talking, but I realized that it's like that was a lot of it, is that people would come in and they would say all these bad things. I'm like, oh yeah, you know what? Me too. Like, somebody lit a fire in my apartment building, and it's like, why did I talk about that? Why aren't I talking about like the awesome book that I was reading, or a cool movie, or like, my stuffed alien that I have on my bed, or whatever, like.
It's funny. It's funny how people. I think it's kind of like a default thing for people to relate to each other through complaining.
Yeah.
Right.
And we shouldn't do that.
No. Not at all.
No.
And I think that's the thing, and that shows spiritual growth. I feel, for me, it's so freeing to be able to sit back and say, and it's not an egotistical thing. It's not. It's basically, it's more out of love than anything else, because you don't like seeing the person where they're at.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I know that I've been there and I'm not there now. How am I supposed to help you if I'm in it with you? Even though I might not be a part of it, I'm still over there complaining right along with you. That shows no spiritual growth. But when you step back and you say, you know what? I feel you. I've totally been there. But let me tell you how this is a way that I've been able to kind of like break that cycle. This is what I have found. This is sort of something that's helped me out along the way, and then give it to them in that sense. Then it's like, oh wow, now you're giving them something to where they don't have to be stuck, because just like us, it's not until we hear it from somebody else sometimes do we get that awareness, and it's like, oh man, that's so totally right. Like, that's what I need to hear,
Yep. And that I curbed myself Saturday. I was working, and a man came in who, I guess he'd come in like every day that week looking for me. He didn't realize that I was going to be gone, because I was there on like air all the time. So he came in on Saturday. He was like, oh, I really missed you. Like, I was having a really bad week, and I just wanted to come in and talk to you because you always fill me up full of light and make me smile and give me a bro fist. He doesn't hug, so we bro fist. So like, he's like, I missed that. Like, where you been? And so I told him what had been happening, and he's like, oh yeah. So then he started trying to he said something, and it was phrased really negatively, And he was on his way out when he said it, and I corrected him right away. I was like, no, a better way of looking at that is this, and I gave him like the positive wording for what he had just said. And he stopped and he pointed at me. He goes, "You are exactly right. I am going to
Right.
focus more on speaking positively to myself. Thank you." And then he walked out. And I was like, okay, that is what I need to get back to. Because I found,
Cool.
yeah, and I found that, like, it's really, really easy to slip back into the habits of other people when they're complaining about things and where they're sad about things, and you can
Holy crap!
relate because you've been through that stuff. What?
I just got deja vu right now hearing you say that. I heard you say that before.
Yeah, like getting stuck in other people's crapulence is just there's no reason for it. So it's like, it's like, hey, I'm stuck in a hole, and then you go to help them out of the hole, and they pull you in with you, and you're like, well, now we're both stuck in a hole. Now what are we gonna do?
It's also a good thing I feel is that once you gain that knowledge and you see somebody, you're giving that knowledge away, and that helps you become even stronger. That helps you
Yeah, it like reinforces it on yourself.
Yep.
Reinforces everything. So not only are you helping that person out, but you're helping yourself as well. So it's like a win-win situation instead of a lose-lose situation. And I'd rather be on the win-win side. That's just
Yeah.
you know what I'm saying? That's kind of like the way things have been going for me. So it's like, it's taking time, but gosh, what a journey! It's so good. I love it. I love it.
Yeah, you know what? We're on this. I think we're on the same pathway through this journey right now, AJ. This is really kind of rad.
That's the reason why I was like, when I first like started talking to you, I'm like, she gets it. She's like, at the same spot. Like we're in this together.
Yeah.
And I think that we're naturally both, and we're all teachers in our own right, and I think that as we should be, and it's we have to look at life as school. You know what I'm saying? And sometimes we get stuck. We have to replay and go back and get held back a grade.
Yep. That's a good analogy.
Just because we like to just stay where we're at, and until we start doing the work and start really passing the test, can we move on to like going through this thing. But it's always better to have a study partner. It's always better to have somebody that's like
Yes. Yes. Oh my gosh.
so you don't feel alone in the situation. Because I feel like for me, like it's when I feel alone and I don't have really anybody to talk about certain things with, that's when I start getting stuck in my head. And that's when it's like, I really just I need an outlet. I need somebody to at least like know that I'm not alone in this situation, so then that way, they can give me their experience, strength, and hope throughout the situation, and I can relay certain things and we can help each other. That's the reason why I want to keep this connection with you, and let's not be so distant all the time. Because
Yeah, man. Yeah.
I'm readily available most of the time. I've been extremely tired lately for some reason. But like tonight, I knew that I was going to be up, and I have tomorrow off, and I have Tuesday off. So I'm like, yes, like I've just been extremely busy with work and other stuff.
You know what? My it's really weird. I don't normally sleep more than 4 or 5 hours a night because I can't. I can't. There's you just can't. If you sleep more than that, then you become a zombie and you're totally useless like the next day. So I can't. I just can't do it. And I'll wake up before my alarm goes off. It doesn't matter if I go to bed at 6 o'clock in the morning. My alarm goes off at 7:30. I'm up. Like it's just that's it. So last night I slept for 9 hours, and
I've been doing that.
That was
dreaming a lot.
yeah, I had a lot of dreams. I've got a book beside my bed now that I just like grab it right away and just start scribbling things down. And while I'm scribbling things down, I'm recalling other things to add to it. So there's like arrows pointing everywhere, and like things are circled, and there's a star, and then there's stuff down at the bottom and scribbled up the side of the page, and it's just like a big mess. But I'll go back and rewrite it so that I can read it, and so it makes sense to people. But like to me, and when I want to relate it to others. But last night, because of the time change, like our clocks went forward an hour, and so it's like I went to bed at 4. You know, technically in my brain it's still 3. So I went to bed at 4. Probably fell asleep around 4:30, and I woke up and I'm all like, oh yeah, I'm awake, groovy. You know, like, oh, I'm feeling a little bit tired, but oh shoot, what time is it? And I'm looking out the window. I'm like, oh, phew, it's good. It's good. It's only noon. It wasn't noon. It was 1 because of the clocks changing. So I'm calculating. I'm like, wait a minute. I just slept for 9 hours. That is not cool. So the worst part was that I had something planned today, and I was going to go to a monthly meeting of the Food Not Lawns group of people who, like, instead of
Oh, I've heard about that.
instead of growing, like, having just a front lawn, you can grow food there. So it's
Yeah.
like garden and stuff. And I want to grow my own food, so I've got like a brillion seeds right now, and none of them are started because I don't know what I'm doing. But I really wanted to go to this meeting, and it started at 1 and ended at 4. By the time I got up and like out of bed and doing everything, I realized it was like 12 hours ago, so it was like 2:15, and I'm looking at the time schedules for the buses, and the next bus is at 3. It would have got me downtown by like 4:15. I'm like, it ended already. I'm like, it's so frustrating. So I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna hang out with somebody today. So a guy that Brendan actually met at the sweat lodge that he went to on Thursday. I met him yesterday. So I met him yesterday. His name's Mike. He's one of the firekeepers, and he invited me to his place for tea today. So because it was a super sunny day, it was 26 Fahrenheit today, and so that's t-shirt weather for me, which is amazing because I went outside with, like, I wear a hoodie and a cape over top of it and a scarf and a hat, and I'm wearing all this, and I walk outside and I'm just like, I like took all of it off. I was just wearing a t-shirt. It was fantastic. So we're sitting in snow, in lawn chairs, drinking tea outside in the sunshine, with like these cheap sunglasses on. It was amazing. It was so much fun because we were talking about gardening and planting, and we were talking about art, and we were talking about like First Nations people and like families and stuff. Like we talked for hours, like at least 2 or 3 hours we were talking, and then I came home. But it was really like it was really cool because like I had plans for a thing that I was going to do that I really did want to do, and because it didn't happen, I ended up meeting up with somebody who ran an art gallery, and we were talking about art, and he's going to frame some of my art for me so that I can sell it. So it's like, instead of this thing that would have benefited my life in one way, I went and met somebody who's going to help me benefit my life in another way that should be happening. Because I haven't worked on my art since... I don't even know. I think I haven't worked on my art in like 2 months. Yeah, AJ keeps dropping out of here. It's not cool. That's okay. I still have Facebook to talk to AJ. But yeah, I haven't been doing anything with my art in a while because it feels like I'm focusing on learning who I am in my own mind and in my body, and applying that to real life, and then my art will just benefit from it. So meeting Mike today and talking to him about like getting my artwork framed and getting stuff done that way was like, it was basically the universe is telling me, you know what, God's telling me, is like, you need to do this art stuff. You've been talking about doing it for months. You haven't done it in months, and for the last week I've been going, I have everything that I need to paint. I have canvas, I have 2 easels, I have paint up the wazoo, I've got paintbrushes, I've got ideas for what I want to paint, but none of it's happening. I'm just sitting on my butt, and it's not getting done. All the prep in the world is not going to get you anywhere if you don't start. So I currently have no paint in my house because I took it all to the store because I was going to paint there, because I can't paint when there's other people around. I don't know if that's an artist thing or what, but when there's other people even in the same apartment, I get all like, I can't do anything.
It's very
I feel
personal.
Like it is.
Very personal.
It's very personal, and for me, I haven't painted in a long time, and there's 2 that I have to finish. One was a Christmas present. I'm very sorry if you're listening to this. It'll be done soon. And the other one is a one that my friend commissioned for me, but she said there's no rush on it because she wants it for her house, and she doesn't have her house yet. So that's okay. But for myself personally, there's so many other things that are coming to me. Like tonight while we were talking, I can't stop drawing 7-pointed stars. I've never drawn a 7-pointed star in my life. I have no idea why I've been drawing this. Actually, the design that I made while we were talking tonight about Pleiadians and aliens and stuff is an eye in the middle, and the colored part of the eye, is it the iris, right? The colored part of your eye?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, the iris is actually, it looks like that guy's eyes that I met tonight who was laughing at his shoes. So it's like stars, black and with stars in it. And then there's these weird spirals that are in the white of the eye. And then there are 8 circles around the outside of a circle that this eye is inside. And each one of those circles has a 7-pointed star in it. Connecting from the eye to the big circle that these are connected to are bands of black with 5-pointed stars in them. The top 2 have 3, the bottom 2 have 3, and the 4 on the sides each have 2. I don't know what this means, but it's like I have to paint that.
You're channeling.
Yeah. Well, it, just like he was talking about with the automatic writing, and which you know, it's kind of funny. I think that I think that painting and drawing and automatic writing, I know I know that even writing for myself, some of the stuff that I've written, even on Facebook, I will get into these states to where it's like this message is coming really quickly and I just need to get it out. And I'll just start writing, and when I'm done, I'm like, I can't write fast enough.
Mm-hmm.
Like it just flows. And then when I sit back and I read it, I'm like, what did I just write? Are you serious? Like that came from me? Like,
yeah.
Like I'm always in a state of wonder. Like I can't believe that I did that, because I know my potential, but do I see my potential all the time? No, not necessarily. You know, it's not unless I put myself in that situation. And half the time, and I hate to say this, but it's honest, half the time I'm sort of lazy when it comes to like doing a lot of things for myself and things that I really want to do. And even like the passion that I have for doing things doesn't supersede the laziness.
Yeah, exactly. Like you feel like it
relate to
should.
that.
You feel like it should, right? You're like, oh, this is such a huge thing, and I can do this and make people happy, and I can make some money doing this thing, and like this art, but I can't. That's the thing. I can. I know I can. Like I know that I mean a lot of my art has been paid for with food and books and clothing, but because I am fully a believer in the barter system and trading for things.
Right, exactly.
But like I have done paintings where I walked into a room full of people with a painting. I'm covered in paint. My hair looks like a mess. I don't really smell the greatest because I'm an artist, right? So when we get in the zone, we're just like showers. I don't even care. Right? So I walk into this room and I'm carrying this painting. There's like 20, 30 people in the room. I just hold it up. I'm like, hey, look what I got. And I had like 3 people freaking out. One guy literally threw money at me. So like, you know, it's $20 bills flying at my head. And I'm just like, what? He's like, how much do I give you? And like, he wanted the painting so bad. But I mean, this is, I know that my art is desirable to people. Like they look at it and go, wow, that's really cool. You should make a lot of money from that. But that's not what I'm trying to do. Like I paint because I paint. So I think I need a manager.
I need a manager too.
Serious, man. You're just like, okay, well, you know, you gave me a deadline. You said you were going to finish it by this date, and you know, we have a week left. So what do you got? Show me what you got right now. Show me how much you've got done. And if you got nothing done, they're like on you, like get it done. You're supposed to have it done in a week. Hey, you got 5 days left. Hey, you got 3 days left. What do you got? And you need somebody to do that, because I've got a lot of things that people are like, oh, you're painting the Incredible Hulk, or oh, you're painting, you know, Iron Man, or you're painting Lilo and Stitch or something. And it's like, really, let me see it. I'm like, well, I had plans, you know. Plans are nice, but you know, it's like, if I get one part of it done, I get like I feel like super ego. I'm like, yeah, I totally just sketched that on that canvas. I don't even need to do anything anymore. It's like, what? Like that's just like you get the plans out. Like this image that came to me while we were all talking about aliens and stuff. I have to paint this. And I think I probably will because I think I have some crappy paint, like dollar store paint somewhere here in my apartment. I have to find it now because this needs to be painted. There's another one that I did that I was coloring while you were talking, and I don't even know what this is. I cannot describe it. I'll just have to post it up on Facebook for people to see because there's no explanations. There's like circles and squiggles and triangles, and I think those are like lava lamp blobs, and there's like rectangles and like topographical map sort of looking things, and I can't even. I'm just gonna change the page, but there's a lot of weird stuff coming to me that's not my normal style. Like my normal style of painting, I call no contacts because it looks like what I see the world without my glasses on, and it's all blobby and weird, but it works. Like you can clearly see what it is. So it's like it's actually I'm gonna post my website so you guys can see my art actually because I have a website now. Yay, like a professional or something. It's pretty awesome.
Yay.
I mean, there's not a ton of stuff on there, but it's got all of what's needed pretty much.
Oh no, you can't click on it.
Crazy. No, you can't click on it. Hold on. It doesn't have the HTTP thing, but that's all it is. Just
okay. I'll just
my one friend
wix.com/arts.
My one friend's an artist, and I want to show you a picture that he did, and I'm trying to go in his photos to see if I can.
But the reason that I called it no contacts, there were two reasons I called it no contacts. One is because that's how I see the world when I don't have my glasses on. Like literally, I gotta just take pictures of random stuff and just do that to it. You should see what the street looks like at night with all the lights, like street lights and like traffic lights and stuff. It's wacky. Like they're huge. They're huge. They're like 10 feet in diameter. The lights that come, the lights that shine off. Because when I can't see, I can't see. But the other reason I called it no contacts was literally I had 0 contacts in the art world when I started painting. I had no contact with humans. Like I was isolated a lot, like really bad. I had like one friend that I talked to, and that was because he lived in the same building as me. Because otherwise I wouldn't have talked to him. I had no contact with the people that I worked with, and no contact with the people that I was going to school with. So that's like it feels like I'm at a stage where although that was a popular way of painting and people really like it, I feel like I'm supposed to not paint like that anymore. Like, whoa, that just came out right now.
Wow.
Whoa.
Now, where's it at? Where am I looking at?
I can relate to that
wow.
because I used to write a very different style of music, and it's like now I'm evolving, and my style has changed. You know, like I can't do it. I don't like I'm not supposed to do what I used to do. I'm supposed to do this new thing. You know, it's like yeah.
Oh, my brain hurts. My third eye hurts right now. It's all like, there's all this stuff covering me up. Move it away.
These are such great paintings, though. These are cool.
Yeah, and
there's
a link. There's a link. I put a link. I put the HTTP there for you, so it's super easy. Just click.
Well, why am I not?
I like the dragon.
Isn't the dragon cool? That's one of my favorite ones. That's one of my favorite. That's
also like the 2 dolls. Are those 2 dolls?
Yep, those are creepy dolls.
Holding scissors, yeah, I like that.
Yep, that's the one. Actually, if you look at that picture, you can see me behind it. I'm holding it up.
Yeah,
you
yeah.
See, there's like paint all over my hands and stuff. That was the day that was the painting that I brought into the store and went, hey guys, who wants this? And they're like, holy crap! But what I find really funny is if you look at the corner of that painting where my hand is on the green thing, if you look at the way my hand is and the way that it's painted, it looks like you can see through the painting into my hand.
Yeah, that's cool.
Isn't that cool? I didn't even notice that. A friend of mine took that picture for me. Wow.
I can't see anything because for some reason in the chat thing on my computer, I don't know if it's because I'm not logged in.
Is it because you can't click links?
I can't unless it's.
I have a solution.
I'll send it to you on
Or,
Facebook.
yeah. Yeah, that's the only way I'll be able to do it because right now I'm on
Yeah.
my phone and it's not going to work.
Okay. Yeah, I'll send it to you on Facebook. It's
I did
supposed
it.
to
I
work
just
on
did it.
phones. You did it? Thank
Yeah.
you. Yeah, so like there's and like I said, like I haven't painted it all this year. Like it's March now and I haven't painted anything. As far as a painting goes anyway. So that's why there's nothing from 2015 on there yet. But like
Actually, wow, that's great.
Oh,
there's
Shia, I tagged you.
yes.
I tagged you in something on Facebook,
Yeah, I
and
got it.
it's you're gonna. Did you see that?
The picture, the painting?
The
That
painting.
is
The
yeah.
colors are the same as like in the one that you have the girls,
Mhm. And the
the
reason,
dolls. Like it's
oh
the
my
same.
God, this is like so synchronistic right now. Like I don't even know how many times I've used that word in the last month. It's like it's just coming, man. It's just like boom, boom, boom. Everything is connected. I looked at a painting today that when I was hanging out with Mike, he brought a painting out of his room that his friend had done, and it very much resembled one of the paintings that I have on there. I think it's actually it's my favorite style of painting to do it, and that's silhouettes of nature with like the majesty of like a sunset or a sunrise or water reflections and stuff like that. Now I've
Whoa.
got probably 60 different templates of paintings that I do because what I do is I'll find photographs online and I'll alter them and then paint them and I alter them until they look like what they look like when I don't have my glasses on, right? So once it looks like it's supposed to, then I'll paint it like that. And what's funny is the farther away from my paintings you are, the better it looks.
Yeah.
So they look really good as thumbnails, and then you look at them like up close, and you're like, how does that even make sense?
It's
Like
just
how
so
you look at it
crazy.
close, and it's like these weird
It's so
blobs,
crazy.
but they work together.
It's so crazy how that one painting just reminds me so much of his painting. And I tagged you in that photo, not seeing the paintings that you had, and it like it syncs up so well with it. It's like
Those are the colors. Those are the colors that were in the painting that Mike showed me today, and it was a silhouette of a moose with those colors like crazy across the background, like a sunset sort of thing. But it was just
right.
amazing. I really wish I'd gotten a photo of him holding that because that was like, he showed me a lot of First Nations native art today, and I was just like super inspired to paint things that were like spiritual and connecting, and that's what's coming to me now is this was my life. You guys are looking at my life on here. There's self-portraits, there's photos of people's animals, there's like I each painting I'm looking at, I can see a different part of my life because of where I was when I painted it and why I painted it. And now I'm like, okay, well, clearly like in 2012 it was all about like holding hands and missing people and feeling solitary, and then it was like hugging people and like a lot of Doctor Who because I watched a lot of Doctor Who in 2013. And so I painted a lot of Doctor Who paintings, and then there was the wedding photo for Brad Jacobs that I did, which was near the end. So that was really cool. But then it's like I started getting a lot better.
I like that one.
Which one, the wedding photo? Yeah, that one. He was my banker. Like, he's actually a Canadian Olympian who won a gold for Canada in the Winter Olympics. And I didn't even know that he was like involved in a sport. And then someone's like, oh, congratulations, Team Jacobs going to the Olympics. I'm like, hey, I know someone with that last name. I look it up, sure enough, same guy. I'm like, that dude's been in my house saying that, like, my painting that I did for him is the shit. Like I've seen this guy I know this man. He gave me a hug. Like this is really cool. So like finding that out, like the connections there, but it was just like really interesting. But this style of painting, while I really like it and it's really, I mean, I probably will continue to paint things in that style, but I feel like I have to change it now. Or like maybe this image that came to me, maybe I have to paint that in this style because I do like it. It's kind of like paint by numbers without numbers. Like that's kind of how I paint it. I'll paint one color at a time. The way I paint. Yeah. And sometimes it gets really frustrating, like with the Veil Queen, the Liliana of the Veil. It's a woman with flames in her hands. She's holding fire. That one is still wet in the picture. Like I took a picture of it with the paint still wet.
Oh, I see that. That's cool.
Yeah, but that
I can't
one.
see it.
No. It's the Bonnie. Hello, Bonnie.
Hi.
But that one there, like I painted about 5 or 6 colors 2 or 3 times, because I would paint one color and like I just mix it by eye to figure out what the color is, and so I'll paint one color and then I'll paint another color that contrasts in a specific way, and I know that that color is correct, but then I realize that the first color I painted is incorrect, so I have to redo that one. And oh my gosh, that one took me 3 months to finish. And I finished it like I think 2 days before I moved to London. Was it 2 days? I think it was like maybe it was like 1 day. But I finished it because I knew that somebody wanted it, and it was a complimentary one to another painting that I had done and she bought. So like I do want to continue this style, but it's like now my subjects have changed. So instead of painting Doctor Who and Magic the Gathering, because those were huge parts of my life at the time, they're not anymore. I've got different things going on. There's angels and God and magic and aliens and like sacred symbols and sacred geometry. I'm actually learning linear algebra now, because one of my friends he took his exam for linear algebra and he got like 19%. Because apparently for some people it's super difficult because it's math, but it's abstract math. So some people who are very astute at math and mathematics and like equations and things like that, they're very logical. So abstract ideas not really, like it doesn't compute. So I think that was the problem he was having, but I was like, oh my gosh, that sounds so exciting. Like what can be more awesome than like drawing stuff using mathematical equations? Like I had like a total nerdgasm. I was super excited about it because I didn't even know it existed. And so he was like, "You are weird, for one thing, and two, he's like, trust me, I have no idea what's going on with this, but if you want to learn it and teach me, then let's do it up." So he sent me his textbook. So I have his textbook now. So I'm going to learn linear algebra. And just for the past 2 weeks, people have been like, sacred geometry has been like pretty much shoved up my nose. It's like everywhere now, and it's like, pay attention to this. I know, but I'm noticing it now. Like it's all like, pay attention to me, and it's all right there. So it's like, okay, now I have to. There's no avoiding it. I cannot avoid it. So I think I'm gonna go soon because I am actually working in the morning, but that's like, yeah, whatever. I really don't need sleep right now. But I have to do this painting.
Did you do the week of silence thing?
I did, and I learned a lot of cool stuff about myself, like that I'm not deaf. I actually do have, like, I can control what I can hear. Like, it's like a volume control on your computer. Wow, there's so many things that I learned. I'm actually writing a thing out. I'm going to post it on Facebook sometime this week, just to let people know of what I went through and the things that came to me and stuff I've learned about myself and yeah, like messages that I got.
Was it hard?
Oh my god, so hard, so hard. You guys know how much I talk, so not talking for days was just like, I'm going insane, going crazy. I would like grunt at my dog, and I think he thought I didn't love him anymore, because normally I talk to him all the time, and he's just looking at me concerned, like, why are you so quiet? Why aren't you telling me to sit? Why aren't you telling me it's time to eat breakfast? Like, so like I realized also that I would say a lot of things that I really didn't need to say, or the things I thought were super important that I needed to get out because someone told me a story that reminded me of another story. I don't really need to tell people that unless they ask me specifically, like, I went through this. Did you go through something like this? What would you recommend I do? Then I can respond and it makes sense. I did communicate with people. Like I wrote notes and stuff to people if it was like super important. Like I had an employment counselor meeting, and I had to answer questions for her. So I wrote down the answers. But for the most part, I was pretty much completely silent. And the only phrase that I gave myself to say out loud was, I love you. And I said it maybe twice. That was a huge realization. Like, it was a definite slap in the face to realize that I don't say that as much as I thought I did. And, you know, granted, I wasn't hanging around with a lot of the same people that I did, because I was sort of avoiding going to certain places, you know, kind of break the habit a little bit. So there were people that I didn't actually see that I would have said I love you to, but I didn't. So instead, I sent a I love you to like 80 people yesterday. I sent it on
Yeah, I
Facebook.
got
I
one
was just
of
like,
them.
yeah, just
You
like,
did.
you know, just sent it to like a whole bunch of people, and then I started getting responses, and then I was like, oh, I got to stop doing this, because now I'm getting responses in between me sending them, and I don't know who's talking back to me. So I got like 40 people messaging me back saying I love you too, or, you know, like, one of my friends gave me a weird look. I sent it to Brendan. He goes, what did I do now? I was just like, you know, nothing in particular. I just want to let everybody know, because like I didn't say it all week. I sent people little hearts, and I sent emoticons with little hearts and stuff like that, like the little emoji things, and like, but I never actually said the words out loud that I had set myself to. And I'm like, well, that's gotta change. So there's like, I did notice too, is that a lot of people will judge you when you're silent. They'll assume that they did something wrong.
Yeah,
And then the
or
reason,
you're like an asshole or something.
yeah, and the reason you're not speaking to them is
Hi,
because they're a jerk.
Christian.
Hi.
Hi, AJ.
So just so you know, I don't hate anybody, and you didn't do anything wrong if I'm being quiet. But I gotta make myself a button that says vow of silence, so I can just tap it when I'm doing that, because I'm doing it more frequently. I think I'm just gonna take like maybe even like one full day here and there before I go to the meditation that I'm doing. So how did you pronounce that? Did somebody here say that?
Vipassana.
Yeah. Or Vipassana.
That's what I was saying, and I was saying that sounds very Spanish when you say it like that. That's how I would say it.
Yeah, Vipassanas are pretty.
Vipassana.
They're. It's like you can either there's like a 3-day one or a 10-day one. But
there's actually a 10
silent.
or a 30, the ones that we have here.
I have heard that it's very, very difficult.
For a monkey and a Gemini, I'm thinking I'm probably going to go a little bit insaner than I already am. But
a monkey and a Gemini?
I'm a Gemini monkey, yeah. So,
you're
like,
a Gemini?
Yeah. You thought what?
I was thinking you were a Taurus, but...
Do you know how many people have said that to me this week?
Are you like Taurus rising or something, or...?
Taurus rising and moon, yeah.
Okay, that's why. That's why I thought you were Taurus.
Yeah,
but it makes sense that you're Gemini, because Gemini...
Oh my gosh! I just thought of something. Okay, this is really funny. You guys are going to laugh at this. While I was doing my vow of silence, I played World of Warcraft. And the guys in my guild were like, okay, you know what? Let's just make level 1 characters, all blood elves, and we'll just run around and like level together. And we're like, this is a great idea. So we all like made random characters and we grouped up. And I named mine Geminis, because I don't know why I named it, but the reason I'm laughing now is because Geminis is what I used to refer to myself as, because I'm a Gemini with Taurus, Moon, and Rising. So it's like Gemini, Taurus, Geminis, right? And I made a monk. Okay. I made a healer monk named Geminis. Oh my gosh! I never even thought about that. I gotta tell people that because that's funny.
Yeah, I have my.
Writing that down.
I have a Gemini. I have Gemini Moon.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, but I don't talk nearly as much as Gemini.
Yeah, and that's actually I was saying before is like I didn't talk all week, so now I'm just like blathering to everybody live. Hi, everybody listening. About all of this crazy stuff. It's just like I pent it up and just had to let it all out now. I think what I have said though is there hasn't been a lot of unnecessary blathering.
No, it's all been relevant.
Okay,
in Vipassana, they teach you like meditation. There's like a specific meditation technique that goes with the Vipassana. So like at least you're also like learning tools.
Yeah, I just applied for it Saturday night. I just applied for it Saturday night to do this because you have to apply and then there might be a waiting list because more women than men seem to want to do it. And
what does that say?
Yeah, I don't know. Well, actually, I shouldn't say that because I was just looking at what was open and what was available. The one that I chose to apply for is actually a week after my birthday, so it's in June. But at the before I get there, like if I get to do that one, it might be pushed off because there are so many people who apply for it. I love how they do it too. It's all donation. Like I don't have to pay for myself to go. The previous
Yeah.
student has donated what they believe and what they believe it's worth and what they can afford, and so they just pay it forward. It's all pay it forward.
Mhm.
And I had no idea because someone told me the only way you can go is if someone else pays for you, and I thought to myself, oh, now I have to try to convince somebody to pay for me. But then when I read the application rules and like this is what is expected of you, no physical contact, no cell phones, no writing materials, no reading materials, no physical like contact with anybody there. You cannot speak ever. The only thing you do is basically meditate all day long, and then you have breaks for food. And then at night, before you go to bed, there's a half-hour session where you can ask questions of your teacher. So you can ask you can ask for clarification, because if you're struggling trying to figure out how to apply like a certain part of the meditation, or you don't understand exactly how it works, you are allowed to speak, but only to your instructor. You can't speak to anybody else. So like, and it's vegetarian. Like when they feed you, it's all vegetarian meals. And I'm just like, oh my gosh, so into that. And I had two friends that have done it. And in the last month, I've had both of them mention it to me, and I didn't actually pay attention till yesterday when the second one mentioned it. It's like, you might like this. I'm like, OMG, yes. So I'm hoping that I get that happening in June, because I feel like I've been talking for like, say 25 years, and I haven't shut up long enough to pay attention to like my higher self, my inner self, my listen to the still small voice of God, and I can if I'm constantly talking, right?
Right.
Okay, I'm shutting up for now. Anyway, so it was awesome talking to you guys, and for all the people who are listening in the future.
Girl.
Yeah, you know what? You guys are all awesome, and I am awesome.
You're awesome.
We are all just be love, guys. I'm gonna head out because I want to paint, and I need to get a set of paints.
You are love. We are love.
Love is all we need, guys. Okay, group hugs. Group hugs. I love you all,
Bye.
and I'll talk to you later.
Me too.
Okay, bye. Good night.
Yeah, right.
Good night.
Bonnie, how have you been?
I'm good. I'm being really lazy right now. Like, I really need to just get up and go get some water.
Yeah, I need some water too, but I want to go downstairs.
I feel like super thirsty, and I'm going through this like silly complex of like not like taking care of myself. So I'm gonna do that in a minute. And yeah, how have I been? Let's see. I've been really good.
I feel like this doesn't need to be live anymore.
Yeah, why are we still live?
Because
I just noticed myself like censor what I was gonna say because it was live. Like I was like, oh, I'm really good. Let me tell you about my life, and then I was like, oh.
Let me not tell you.
I'm not saying something deep and profound and meaningful. I better not say anything at all. Like, Bonnie's life. It's been full of learning and growing and creating and doing really awesome things. The end.
The end.
The end.
I wonder if Brendan's still there. Hey, Brendan, do we still want it live?
He said that he would wake up at like 4 or something and turn it off. We can leave and just make our own hangout if we don't want to. You know, that's a possibility.
I see. I'm not opposed to that idea.
Yeah.
I'm not opposed to telling the entire world about my life either, but
Yeah.
This is
It was
coming from
really
the person who's
good.
like the authentic relator. Like,
Yeah,
I'm
right.
gonna,
I was gonna say something, but I knew you'd probably say it.
oh no, I'm not taking it the wrong way. It's just that, you know, like I could be real with every single person in the world right now, but I feel like I would be more able to be like the reason why people aren't authentic with other people is because like of judgment and is because of the fact that we can't be like there's certain things that I could say right now that would get me like into a lot of trouble. Like I would never be able to say that, you know, to an audience or something, you know. So like there's valid reasons for why people
Yeah.
aren't always authentic. And so it's about creating like a safe space and container to do that. And you know, everybody's always like monitoring. Like we're always judging like what can I withhold and what can I be real about. The real thing is that like yeah, I just want to be able to talk to you guys about.
You don't.
I don't.
You don't
I
have a
really don't.
filter?
I wouldn't
No,
like talking about
I
my
never
love
have.
life live online right now.
Well, I have no love life, so there you
But
go.
that's always a
I mean,
fun
I
thing
really
to
don't.
talk about.
I
Yeah,
have
that is
a.
true.
I have. Never mind.
What? You just stopped because we were live, didn't you?
Yeah.
I see. I really, I feel like anything that I say, there's not too much of a filter that I have because I feel like, first of all, it's my experience. So it's my experience, and like if you're able to take something, I think that people relate more to realness and what other people are going through, and I feel that sometimes we could be doing somebody a disservice if we're trying to be all spiritual and sometimes don't just be straight up real. Like just
Yeah.
like these are real feelings that we go through, and then that way people don't feel like they're alone in the situation. Like
Yeah.
you know,
It's not that I don't want it's not that I wouldn't be real because we're live. It's just that it's like, does the
Right.
world need to know this about me?
Right.
Like, what is
Right,
that
yeah.
going to serve the purpose of? It's not serving me. Is it going to serve? I mean, I guess that's where it comes to, like, making me only want to say, like, profound things because it's, like, in service of the world
Right.
that could possibly be listening to this.
Oh, I feel you.
I don't think I'm going to be in service of the world if I sit here and tell you guys.
I might be in service to the world if I tell my thing because if someone else hadn't written about their experience, I wouldn't have been able to validate my own experience.
Sounds like you should tell your
You know?
thing then.
Well, okay.
Skull, are you on?
Oh, what's going on?
He might be sleeping.
Yeah, but there's two of them now, so I think
there's two of them.
I'd say go ahead, Christian.
Yeah.
Well, okay, so the first thing that really popped out at me with this whole experience that I'm about to explain is I was sleeping and then I was woken up by a woman's voice telling me very abruptly to wake up.
You told me about that.
Yeah, I told you about that. And I was like, who is that? Who just told me to wake up? Like telepathically. It was telepathic speaking. Like, and it woke me up. And instead of like sitting there and trying like see what was going on, I just kind of went back to sleep. And in the past, I've had moments where I feel somebody touching my face and like touching my head, and then like I get these like sensations, like these activation sensations, and like a feeling of love around me. I don't know, and I didn't really think any of this was connected until I started like reading other people's experiences on the internet, which was kind of hard to find. But so I I like had this dream, and this was like I don't know if you were there. Tony was there when I was telling him about the dream. Um, s it was like a lucid dream with another person. It was a woman like my age, and it was a very sexy time. but it was weird because I was like in my head I was thinking like, is this some sort of succubus? Like I thought like, yeah, it was like I kind of knew that it was, but it like wasn't a bad thing. It was really weird. I don't know. So, but it wasn't a succubus like I've actually experienced like real succubus that's like, you know, a dark being that's trying to deceive me and take my energy and all that stuff. That only happened once, thankfully. But this was different, and it was like I was really hanging out with like another person, and in my mind, because I was lucid, and I know what I'm experiencing is an illusion. I know that whatever image is being projected to me of this person is being projected from her to satisfy my like what I want, you know. And but there was no like malicious feeling behind it. um, and during conversation and stuff, like I would witness her thinking, like pausing and looking down and like thinking before she would respond or like or do something, you know, and it just and the relationship that was happening was just like so it was like kind of familiar in a way and like genuine, like this person was just like there to keep me company, to like be with me. And but I whatever this like I knew that what I was seeing was not real, quote unquote, but I knew that whatever being was generating this, you know, was a real consciousness. And anyway, I ended up like asking her, you know, who are you? And she didn't tell me her name, and she told me that she had died. And I like got the sense that it was a very long time ago. So she's like a disincarnate spirit that's now inhabiting my dream and hanging out with me and giving me good times. And like I thought that's so weird. And then I find out that that's not very uncommon, that a lot of people like have this like some people even have like a long-term relationship with like a spirit that like is like kind of like a romantic friendship partnership thing, and they kind of act like a guide and like protect you and so I don't know, it's very strange. But if anyone experiences that, you're not the only one. So
do you feel like it's like romantic?
It was
in the dream for a little bit.
Yeah, it was like this. It was like she was like taking pity on me almost. It was like since I haven't been in a relationship for a long time or whatever, it was like she came to me to fulfill that need, and it was like because the whole thing was like it was very obvious that it was just for me, and that she was just being nice. And there's some details that I won't go into, but yeah, I definitely got this sense of like almost pity or like caring, you know. And I said at the end, I was like, when should I expect to see you again? And she was like, well, are you lonely? And I was like, what kind of answer is that? So it was kind of like it was dependent upon me whether I would see her again.
Interesting.
Yeah. So,
Mm.
Anyway, last night I was reading about it, and I was like reading what some people sometimes like they feel like a woman like laying next to them and like giving them some sensations and stuff, and then I like was thinking about things and making connections, and I was like, was that you? And then I get this like sensation in my body, like she was like moving through me or like touching me on my side and stuff. It was really weird and awesome at the same time. But yeah, so
weird and awesome at the same time.
yeah, and sometimes when I close my eyes, I see like a light, like it's like moving around. It's like, hello, I'm here with you. Anyway, so there's that.
Huh.
There was kind of a freaky part to it too, because because I understood what was happening. I wanted to know like who she really was, and so she felt comfortable enough to like show me what she looked like. But all of a sudden I was like, oh no, what if it looks really, but she's really scary looking or messed up looking at. So I look away and she like lets me know, hey, like my face is kind of messed up, just letting you know. And I was like, well then I definitely don't want to look. But but it was like she was so it was weird. I keep saying weird, but it really was. The whole thing was just really weird.
So then you never looked?
I never looked, but she like asked me like very politely. She like, please look at me, and I'm like, no, I'm not gonna look at you. And then I realized, oh wait, I can end this right now, and then I just woke up. So yeah, but other than that, it was really great, and I don't know. I spent so much time like thinking like this was all my subconscious mind just creating this thing for myself, probably, but it just seemed like it was something more to that, more than that. And then like reading other people's experiences, I'm like, okay, well that's definitely what that was. So yeah, and I've never heard anybody talk about this, so there's that. That's that.
I used to think I had a spirit boyfriend.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Really?
So this is another thing that I don't want to say live on air.
Yeah. It's very personal. It really is. I had to filter so much stuff when like thinking about that. I think that's the main reason I didn't want to say anything, because I didn't want to have to go through the trouble of like figuring out what not to say as I'm speaking. But
I mean,
Well, I'm probably gonna go because I gotta get sleep. I'm tired.
Oh.
How are you?
I'm good. Been working a lot and still doing my thing. So every day is a better day. So it's more awareness, more work. I'm going to New York in May, so that'll be fun.
What are you doing in New York?
I'm visiting my dad, and then I'm gonna be in the city, and I have enough money to pay off my court costs, and so now I'm just saving up money to have when I go to New York, and I'll probably have like close to 3,000 to 4,000 by the time I'm finished saving, and so I'll go to New York with that. I'm not gonna spend probably close to anywhere near, not even near that, probably maybe 500 at the most, and then I come back down here, and I'll be able to get everything in line for my car, which is a necessity. Well, it's not really a necessity because I've been without one for a long time, so it is what it is. But I'm super excited about that. And my favorite performer is coming to Orlando, Seven Lions. I guess I cannot wait. If you have not heard the CD, I did post on my
Seven
Facebook.
Lions.
Yes, like I will send. Matter of fact, oh my gosh, if both of you will like fall out and like it's so good. Matter of fact, go on my Facebook page. If you go on my Facebook page, you'll see a post. Um, preferably, mm, lose myself. Oh my God, this song is so freaking ridiculous. But what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna buy angel wings for my outfit. So, but like dance angel wings, like to where you put like the rods in them and it goes all the way around. I already have my outfit coordinated. I'm gonna make a mask that's gonna cover half of my face. It's almost Phantom of the Opera style, but I'm gonna have the emblem of the seven lions, like half of it on the mask and black, and the mask is gonna be white. And I'm gonna get a white fedora with black pinstripes that go down in it. Wear a white shirt with black suspenders and a black belt with white pants and white shoes, and it's gonna be freaking phenomenal. I like have
I
mapped
love
out.
I love how you like your outfit planned out and shit. That's funny.
Oh hell yeah! I'm going all, and I never do.
Yeah, I
I
think
never
about that too, though. So,
but I never have done. I've never gone through an outfit like this and actually created a look for a show, and especially like because we can't bring lights into the show, and this is going to be my first sober rave, I guess you could say. But it's a show that like his music is so spiritual, it just does something to me. I don't even know. I don't even know. So like it puts me in that state of higher consciousness, I guess you could say, to where um, all the energy and all the hair on my body stands up when I listen to Seven Lions. And he's the only artist in the EDM community that is able to bring that feel to the music for me.
I'm watching the video.
And
I lose myself right now.
oh my gosh.
When you say lose myself, I can't help but think of that Daft Punk song. Lose myself to dance. You
Yeah,
Oh
no,
remember
yeah.
this
that?
is way
Lose myself to dance.
better.
Well, that's awesome, AJ. I'm glad you get to go see them.
Yeah, I'm excited.
I'm hoping to go to Lightning in a Bottle. I don't know if you guys have heard of that, but
Oh yes,
Um,
tell me about that.
I don't know if it's actually gonna happen. But
Why?
well, because the person that I'm supposed to go with is like a huge flake, and um,
Oh no.
she's really great, but it's hard to like get things planned out. So, yeah, it's kind of up in the air. So, but it's all right. Either way, I'm cool. Like, I mean, yeah.
well, AJ, when are you going to New York?
May 18th through 25th.
That's pretty soon.
What is that? What are you going there for?
Not really. We're in March.
I mean, it's only a couple months away.
Yeah. Yeah, but I mean, like, like I said, I already have the money that I need. I'm gonna be like, I don't have to pay for a plane ticket or for a place to stay. My dad said he'd take care of that, so
That's
I'll
good.
be good. hmm
So you just get to pay for the fun stuff, like having fun in New York.
Well, I'm gonna be doing work while I'm up there. Not only am I gonna be having fun, but I'm going to be going to meetings up there. Plus, I'm going to be doing readings up there as well. I want to see, I want to feel like the spiritual community. I want to take workshops. So I have certain things already set up. I've already looked at like certain schedules to see to meet different people and different events that are going on, to where different workshops with tarot and different other things
Paradigm
that.
Shift New York.
What's up?
Go
Is there a
find the
paradigm shift in New
Paradigm
York?
Shift New York group.
Well, more, not really,
I'm
not
just,
really.
that was
I
kind of
think.
sarcasm because I don't even know if there is one.
Oh,
I was
yeah, I don't
just,
know if there's either. But there probably is. But I know there's a huge spiritual community up there. So I'm just gonna try and meet people. I think that that's my thing, is that I'm just gonna go and just like wherever I'm led, I'm just gonna go and I'm just gonna meet new people and
You
see
thinking
what
of moving there?
it has to bring. You know,
Are you thinking of moving there?
if that's what comes up, then I won't stop it.
Okay.
You know.
New York, it seems like a cool place. I know
Mhm.
there's lots of awesome music there.
Mhm.
Yeah.
There's lots of awesome everything there. Really,
Yeah.
really.
I feel
So
like I'd be so shocked by city life. You know, I don't know if I can
yeah,
handle it.
as a person, no. For me,
Hmm?
I feel like everybody's like, "Oh, are you from New York?" And I'm like, "No, why?" And they're like, "You just have that personality." I'm like, okay, I could see that. You know,
Hmm. Hmm.
I feel like that's, you know, that would be good. Ooh.
mm.
Well, if you move there, it'll give me more incentive to visit New York because I've always wanted to go.
Oh, true.
You can go there on after you stop by Austin.
Yeah,
Mhm.
Or do you
exactly.
paradigm shift?
Yeah, tour de paradigm shift. Yeah.
I'm gonna do it at some point.
It'll happen.
I know it'll
It'll
happen.
happen.
It's happening already.
It's
I mean,
all
AJ and I
happening.
already freaking met.
Yep,
That's right.
sure
We've
did.
done it. We were in the same place physically.
Mhm. We were, and it was great. And like,
I didn't think
What
I
was
it,
know
I
that
that I wasn't
like?
a
wasn't gonna
Christian.
believe it until we
Like,
were in the same place.
I put out that intention when we first had that one night. I was just
We
like, oh,
did.
this is gonna happen.
We were like,
It,
we're gonna meet each other. And
yep.
that's just so funny. I just ended up having this training in Orlando. And you were the very first person I thought of too. When they were like, the next training is gonna be in Orlando. I was like, oh, AJ's in Orlando.
Yep. Make it happen. Let's make it happen. You know,
And
so
when I
it
was
was
in
good.
Nashville, I was like, man, if I was here on my own accord, I would totally drive to Florida right now.
Mhm.
Because it would only be
I
like
love.
5 hours, right?
No, 5 hours.
Okay, maybe more.
No,
10.
a lot more. Probably 10.
It's not that bad.
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
Yes, it is.
All right, maybe I
Yes,
wouldn't then.
yeah, it is. It's bad enough. Like, yeah, and going through like Jacksonville, I don't know which way you would take, but like, I know that to get to Jacksonville, it seems like it takes forever. It takes forever. Oh my gosh, Jacksonville is horrible, horrible, bad juju,
Hmm.
bad.
I've been to Orlando as a child to go to Disney World.
Hmm.
That's the only those are the only times I've been to Florida.
That's fun. Oh, how'd
Hmm.
you like the song?
Huh?
Did you
Oh,
listen to
I
the
stopped
song?
listening to it because
Oh,
people were
okay.
talking because you're talking. So far,
But that whole album.
I'm 29 seconds in. It seems pretty cool so far.
Hmm.
What? Say what?
Oh, I said I'm 29 seconds into the song. It sounds pretty awesome so far, but I
Oh.
don't know. I'm only just hearing like the intro sounds, but
AJ, I like it. You're like, I'm gonna go, and I was like, I'm gonna talk to you.
Yeah, I know. But I am really gonna go.
Okay.
I do need to get sleep.
I understand.
I love you guys.
We
I love
lost
you
an
guys.
hour.
Yeah, seriously.
What
For
the?
real.
I really want to opt out of this whole time changing thing. It's pretty silly.
I know.
Like, actually, I'm still gonna sleep in another hour. I am the creator of time, actually.
You are Kronos, Monty Kronos.
Yep.
I love
Oh,
you, AJ.
your hair is beautiful. I love you too. Like in your picture, your hair is so pretty.
I know, I actually was just looking at this picture going like, I wonder if I could ever get my hair to do that again. I was like, I need a haircut or something. It doesn't work that way anymore. This picture was only like 2 months ago. What the heck?
Really?
Um,
All right. I love you guys. I will talk to you later.
I love
I
you
will try to
too.
catch up with you tomorrow.
Bye.
Okay.
All right, bye.
Talk to you soon.
Good night. Sweet dreams.
Sweet
Thanks.
dreams. So Christian, I feel like we should just go into a different room if we're gonna keep talking.
I agree.
Okay.
I agree.
Okay. We
Okay.
love you, Paradigm Shift.
Yes.
Thank you for being amazing. Donate $2 a month. At least. $2 counts, so $2 goes a long way. So that's my spiel.
It
And
does. And if you have a $2 bill, that's even cooler.
yeah, exactly.
They don't
And
make
with
those
that,
anymore.
I'll be signing off, hoping that everybody donates $2 to this amazing project. At least. But at most, too. Well, I mean, more than $2 would be ideal, but like I'm saying, like $2 actually goes a long freaking way, you know?
Mm-hmm.
If everybody that was like involved
Everybody,
in this project even did $1 a month,
that'd
like,
be 100 and wait, no. How many people are on?
well, I mean, there's a lot. There's a lot more than 100.
Yeah, I know. I don't know why I said that.
Yeah, I don't know where you're getting those numbers
I
from.
don't know.
Okay, signing off.
Okay. Wait. I gotta open up this thing here.
Will you start the new room?
I will.
Okay.
I will start it. Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Oh, wait, you want me to start before we go? Okay, I'll start before we go. Wait, how do I do this? I forgot how to do this. Here we go. Start with you. All right.